understanding the dynamic of the situation. Now Asuna getting pushed off with the orbital strike, wants to find a kill before he gets back. Does find the one, but that's not going to be enough time for a defuse. In Gen.G now continue to string out these rounds, making it so hard for 100 Thieves to get to that spike in time.
Yeah, and it's a different way to take that mid side too. Again, as I mentioned before, when they lost that toxic screen, you're trying to lurk up a little bit closer for Gen.G, trying to retake that mid control, and he used it really well. I mean, this is a gamble right there. The first misstep from Nature, thankfully nobody was playing close by that could call that information out, but it also allows GMD to stay close and work together with Nature to open these things up. Those were 2 simultaneous kills right after inside the hulls. So we're at only 2 rounds away to catch up. We're into also a situation where we're going to have a half buy for 100 Thieves because of the amount of rounds that they won and lost as well with the economy that was left for players that were alive. And it still looks slightly broken for Gen.G. We only have a Marshal for temperature.
They Bladestorm right away too. We haven't heard the call out from Nitro just yet. There's a Trailblazer. Nature working off of this. And there it is, a dash into the smoke. That's the rest of the team following as they dogpile onto the site.
Open site.
And it is a stack from 100 Thieves. As you mentioned, they're going to be coming over strong and swift once it does happen. And we'll see that mobility come in now. Let's see if they decide to stick together as a full 5 and make it a spawn entrance.
And the execution slightly different, right? From not having a Sova, what Gen.G is doing is they're using that molly towards ladder, and then they're having, sorry, towards the back of the site, and then they try to flash it to ladder and gain control in that sense. So slightly different, still effective, at least at this point, because it's a retake play for 100 Thieves. It's their turn to do the damage.
Oh, Asuna, the 1-2. They're going with the guiding light, playing close. There was almost the death penalty for the rest of Gen.G, but it's going to be Sean Acoustic coming up big with temperature. They'll be able to circle and get around the rest of 100 Thieves and start to take them out. That was an awesome way of Gen.G's defense there, just surrounding 100 Thieves. After losing a few members, it looked like it could be chaotic, and as soon as the wall dropped, 100 Thieves were caught with the pants down.
And that's what I at least like for the wall from 100 Thieves right here that you see on your screen, because that was basically a retake wall to play. Because when you're looking behind what I call usually Berlin, that wall that's inside that B site, where do you usually see, like, there's not many players that holds behind there because it's usually paper thin, or at least you could initially flash in that corner and push the way that he did for the retake play for Gen.G. Sorry, for 100 Thieves. Then after that, you flash to the other side of the wall, and now you're going for the retake along the left side walls of B. So it's still really nice. It's very layered on their retake for 100 Thieves. They just didn't have the weaponry for it.
Ethan pushing up, taking matters into his own hands on this gun round. It's going to be actually a bulldog for Kusta as well, so reaching into the pockets is Gen.G a little bit. Gamon coming up huge as Sean grabs another one. 100 Thieves get thwarted on their mid push, and could it be Boy as well? He doesn't find the shots. And it's Sean, the one we were looking for and looking to on the side of Gen.G to be picking up these big frags, be initiating, be pushing in, and literally taking his own fights. Nobody there to help him. He's still trying to control Nitro alone.
He's in such a tough spot right now. The idea, at least secure that plant. Sean keeps Nitro busy.
Absolutely.
They could still potentially hunt down Nitro once that clock ticks down on that spike. For now, you still want to play it safely, which gives that window of opportunity for Nitro to try to save that weapon and to try to sneak away. And you see it all already back towards the A hulls. But at least at the beginning of the round here, Riv, a change of pace on the defense, trying to be a little bit more aggressively for 100 Thieves on that mid side. But it was fully denied, man. Gen.G was ready for that, for the default in the back of the spawn.
Gen.G loves those mid angles. We saw how strong and confident they played as they put the Viper's wall when they were on defense, Gen.G. Across mid, they play up towards Castle, right by double doors, and they had 3 members there at the beginning of the round. So knowing those angles for Gen.G, it feels so comfortable for them to take fights early round in mid. Oh, hello! Okay.
Wow.
It's they both took a Polaroid of each other before taking that shot. Oh, my word.
And the flash kill came from Nitro. That was actually a really nice play.
Woo.
But we're tied up here, Riv. It's 9-9. The econ should be busted finally for 100 Thieves. The only thing that they should have is the operator for Nitro, unless it might have a little bit more and you want to have a hero buy to support that as well. But for the rest, yeah, you could see it already. Ethan has a Vandal, but it's still really, really low for the rest of the players. So technical pause coming out, that's okay. I think it's a great way to just reset the momentum as well, that Gen.G slowly coming back into this game. So an unintentional nice breather for 100 Thieves.
Yeah. I see the admins over there at Higo's PC as they get him all sorted out.
Check on PC.
The matter might check in with what the matter might be. It's like, my PC doesn't have a hat on, so I require a hat, PC hat. But yeah, I think we saw Nitro there on the top of the frag board for 100 Thieves on that side. Really, already, as we said at the end of Berlin, maybe he's just bringing that momentum over. He just remembered exactly what he was doing, but it hasn't changed. Breeze to breeze, he's fragging out, he's making calls. We heard even the Hunter's Fury call that set them up for a very nice round. And then he can play the duelist at the same time, keeping all of those balanced and just compartmentalized.
Yeah, it's very doable, I think, these days, too, and in terms of getting that Jet and also IGL. I mean, other players that I could think about that does that is Shazam, of course, with the Sentinels. When on certain maps, he'll bring out that Jet, right? And he'll be able to call for the team at the same time. So I don't think it's unfamiliar territory, even if nature could be. Actually, no, it's changed right now, right? Potter mentioned it at the beginning of the game that also has the responsibilities of IGLing for the team now too. So now you're actually letting nature, you're allowing him to be a little bit more loose, as he has played more Jet with the op in the past few tournaments that he's played.
And 9-9, what better way to start it off as well? We said Breeze, the best map for these teams, and the pressure is definitely on coming into the tournament. The main story, at least for these teams, is, there's the LAN team for 100 Thieves, but that's well and gone. We know they can play on LAN. They've switched up the team. They switched up what was that LAN team. Now they have Boy in. And even Boy and Temperature are feeling the pressure here. It's been tough. It's a different pace of game. The comms got to be quick, and I'm sure they're feeling a bit of it here. As we even, you can't just say because look at their scores, but just the overall comfortability is going to take a bit for them. That's the way it is.
That's the thing, though, Riv, because I feel right now is that, yes, it might be nervous into this matchup for Boy and for Temperature, but the reason why their score is so low, maybe, because I'm not looking at their scoreboard right now, but if you're a scoreboard, Steven, and you're watching it, I think it's just in general, these guys are not being pressured like they're supposed to be, or the responsibility that they have currently on this map is actually very
You're
passive.
Not Sean taking fights every corner.
Exactly. You're not Temperature relying on, hey, if you're actually going to switch over the comp for Gen.G and you're trying to play a Sova onto this map, then what can Temperature bring? And that's his playhouse at the same time, right? But for Boy, I mean, it's very simple on a map like Breeze. Throw a wall up, hang out, watch the rotation, put the snake bites out. I mean, it's very, very simple that allows a player like Boy to integrate himself quite well into 100 Thieves' at least format, into their system on a map like Breeze. It's the later maps that the question's going to come back up, which is why, like I said, this is just an appetizer going into the whole series, and I can't wait for the main course.
It will continue to come. Right now, we have the dinner break. We got some internet issues that they are resolving. Some stinky packets in the mix.
Yeah. See, that's why
we'll
for me,
find where they are and we'll get them out.
For me, as you could see in my size, I just like to do all you can eat, so that never ends. When I want more, I just grab more food.
It coming.
Yeah. I wish they had all you can eat backwards pizza.
Oh, okay. We're moving on now. Ultimate's up here. Actually not providing too much. I actually thought it was both Viper Bites and Seekers as we're getting in. Great timing. Thank you. Ethan with the Seekers. Temperature with that Neural, and Kusta's Viper Pit. Asuna ready to go playground mode with the Empress if he does so desire. And just look at the back and forth here. It seems like 100 Thieves had a groove. You saw Gen.G start to come back, pepper in some shots, and we've got ourselves a game now. Second half, 9-9.
And this is a good old GMD smoking the back of the hull, so that hasn't changed. So you can always revert back to that last strat that they can bring into their playbook. Exactly. But there is pressure in there. Ethan's all the way up. So they're expecting this right now, and it's red and red again.
Viper's Bite goes out, and it's Seekers as well to make sure they know GMD is down at that hallway. Ethan goes down. Nature finds him, and now they can start to encroach into the site. But slowly, GMD creeps farther and farther by the door now. This shot takes on Asuna, but Hiko answers with the Guardian. Another shot to the head of Nature as he finally falls to Kusta. And now Nitro in the 2v1. Kusta could decide. Oh, he already did ult, I was going to say, and just nicked this round for Nitro.
So Kusta was going to plan as I screw it. Let's give you the spike. We're already in the Viper's Pit.
Great
this is
call.
safe. He gets Seeker, pull it out, find where Nitro is. This is well done. This is well done.
It seems like every time he's by himself and alone.
He is always found.
Always found. I like the pickup, though, to say, yeah, there's a Vandal up here I can mess with. You can't just quickly push me off one up shot and me rechambering a shot.
The thing is, on both ends, when you're looking at this situation, is what I like is that nobody's going to push out.
No, they're not. You're absolutely right. Until he fires a shot. And what Nitro's trying to do there is bait a fight, right? Say, I'm fighting your teammate, peek me in the 1v1. They're not having it. They're not buying it. Old school rules is still easy to play against. That's a nice frag out by Gen.G, and they pull themselves into the lead bands.
Oh, yeah.
They find themselves now with a bit of control over this game. And we'll see if Gen.G can keep that control for another few rounds and find a win here on map 1 of this best of 3, starting off our last chance qualifier.
And what I've noticed so far from these rounds finishing, at least on Gen.G's side as they're catching up, is that they're not really trash-talking their opponents when they're sitting face-to-face. This shows that they want to play their own game. Let's focus on that. They're coming back to this game. They're taking a lead. Now let's try to take this map. And they're looking for some early Halls control once again to support GMD.
Viper's Pit goes down. And we'll control A with that, and that's the side the wall was used on for Gen.G. So now they may have to go a little drier with utility into a site. Nitro, nice push up towards Castle, gets a frag onto Temperature to start off our round. The first bloods from Nitro have been absurd coming into this map.
So nice lurk forward, but lurk again is going to be GMD at the end of A Halls. So if they can try to get a kill here, they can maybe pinch back into the A site. It seems to be indicative that they want to try to take down the Viper's Pit of Boy inside the A site, at least to start for Gen.G.
See if they can bait him out, taunt him to do something silly. Oh my word. Ethan doesn't even know there's two just on his right on the other side of this wall. 52 HP for him as well, so he's not going to see any more of that health for the rest of this round. And now they know a push-up has been had in Halls. Did he get a good throw in there? Nice accuracy. Boy takes down Nature, and Hiko will answer as well with another frag. Boy doing a great job of holding his ultimate. And they know he's still in there, but can they find the rest of these frags? They will not commit to the push-in.
I think that's it. I think you're saving your weapons into the next round. The idea of trying to get in there, trying to go with the Trailblazer flashes and get in, but Boy pushes out, makes it even harder right now for Gen.G to save weapons into the next round. Looks like it's only going to be Kusta, so that Viper's Pit was a huge stick in the wheel of that strat to keep Gen.G rolling into the A site.
I mean, exactly. They have to figure out as well, if they can get the Viper, they still have their wall. They have gone everywhere their wall has been. Gen.G, that is, as I just keep saying they, have been, and again, they go towards their wall. They want to be able to use that utility. Going to B would dead to rights if you can't go in with any of that utility to save yourself and how open the site is. So 100 Thieves with a good read to start the round, using the ultimates to lock in wins exactly when they need to.
Oh yeah. And that was an important round there for Boy too, right? We were talking about how they weren't getting too much pressure, for the new two players.
Yeah.
Well, Boy did that time towards the A side, and he played that perfectly. So controller still being very comfortable in a role for him, despite him not playing an official since April.
Yeah, very true. Marshall for temp, he's gonna go down. Boy finds that. Beautiful shot onto him. And now will we be able to see any more in this hallway? Woo! Guimond. Oh my word, coming up with a big frag there as Asuna gets another one. Checks towards the hallway, wants an instant frag. If he gets another one, that's when he kind of turns on. You just see him continue to dismiss and do another situational fight. And now he waits patiently, thinking this will be pushed. He is reading GMD right, but there is going to be a partner here. 19 seconds or so for these smokes to go away, and GMD with a beautiful sheriff shot to end out that little execution.
A nice little way to, again, use the smokes. I mean, they're longer smokes for Burmy. This is why you're a Burmy fan at the same time. It allows Sean to move forward, but we are pushing forward ourselves for 100 Thieves.
We'll take that back, they said.
That's beautiful.
So he opens up so much here, Van.
Exactly. GMD is doing so good.
A frag onto one, picks up the Vandal, a frag onto another. GMD now calling some shots along with Kusta in these rounds, and also making the frags happen. He's on the top of the list as well for the KD, not a usual place that you see him, so really coming online for his team this event. 2v2 as they make their way over to A, Vance.
I'm surprised that Sean, he came in, but I didn't see a rifle that he was able to pick up, and he's instantly down. So you're going to need right now GMD to get what? An ace to clutch.
Can he do it? We built him up for the round. May have cursed him on this. He does have 2 of his stim packs ready. One quick shot. Oh, he gets one. Let's go! Great GMD coming up with the ace. And he drops both members of 100 Thieves.
That is one Red Bull clutch and a half. I mean, pop those cans out. That was super well done at the same time on how he was just able to take the Hall's control for the team so far for Gen.G and giving them the lead. I mean, of course, there was some great support in the beginning of the cast with Sean with that flash, but in the end, this is all GMD.
1. Patience here. Flash through, plays the flash. 2. And even the response to this.
Exactly. The teamwork to call, hey, he's super close. The radius of that ultimate, the orbital strike, forces his opponent back into his peripheral, into his vision to get the kill with the Vandal. He
said, "You're a legend." That's what I heard.
Me too.
You're a legend. Maybe you just said legend twice.
Thankfully, I talked too much, so I spoke over all of that. So we didn't really, we have our own filter with Ben Silly here on the stream.
Perfect. 100 Thieves time out. I think that I'm going to take a big guess here, completely out on a limb, and I'm not joking, that this is a discussion about hallway control. Making sure there's at least some knowledge of what's going on in hallway. They never lose track of it until they have a spike confirmation. And even then, GMD still might be in the hallway. Like 2 seconds left, spike down. You got to watch out for this guy. So really, the knowledge that they have around the map has to be leveled up just a little bit here, because that's what dissected the defense for 100 Thieves that time, that it was just a slow work through hallways, and then from the middle out, GMD worked the map.
So now we'll go right now with 100 Thieves. I mean, this not necessarily shatters the morale, because knowing 100 Thieves, it's never over till it's over.
That's true.
Right? Van Silly, it's never over, Silly. Continuing right now with the gun round back for 100 Thieves. The good thing as well on defense is that they do have this Hunter's Fury. Try to defend, try to prevent, and maybe try to do those reads that Nitro was calling before, so they could utilize to the best effect this Hunter's Fury from Hiko.
Baiting some fight, baiting some traps, seeing if he could take one down quick. Imagine just shooting the trap from there. Temperature would be like, wait a minute, who's behind me already?
It's a pinch.
3-2, 3 from the mid. Is it going to work? Nature to drop Nitro right away as Asano plays the stairs near switch. Finds another one, but Hiko saves him up. That's the dink onto Sean. Sean still stays strong and finds that frag onto Asano with the 3v3 now. Being inside the site. Viper's wall is up there. And Kusta actually can't use it anymore, so they do not have that utility control over the site to create their own angles. Vans, this is going to be tough. Low HP on the side of Gen.G,
exactly.
And Hiko, and rather 100 Thieves only have 2 members. Boy and Hiko, we've seen this before. Can they make it happen? Hiko dropping just to the right side. The Guardian needs to make it count, and Nature's faster for this time around. It's going to be another one. Boy's not going to be able to make it happen as Temperature comes up with the frag. The young ones, the new additions, go at it, and it's 12-10. Game point for Gen.G.
My God, that was a fight and a half going on there for that retake. A nice attempt from Asuna, popping that Empress, getting a couple of kills. But that 3-2 split that we had from Gen.G was really nicely played. They tried to take mid-control to start things out. There was a little bit of pressure from 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves kind of gave it up thinking, okay, well, this is going to be a slow default, and suddenly you get the right timing pop in the favor of Gen.G to get into the sites and make it very difficult now for 100 Thieves to play the retake. And because of that, I saw Hiko with the Guardian. That means that you don't have that much money going into this round. Look, Judges, Spectres,
Guardian.
Gen.G's in a great spot.
100 Thieves moving forward, they lose the Blade Storm immediately. Asuna wants to play it fast, wants to play it quick, but he can't do it. Sean takes it down. 5v3 now. Gen.G slowly encroaching into the site. Now that the door is open, they have the freedom. And GMD once again is at the front door knocking. Will 100 Thieves be able to retake this one? The judge makes it hard for Ethan. He's got to keep it up close and personal. Hiko to check the first corner. That's not going to be the Guardian shot he wants. It's Kusta. Takes him down immediately. Spams come through. Boy with one, but Kusta with the next. And Gen.G will take map 1 over 100 Thieves.
My God, I can't believe that just happened right there. A 5-0 start for 100 Thieves to kick things off, and suddenly you have Gen.G finding their rhythm, finding their groove, understanding how to work that map on Breeze, and they just played it to their style, and it worked perfectly for them to come back, take the lead, and win this first map.
And that comeback was so structured
Oh my God,
by
it was beautiful.
Gen.G. It wasn't just like, okay, we'll take it on this round.
Yeah.
They were 5-1, and then they got about 3, and then it was more for 100 Thieves, and they got 1 or 2.
Oh, yeah.
They were always getting a little bit back, which means Gen.G had to play the econ game down to the penny, which made it very, very smart play by them. And the team came together big. We didn't mention it to start, Vans, but one of my big things for Gen.G to be able to come out strong is that GMD fragged as well.
Yes.
And being an IGL and having so much on you, it does become harder. Also, you're a controller, so you're trying to stay alive longer and out of the mix. But he crushed it today for Gen.G and the rest of the team as well. But it was awesome to see that they could all come together to create that powerhouse in match.
Like you said, they scratched the bottom of the barrel to try to build that economy up here for Gen.G, because we had a beautiful retake on a Nico. We had a 2 versus 1 Red Bull clutch won by Kusta, but the money still wasn't right. And until we finally had Nature with the operator, until we were able to control that defender side, you see this whole comeback coming from Gen.G.
100 Thieves as well. They showed us quite a bit different of a strategy. When they got to their rounds, yes, there was the spike drop. We did see a bit of how slow they would play. But the rounds that they dashed in with the util, the mid strat, I want to see more of the mid to B archway strat, where it was just the smoke walls came up, they were playing completely off sonar bolts. Those take seconds to be timed together. Those are the type of strats I love to see. You get that a lot out of like vision strikers and whatnot.
Oh yeah, and when we talk about pressure on 2 new players, I don't think we saw that at all, but you know one name that we didn't call that much into this game?
Hit me.
It's Asuna. Right?
Absolutely.
I don't think it was necessarily a bad game that they played, because when he actually had the Empress he's playing inside the site, it was actually really nice how he held it.
Yeah.
But I think it's just Gen.G did a good job avoiding all of that as well when he hit it as a team.
Yes, indeed. All right, we're going to be stepping away right now, but on the other side, the analysts look to break things down ahead of Map 2. Don't go anywhere.
I was so close to not getting zapped for a while, and then that guy just bops me, dude.
What? I dink him? People think they're gonna be rushing me A main after this. You're done for, dude.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me. I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. But I know your work. Add tax and take off. Take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the gym all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all part. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode is a deep grind. Speak gold over each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro in it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach show, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real. Raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the gym all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all part, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. the pain. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and on hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose.
And with the number 8 seed taking down the number 1 seed when it comes to map 1 on Breeze, Gen.G looked so good when it came to coming back and securing that victory. We're breaking things down on the analyst desk. My name is Veli. I'm going to be your desk host. Right next to me, Potter and Upmine. And on Potter, it looked really good for 100 Thieves at first. They were up 5-0. What happened?
I don't know, man. I got around here. I guess I'll break it down. You're right, though. 100 Thieves, they were in full control. And this round, it was all over the place, back and forth. It starts off with Gimon getting a perfect Brimstone ult. And
yes.
you know I'm a fan of the Brimstone.
Yes.
So he definitely found that edge. But again, back and forth. And if we can just go to the round here and take a look at it, you'll see that Ethan, he gets picked off early on. Now, Gimon, this is not the round.
No, this was from the ace.
Okay.
But this was also, like, at least in terms of, like, the Brimstone interactions, right? Gen.G was able to allow, like, such a good red carpet for his team. And, I mean, not only that, but on the defensive side, period, he was so good at just delaying stuff. But, I mean, who knew Brimstone util could still be innovated? And he did exactly that.
Yeah, exactly. And the round that I wanted to show, it's that round that Kusta got that 2 versus 1 defuse. He's able to be a little rat, get the half, bob and weave the Sova ult, somehow get back onto the spike immediately, and just a little bit of a whiff coming through from Asuna. And it's just such a pivotal round early on. I believe 100 Thieves were up 5-1. The only round that Gen.G actually stole away was off the back of Sheriffs, right?
And the round before that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's such a deflating round for the 100 Thieves guys, especially because they were in such full control. And here's the round getting broken down. You can see Sean, perfect position, tucked behind the pillar there, not giving 100 Thieves any sort of pick. But again, this pinch that's about to come through, we've got, I believe, Nitro towards the A-halls, a beautiful leer coming through from Asuna, just completely blinds, and the timing with the dart with Hiko. It was just beautifully synergized there. But again, 2v1, you gotta be able to convert those, Gus.
Yeah, honestly, for Gen.G, I feel as if so many situations ended up going so right, but it was really only after they were able to get that spark plug. We ended up seeing the defensive setups actually do really well. Kusta and G&D started to communicate a whole lot more, and yeah, honestly, things are starting to look just better for Gen.G, period.
Now, Upmine also, we saw it earlier on, GMD, we saw a little bit from him. He was looking confident, he was feeling confident, right? But when you get an ace, you just feel so much better. That man tore it up.
Yeah, not just the ace, right? Like, we have to talk about the impact of the character really throughout the entire map, because we ended up seeing the combination between the Brimstone and the Viper really well. One of the biggest examples was actually a big fail from them. We ended up seeing a big example back at, I think it was over in B main, where we had an early orbital strike coming in from GMD. Maybe the communication wasn't right with Kusta, and we didn't end up getting the utility right. There was a snake bite right at the end of that. But even then, you could see the tips. You know, you could see some of the examples that this team actually had going later on into the half. And also, mainly, just trying to take most of the advantage possible back into the choke points. We ended up seeing more pushes back over towards mid after Gates started being a little bit more of an issue. And yeah, no, in all honesty, we just ended up seeing Gen.G really adapting well.
Now, you know what? We all love flashy plays. We all love hype pieces. Let's talk about the flashiest side of this game now. The sniping on the side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Potter was talking about Nitro and Jet. We saw the opping, but even seeing Hiko with the Marshall, they are so dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, that just has to be the dynamic of Breeze, right? But really, this entire team has some sort of experience on that sniper rifle. And it is kind of cool seeing, like, the Marshall meta starting to come up a whole lot more back over towards Breeze. It's a sniper's paradise. But no, we end up seeing the Marshall coming out early on in rounds, and it's really just that guarantee that we want. We want that one shot. We ended up seeing Nitro in a lot of high-pressure situations, still able to get a lot of flexibility just off of that Marshall, and with a little bit more movement. Also, just Nitro on the Jet. What a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, he did pretty damn good on it.
Yes.
Look, it sucks that they had such a deflating round, and you could just see it kind of snowballing out of control for these 100 Thieves guys, but they were swinging back. Nitro was pretty involved. I will say on the attack, it did slow down. When he started picking up the operator on attack, I'm not a fan of it. I don't like operators on attack. I do see an argument for it on Breeze. As Gus just mentioned, it is the sniper's paradise. I gotta be honest, right? But it just slows things down. And as I mentioned before, I want to see Asuna baiting Nitro. I want to see Nitro dashing in there, hiding into the smoke, stucking, drawing out all that aggro, all that attention, all that contact, and giving those opportunities for Asuna.
Yes. Now, we had our quick flicks and now plays, but our next play has some beautiful instant karma presented by Karma Money with Pinnacle Door gameplay.
Oh, absolutely at its pinnacle. So we ended up seeing such a cheeky little play early on, but it was the spark plug for this team. We ended up seeing a reset off of it, and look at this. Ethan trying to open up this gate, trying to bait out over towards that back line, and desperately Nitro, Hiko needing support over towards that site. If Hiko was still able to get onto that site just a little bit earlier, I would like to think that at least an attempt for that spike would have been made. Gen.G, it was the name of the game really throughout the entire day. We ended up seeing just delay, util, and hey, if you could cheese out the gate, I mean, why not, right? Door stuck.
Yes, now that right
Door
there.
stuck.
Yes, the karma. Now, Potter, map number 2.
Oof.
It's going to be a big one. 100 Thieves currently down as the #1 seed, and we're going to split. Gen.G can close the door on this opportunity right now for 100 Thieves to try to make a comeback.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, I'm expecting something different here. I'm expecting,
I hope so.
You know, I kind of hyped up the fact that Hiko should be on the Viper. Certainly, first split he will be. I'm looking at Boy. He's probably going to be busting out the Astra. It's a completely different look than what we saw on Breeze. Breeze is very much dually. You're looking for picks. You're very pokey proddy. Split, you got to draw out the utility. You have no business making your way up mid or no business making your way into A site without knowing what util is on the table still. So I think we're probably going to see things slowing down quite a bit on this map, but I'm ready for it. He goes Viper. I'm ready.
I'm definitely ready. Now, up mine, this is big. LCQs, you know, favorites are going out the window right now. What is on your mind knowing that the last seed, Gen.G, might be able to pull this off? The first upset in the first match of the day, man.
I was about to say that. 8 seed versus the #1 seed. Again, the only reason why Gen.G is even here is because they beat 100 Thieves all the way back in March. So, hey, they've been riding that high all the way since then, I would like to think. No, but seriously, at least over towards Split, we're going to see a couple of different changes back over towards that utility setup because, again, that dump is going to be so important. But really, Gen.G, they don't even like to play with a Sentinel on the map. They've just been going for a lot more. They've been going for the double duelists, double initiators, almost triple at this point. And again, it was almost the same exact play as over on Breeze. It's that delay. But on Split, we're going to need a little bit more picking and prodding. So don't be surprised if we end up seeing a bit more effect from players like Nature and especially Sean.
Now, this is going to be pretty important. We always talk about 100 Thieves in their composition lineup because of, you know, the big roster change, right? But you also got surprised about certain agents being picked on the side of Gen.G last map.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I still was shocked. I'm still shocked at the fact that they still ended up bringing out the Jet. And also on this next map, I mean, do we really have to be surprised if they're going to be pulling out the Jet on Split? Yes, they do want a little bit more utility. And yeah, they have been playing up, at least before, they were playing up with actually KO and Raze instead. But honestly, it still is very much a surprise what we're going to get up in this next map. But you kind of see the statistics already. This team more or less has the idea of what they're trying to go for. My biggest question here is, how is Temperature going to be able to play this map? What is his role going forward? Because easily he could go back to his initiator and try to replace at least one of those pieces of util, or Gen.G switching up their play again and going back to a Sentinel.
Yes, now for the agent select screen, just for those of you that are currently tuning in for the first time, the numbers you see is for stage 3 and the probability of them picking that agent. But Temperature is going to be on Cypher and Hiko. You called it, Potter. He's on Viper.
I love it. I love it. Now, I guess the biggest question for 100 Thieves for sure is Asuna going to stick to the Reyna or is he going to play the Raze?
Oh, he has to go on.
Oh. Yeah.
Asuna Raze?
We could absolutely see it.
Yeah, because we're probably going to see
Breach.
Nitro. we're probably going to see Nitro coming back onto the Jet, and there it is. The Astra coming through for Boy, and there it is.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, Quamond on Astra, Asuna on Raze to finish up the Agent Select. Upmind, what's going through your mind right now?
Very quick thoughts. We ended up seeing a big change. Astra coming in, that is just more utility. Brimstone Supremacy, it's gone.
Brimstone Supremacy is gone. All right, now, down the line, are we getting a map 3?
Yes.
Potter, please.
I'm saying, believe me.
We're here for the show. Let's get him out there. Let's get it.
Potter looks stressed. Upmind doesn't know what to think, but you know what I want?
Dude.
I'm going to see map number 2, so let's go ahead and hand it over to my man's Riven Van Silly for map 2. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much. We are just about ready to get into game, and oh my God, I am excited for this one too because both teams have such a fantastic split to watch, and now they vary up the script, especially the side of Gen.G here. Switching back Kusta, going back to Sage, like cast your mind back to remember that.
I am so giddy right now because this is what we wanted, right? We talked about the appetizer in the first map. This time, everything that we were speculating, what's going to happen with both of these rosters, what else that's going to be new that's going to be brought out. And you already saw it when the Plat Chat boys said, hey, might be some agent changes, wink, wink. Boy now finally goes into that controller. So the rumors of like, hey, is Boy going to play the Astra? What's Nitro going to play? Is he going to stick to a Jet? Answered. On the other end, though, for Gen.G, Sean's not going into a Sky. This is a full revamp. We haven't seen the KO anymore. So the comp that they had where it was like that 23-21 against TSM before on this map is totally revamped at the same time too. And I don't know what this playbook's going to have for Gen.G now with this roster.
If you would consider so much more methodical taking of each spot, they would have the Trailblazer, the Flashes here, as well as the Roomba, if they're running the Raze too. But now we'll have to see Gen.G take these positions with force, with that Astra utility, and GMD, as well as Nature. We have to talk about all of these. GMD only has a handful, literally a handful of Astra games to be played, and none are very recent.
And it's no Omen right now where we usually see him play on this map. And what's good with Kusa going back into a Sage that we haven't seen in months is that combination of slow orbs with the paint shells is also going to do a lot of damage. So let's see how this plays out, though. Back into the game. We're looking for an aggressive split into this B side. The wall is up, but the first blood is going to be Asuna.
Pulls the pin and finds a frag. GMD goes down to start things off. The heal now for Kusta is a self-heal with that Sage. And obviously a dead to right spot. Asuna goes for the 2 and done. Ethan's going to find one more on that, and now it's going to be the take on the B as they start to pinch in. Hiko finds a good frag, but Gen.G is starting to encroach on the site with 2.
30 seconds left.
Very whittled down. It's going to be a tough hold. Nature takes down Hiko, and this evens things up, but almost not really. The HP is just so low. Oh my God. They swarm onto the site. That was comms saying they are low. Go and right-click your life away and take them out.
You're already loving, or I'm already loving what I'm seeing from Boy, right? Hasn't played any Astra at all, comes into this one, did some perfect suppression into the male side to allow for Asuna and even Ethan to get these kills and fall back into sight. What happens after on a 2v2 retake? More stars into the ground, the Nova Pulse to come out, just disrupting a plant into the B site to allow these kills to happen very quickly for 100 Thieves. It shows now that Boy has put work into this agent.
Looks like they already have a few stars, one in mid, just to make Gen.G consider pushing that. Could be a gravity well, could come up as a nebula. The smoke wall will always be first, and it is going to be a gravity well. Here's the paint shells, the follow-up Spectre, as they spam those weapons, not being able to see tracers for Gen.G on the other side. 100 Thieves fly through and wrap that one up in mid real quick.
And that's 2 rounds now from Pistol into the second round. That Gen.G slowly scales up into like a mid control and tries, at least on the first round, to hit into the B side. That last round, no idea because he got stopped right on mid. But what I'm trying to get to is that I feel that Gen.G will have to start pulling these stars out a little bit faster, or at least early into the round against Boy, so they could actually rescale back into that mid control. So that playstyle of trying to explode is not going to work out here for Gen.G.
We'll see how they place those. There are their own few towards mid so they can get some safe peeks. And 100 Thieves on their side using a quick Sky Flash towards A, doing some things just to suss out if anybody could be there. And we see a quick rotation from Ethan now over to mid. They're trying to read this as Kusta throws up a wall. A lot of util here, but not too much action yet. Vance, Nature is looking to make that impact on the site. Still no frags. The 5v5 retake, hardly ever seen here on Split.
This is going to be insane here.
Oh, my word.
So 100 Thieves on his Spectres all across the board. I mean, you have like, what, 1 star left here for Boy to try to help out to retake the site. But Ethan potentially will have a flash soon as he trailblaze towards the back. But Gusta, he's watching his flank.
This is scary because you leave that out. I guess not. I thought they were going to try to pinch him in and get a Vandal for themselves. But Gusta's going to be able to stay alive and stay alone, as now it's going to be worked downstairs into sight. Nature here holding just on that top ramp side. Kusta has the rear. I'm going to have double flank protection here as well, and this is going to be a tough one for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, at this point for Ethan, maybe it's just to look for some econ damage if he can. Successful with the first one. Hiko at that point will potentially save the rest. And you see, there you go, Ethan's running into that one. Try to do a bit more, and that's going to be it. So at least Gen.G, they get the first round onto the board. Yep. Unfortunately, Nature dies to that as well, so that's great econ damage at the same time on the end of 100 Thieves. But now you're also seeing here, they did have a small change of pace to only have Kusta on his own on mid side, putting up that wall. So these type of like executions into walling up towards ropes could be fully denied right away. Why? Again, paint shells and the gravity well from that mid-side control for 100 Thieves. So any type of those walls going in from the ropes could be broken right away, which means that the utility from Kusta gets immediately expended.
Yeah, that's got to be recognized as well, right? 100 Thieves has to play off that, understand what's being done. 3 stars here for Gen.G over towards mid, with one of those becoming a Nebula. And they see the quick draw back and dismiss here over towards A. So a lot of just figuring out where each other are without doing that at the end of their rifles. The guiding lights being a big help there from Ethan.
And the wall started off aggressively on mid-side on defense to potentially show the hand of 100 Thieves that from round to round they might try to fight back on the mid-side instead of going for that combination, right? But if you're looking at everything else that's currently being set from Gen.G, they look for some early control towards this A side just to default things out, just to pull out rotations, and also to utilize these stars that were placed at the beginning from Boy. What does he have left? Not much, as we're finally trying to re-hit towards mid for Gen.G.
And you have an op for Nitro. He is hard holding that angle towards B, so no info there. It's going to come from mid or A right now. 100 Thieves knows at least that. Did they just wall him in?
This is perfect.
That is so smart.
Yeah, because the wall is going to be heard potentially from Hiko right now, but they're still pitching back on the A side for Gen.G, so this could be a late flank later on coming in from Sean. This is nice. This is nice.
Hides in there. Little cat and mouse trick. If anybody tries to rotate through, they have a present and a surprise waiting. Nature straight up and down as he just does a rainbow rocket pack. And now it's going to be a few hits. The guiding light comes up huge. That was a great flash coming in from Ethan as he went down in the situation. And 100 Thieves was starting to thwart everything. It was no rotation needed there. And Sean was not able to come up with a flank. Everything happened too fast in sight, but you still got to love the idea. It's really cheeky.
Oh, yeah. And with this comp right now, we mentioned at the beginning, right, where you don't have a Sky coming out from Sean anymore when they're trying to take a site. Yes, he's got Leers with the Reyna, but
so hard.
He's playing the Rain Alert pretty much at this point, as we like to, as we like to meme from time to time, right? But when you're looking at that type of position, the map position from Boy in the back of the A site, if there's none of those guided lights to try to push him out or try to blind him, you need to utilize something else in the back there. So now that GMD is also in his roster playing that Astra, I want to see these stars on that A side to disrupt and push Boy out from behind map.
Nitro was not seen there last time. Why not play the same spot? Oh, collateral through the head! Oh, straight through the neck, rises up to the face. He's taken out 3 already, and now they continue to push into B. They're just going to find Kusta here to take him out. Rounds are easily won if they're ecos, but when you do it with an impact like that, it adds a little bit of intensity to your opponents, and they're going to feel that one from the power of Nitro.
I'm at least happy right now from Gen.G's perspective that on an eco, they're like, hey, we haven't really tried to look into B where Nitro's really playing. This is now the first time that they realize that Nitro's playing the op. So there's 2 things that can happen right now too, is that Nitro, they could start rotating him around in different spots to op in different spots, which you see right now. He's opping towards the A side. So Gen.G is going to have to cycle around the map so far just to try to avoid it if they can't take him down early.
This is the first time we've seen all of Gen.G now over towards that A site. How do they play it? Nitro's hit. Nitro stays. He's going to get that dart out of him real quick from the Cypher cam of Temperature here as they start to move up. These are both cages for Temperature. They want to execute on this one. Nature does get in. That's what we missed last time.
Oh my God.
Nitro misses this time. Nature takes him down. The 5v4 as they get to the site. Elbows protected. Ramp is walled. In Vans, it's 100 Thieves retake.
I can't believe that he still got that kill. He satchel charged into the site with his knife out, and Nature pulls it out, does a 180 for that kill. So you see at least a satchel movement, and look at that. This is what we want on this retake. Pushing out the map position, but at least for 100 Thieves.
That's a great pinch. They know everybody's on the left side due to that last utility used by 100 Thieves coming out of heaven. Not so much now that they've lost eyes on the site, but it's going to be the take.
Boom.
Asuna in, 2, 3, 4. That's what they needed.
Oh my
no more.
God.
100 Thieves with the instant shock and awe retake.
You're trying to give some breathing room for Gen.G to play some pulse plans. That is not going to happen. 100 Thieves that did a perfect job just to cycle and pinch everybody into elbow. Because I mentioned it before, right? I think it was pain shells on top of a snake bite in the back of map. Nobody's going to play behind there. Sneakers to come out. The showstopper to get rid behind of the flower pot. And now you're just able to pinch from screens and also from main site, knowing where the last players are for Gen.G's in there. You just line up because it's just easy kills going on there for 100 Thieves.
Vans, that's the kind of stuff you love to see.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Teams should have executions for retakes and site takes. That was
yeah.
an execution on the retake to take that. Awesome stuff to see. Gen.G put back a little bit after that one, having the spike planted, and so many in sight are back onto Spectres, but they do have their showstopper available.
Half buy coming in now for Gen.G, and they're still trying to figure out where they could play this Nitro. So I like that they're smoking in the beginning, and that's the first shot rang. Are we going to pull back now for Gen.G, sorry, or we're still going to try to go for it?
And like you said, Nitro continues to stay mobile, omnipresent with the op at the beginning of the match. We talked about his first bloods, and he pulls up another one here in round 7 as they start to trade back and forth at B Heaven. Mailroom is a mess, and the spike is there right now, along with Kusta. Where did they decide to go? The res is still there.
Exactly
Do they wait? Do they res? They figure out where the opponents are, where the danger is, and Kusta realizes he has no chance to res anybody right there.
But it's an open site, right? So he can slowly get into the A site. He's got the spike, so you don't really want to res at the same time, but you need to react a little bit faster. Keeping Sean right now into B site and having Temperature rotate all the way back with Kusta.
Oh, this is great.
This is huge, exactly.
This is so good from Gen.G to just play off the ball where Sean is making noise.
And plan for a heaven right now, because if Temperature, or Sean, sorry, is able to stay alive, he's going to be the late flank and rotate on A heaven, where it's planted for him perfectly.
Do they have a cam to set up? It's not going to actually be there just yet. Still on B. Hasn't pulled it back, so they're just working off of what they see and what's in front of them. All 3 members, 100 Thieves, staying in stride as they take it from the screen side. Nobody in sight. They're using action of Austin, or Nitro rather, into the site to make this work for themselves. Both are all scattered at every end of A site for the Gen.G defense. There's one coming in from another one from Kusta. He comes up huge with the battle sage. And it's got to be the defuse for Nitro right out in the open. After they peek him, they do, and that's going to be the round for Gen.G. They stop the bleeding, they take another one back, and they bring us to 8.
That was the most important neural theft coming out there from Temperature to get that information in the end. And I was going to tell you guys, chat, put the -8 on across in the chat, because we saw it off screen, but the instant that the showstopper came out from Nature on mid side to try to create space into B was fully nullified by who yet again? Then the operator, Nitro, as that jet to really foil the plans in the beginning. So that was nice, but the adaptation in the end to get the kill and get the neural theft and really rotate it in the right spots for Gen.G was nice. Money is right for both ends. Gun round coming in.
And a little more aggressive first contact as he plays up on the box with the ability to dash out. And look where you have Hiko as well, ready to help Nitro on the tail end if he does get hit by any of Gen.G.
Shoot dash.
Shoot dash, indeed. Will it happen? Just a few more seconds. 3, 2, almost another collat. Doesn't dash on this.
2 HP on Kusta.
Oh, he does. Yes, you're right. Good call. Knows he had to look for where the gravity wells could be and dove out a little bit later with the beautiful smoke there coming in from Hiko. And Gen.G now thinking of how they could work this. They get that res back in. easily played. And you know what? They found Nitro.
Yep.
So almost a big win there because he has to move, and now they separate where they could be from him. It's kind of like what we heard Hiko saying. It's like, just avoid the good player. Sorry, that was Nitro saying just avoid the good player. They're doing the same thing exactly.
And now it's a double mind game, right? Because now we know for Gen.G, the offers towards B, they kill Noise, they rotate out Nitro, then they're going to re-hit B later on right now. But there's still a late lurk from Kusta. He who got late earlier on, they forced a res at the beginning for 100 Thieves, which was a great win, but now you're guessing once again.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, not enough has happened. They're basically retaking everything.
Here comes
Nitro could be in the same exact spot again. Ethan's making quick work. 2 from Hiko, almost a third, but he goes down in an almost one and done spot. Gen.G make quick work of him, and 4v2 now. As the Cosmic Divide comes out, a little bit of trickery with the audio play here. Nice flashes coming through. Asuna with the quick jump classic, a little bit of cheese, and he's gonna get that frag as well. GMD goes down 6-2. A back and forth starts to hurt the econ fans, honestly, because you get the $3 grand for a win, you buy out, and then you're hit with 1,900 credits, not being able to purchase. We'll see if that's the case here, or if again, Gen.G have been kind of saving the money in their pockets. They were independents in the first map, and they got back to the lead and the win. We'll see if they can keep that econ going strong again.
And the little change coming out at the same time when they actually had Nitro rotate out from. I used to call that garbage, right? The spot on the left side when you come in.
Oh, the back left for B?
No, just into the front side where Nitro got the collab,
gotcha.
right? So Nitro leaves, and when he leaves, there's actually Hiko that's going to lurk back inside again. So when you're trying to recontact into the B site for Gen.G, and you're like, okay, well, there's no more operator trying to go for an aggressive peek, technically we might not need to look towards that corner. They don't. Hiko gets a nice 2K and some great suppression from Ethan. That was like a very important kill that happened towards the A heaven side so that Ethan could actually get some utility to flash down towards Pillar and allow Asuna to get that highlight kill on that 2K for the hold into that B site.
And you only have a few chances really to make those plays work.
Correct.
Right? You're not going to fake them out again by hiding where Asuna or Nitro just was.
Right.
So setting those precedents, knowing your opponent will play off them, and that they're identifying them, right? You're giving them the credit that they'll identify the situation, but then turning the tables. 100 Thieves kind of trying to use everything here. And Gen.G, I feel like, again, it's taking them a little bit, but we're seeing that source come online. We're seeing that power, where the strength's going to come from. A few rounds here, a few rounds there is exactly how they started on Breeze, and then they started on second half to really take it to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, right now for Gen.G, we still have a couple of rounds to work with, right? On the attacker side, there's still 4 rounds to work with. And with those 4 rounds, unfortunately, potentially, there could be only 3 rounds left because they're on an eco, right?
That's
on
true.
Their end. But after that, I want to see, I want to know if we're going to get a little bit more out of temperature of like this lurk play towards the A heaven side where Cyphers usually play, so they could try to pull these rotations a little bit more, so they could try those re-hits that could maybe work after that.
We talked a little bit, Vans, about how it is very hard to control this map when you're low on econ. You don't have the smokes to create the angles you want. So run it through A heaven is the exact thing they're gonna do here. Quick, wow, really? What a little snapshot by Ethan. But no, as I was going there, not having the econ means, once you're holding a site, you can't really do anything. Trying to get into the site, you don't have the smokes to get back to it. It just becomes so difficult because both of these spike sites require you to drop in and be right in the mix. It's not like Breeze, where you can take shots from 1,000 yards away, right? So it definitely makes a difference, and that's why we're seeing these eco rounds just be so tough at this level. It's very, very hard to come up with that. So a quick farm up by 100 Thieves, and we're on to the next.
Asuna is also doing a very good job as this Raze player too. If it's not a lot of damage that you're counting up with the pain shells that he's throwing, it's also to see how much space he's creating and also stopping these quick pushes that's coming out from Gen.G. So if it's not Nitro to try to clear up, you're going to have to try to clear up at least the pain shells earlier on from Asuna and try to take control of this of these areas around the map. So very nicely done by 100 Thieves on his defense. A lot stronger than what I usually see here from 100 Thieves as well on this map. We'll see right now at this point. 100 Thieves looks as comfortable as it did on the first 5-6 rounds of Breeze, right? But we've seen how that happened in the end.
Yeah, the retakes are very telling for what 100 Thieves has the potential to do.
Yes.
We saw just the triple retake as they came in from screens together, right? We also saw the other retake when they came flying into the site, fuse lit on every member that was entering the site to get that win. So they're just gelling so well right now that makes it a tough team to fight against overall. If you're looking for a lot of things or a lot of reasons, sometimes it's just first to the shot, first to the act, and that's what it seems like they're coming up on. And they're making it a little bit easier for the points you said, slowing down Gen.G with nades, making sure these are very difficult situations and not just a walk in the park, because I think they recognize now without, as well, Sean on that sky, it's very difficult for Gen.G to get an idea of what's around the corner, how to expect and approach a situation.
Correct. And so far, even looking at the comp that you have with this double duelist, we're not really seeing the double duelist working together for Gen.G either, right? And for the satchel charge entries coming in as well for Nature,
I've loved those.
But I've only seen them. I guess that one round where he almost flopped it literally into the A
We
side.
need to see more.
Yes, exactly. But the second time that he used it, it was through a showstopper, and it got immediately stopped, right? I want to see a little bit more potentially of Nature trying to create that space. You know, when Christine was also talking about 100 Thieves, how Nitro is trying to create that space, and then you have Asuna as that second one coming in. I'd like to see this from Nature and see if Sean can move in as well, because you definitely know that they have that aim and that firepower to be able to work together and open up these sites.
And they kind of just put it into what Nature usually does, and we saw it from Nitro on the one round. Double up draft, dash in. It was like, it's up to you guys on the ground to get the frags. I'm just eye in the sky. Do that. Have Nature jump in. Get those Lears out. Let's see those extra utility executions coming in from Gen.G here.
Oh, yeah.
And they just have to get away from this guy on the screen with the operator around all these angles. And you have to consider, too, we see lots of ops. I want to say lots of. We see ops on split.
Of course.
But it does become a very difficult weapon to make a retake with or be able to act quickly. If you lose your entirety of your team, you're left with the op, and then we all know what that's like. You're looking for a rifle almost. So that's also kind of a tough buy, but they're making it look easy on the side of 100 Thieves.
Exactly. That's one thing that I really like from 100 Thieves is changes so far in the agent comps, because usually we always talk about Asuna as like the star player, the fragger and stuff, and then Nitro comes in as like a veteran from a different scene.
Yeah.
And we see how 100 Thieves are like, okay, we're usually the veterans who want to let the youngins shine. Nitro says, no, not yet. I'm still on my way to my peak, and I'm going to show it to you guys, and he does it in full fashion.
We still shine in our old age.
Like a diamond.
Exactly. 10th round here coming in. Looks like a 2-3 split across the map, but this is
huge.
given 100 Thieves mid now. They can easily tell where the rest of Gen.G are for this round. Not easily, I should say, but that they are split between the two sites.
So I wanted to talk about Temperature trying to do more pressure after the pause. He did it. Got owned by a Trailblazer and got killed by Ethan. So there goes that plan foiled of trying to pull out rotations.
Damn it,
the rest of them have to work together. Yeah, cast a curse. My apologies,
Oh,
chat.
the push. See, that was all played off of audio.
Yes.
Not much movement had to be done by 100 Thieves, but they can hear the footsies of Gen.G trying to make the moves, and Hiko literally setting up a wall of denial here where the Viper's pit into one way on that toxic smoke. Blast, no Lear to follow, but it doesn't matter for Nature this time as Hiko goes down. He's in the back of the site, finds a frag. No, Kusta onto Asuna there. And it looks like Ethan's up top, doesn't have a chance to get in, but will look to make a kind of information call on what that guiding light's going to call out for the team. And he says, yep, backside for sure. Nobody's pushed up. And now they have two up top and Ethan on bot. How are they going to retake on this one, Vans? It will be very tough. One more guiding light. Oh, he gets three. The transfer's disgusting. Nature now. They see the barrel of his weapon. He's not going to be able to do enough, and Boy takes him down. Are you kidding me, Ethan? What are you?
Well, you wanted to know how they're going to do it? Well, it's Ethan right there. I mean, we talked about his performances as how it's been so good in Berlin, and we wanted that to continue into the last chance qualifiers here in North America. And with that, yes, that's the single utility that was left right now for 100 Thieves to try to retake that site. But we talked about, we didn't talk about it yet, the quote-unquote nurse of Sky, where she can't really go for those fast flashes around the corner. Ethan just showed us that she's still very viable for individual plays, and that he was able to get just beautiful sprays through the smoke at the same time, because you're pushing everybody through the smoke, or through the guided light, to be condensed in the smoke, and it's just easier sprays.
I think we just had it wrong. It was Berserker Sky before. Now she's still Battle Sky.
Yeah.
It is available. Oh, that's the missed shot. What a play. Nature not catching us off guard here as he tries to come up big with a frag. And that's quickly 3 down, 2 for Gen.G, 1 on the side of 100 Thieves to start off round 11 is Boy. looks to make that a little bit more in their favor. What is with these collapse shots? GMD down to low HP here too.
Oh my.
And now they're just toying with him. That was going to be a bit of a save round there for Gen.G. A tough one to pick up as 100 Thieves identify, find their opponents, and take them out for another round.
This is an indication that our Rays are starting to get loose on both ends, because we saw nothing but people flying through screens on both ends of the spectrum right now for Asuna and for Nature. That immediate counter from the first kill that came out on the top of A Heaven side of Gen.G, and Asuna comes out with a showstopper to say, look, any type of splits, I'm stopping this right away. And so Gen.G, they can't really play their game right now. We talked about, hey, Rays are able to do it. This time you're playing into 100 Thieves' hands on Gen.G's map pick.
I love that gas wall too. Hiko puts it up again. It deters what happens in middle right away, but not for Nature. Not for Nature. They miss. Blast pack out from Asuna. Oh my god. Just back and forth around this wall. It's going to be two from Asuna. Straight in the face of Gen.G. Hiko's able to take another one down with the back up there onto Kuste. Sean now answering back. Do they have enough from the side of Gen.G to continue taking out the members? Nitro gets caught looking at the elbow as Sean taken down by temperature, and Gen.G is heating up for this one. A quick tag on what was the uplink, but they are no longer in that spot. And here we go. Entrance coming in now from the ultimate.
That's it. I mean, the spike is down. The hat, yes, gave a lot of information with the neural theft, but you put a Viper's Pit right where the spike is, and this is going to be nearly impossible for Gen.G to come back into this one. You need a miracle.
He's just searching. He's actively searching with these. I love it. He's like, so if he can't, he can't place it right away, somebody's there. It will actually red out. I believe it will red out, because if your teammates walk in front of you trying to place one, it doesn't do anything.
He tried to fake it so he could throw a camera at least to spot somebody to allow Sean to get in, but now it's over. You have a countdown on the cooldown of your camera coming back, and boom, cannon 6 through the Viper's Pit, that's it.
Boom. Difficult there. Ethan and Hiko come up with those expected frags. 10-2 for our first half, and what a first half coming out of 100 Thieves this time. It seems like they were a little bit spiced up after losing on Breeze there in such a close matchup.
They wanted to play, they wanted to win, and now they want to take this to the third map like we wanted.
All right, we will be taking a quick break, but there's more Gen.G versus 100 Thieves coming up right after for Last Chance Qualifier. Don't miss it.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Lost up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Lost up, feeling like I can't lose.
No, I can't lose. Higher power, make sure that couldn't happen. Flashing the way I flick the wrist, you think I broke it on the basket. Ask them, they'll tell you I sent that boy home on a mattress. Pass it if you can't clutch, I'll rev up and catch it. Like how I slid on Ox, he was acting savage. Talking about, let's see how you star and fails with action. Or I'll put cheese on your plate and let them wolves get active. You can't stop me in the paint, I got too many badges, boy. If you afraid of fire, then stop like magic. Put that heat up on your chest and colorize your patch. And she in love with how my diamonds look, they gotta dance. You know I can't never lose, I'll put my team up in that man. Yeah.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Lost up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Lost up, feeling like I can't lose.
I've been running up the play through the back door. Feel like shit when he snapping, broke the backboard. Work hard, play hard, yeah, we been there. I was down for a minute, got my leg back. Give me the game, I got plenty, give me a wave. Triple the stakes, told him I don't never play. I mean, Roof Chris, told him we was too lit. Give me the toothpick, picking out the players, Told him I wasn't even levels, it was layers, I can tell the way you talk that you a hater. You ain't never made a play with the guys. I've been in my own lane, made a wave on a high tide.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Lost up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Lost up, feeling like I can't lose.
take it my way. This lady don't play. All these people tryna call my shots with flex, but okay. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. No mistake, I'm the one who calls the shots, so get in line, babe. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. All these people tryna call my shots with flex, but okay. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. No mistake, I'm the one who calls the shots, so get in line, babe. Look at you. What you gonna do when this bad?
Welcome back to the last chance qualifiers of North America. It is 100 Thieves versus Gen.G. Gen.G came out swinging in map 1 on Breeze, down the whole time, but come back to take the victory. And now on to Split. 100 Thieves come out swinging, gloves off. A 10-2 first half for 100 Thieves as we switch it up, and now Gen.G's on the defending side of Split.
The comp that they had here for 100 Thieves on the defense was perfect right now for what Gen.G was trying to cook up, at least on their attacker side. But at least the sides have been switched, and I believe that for Gen.G, it's as strong, right? We talked about the Sage Wall, the Sage Orb and the Paint Shells. Gen.G could also do the same thing too. It's still pretty decent. The only thing right now is that they don't have that Viper. So that one way, that deniability and try to slow down on both extremities with a Viper and an Astra is not going to be there. But you have that Sage to compensate for that too.
3 stars instantly put up around mid, just to call danger to the side of Gen.G's defense.
You hear a lot of frenzy now.
Cover up all I grinding to the late night. That's the only thing I.
Nature waits. Of course he waits. Of course you do. He's going to walk along here, a little walk along the beach with Boy as he takes him down right in market. And now it is going to be everything has to be done with the classics here, Vans. It's going to be that 3v3 as they push in. Asuna goes down, temperature very low as he keeps himself out in the open. They know one is heavy. They're calling for Ethan. Oh my gosh, Nitro. They're calling that that's Ethan. They're calling that he's low, but he gets the 22 HP and an 11th round for 100 Thieves.
So the first
what the heck, Granny Stat? Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. And what's up again?
Oh, Ethan is far, man.
Yeah, Ethan's destroying, dude. He said, I'm mad we lost Breeze.
Let
me take care of this.
I feel as that could have been a very important trap wire to actually have that call for the other 3 players of 100 Thieves to take control of that A Heaven side.
Shazam so long, thanks for the 4 months. Thank you, bro.
Too many individual 1v1.
Caleb Evans, thanks for the prime.
It looked very good,
my coffee's here, guys.
But now realizing that it's 11-2 for 100 Thieves, you're forced buying into this one, and you're trying to bring this back early.
Main channel's down. What do you mean?
Spectre peaks from Sean.
Isn't this up right now?
If they want to get that
I'm watching the main
down.
channel.
This is a big buy here for Gen.G. They need to make at least some damage happen on this round. If they're not,
We got my coffee really quick. No way, Gen.G wants this round, right? Look at the UI. It's like shaking, bro. What's going on?
The mail room with just a bit of damage, and it looks like they will fake what will be a full work towards mid for now as the A wall set up for the Viper on that side. Now moving over, it doesn't look like Gen.G knows too much, but again, Gen.G plays on the retake. They do rotate a little bit slower once they feel like they might have an idea, and their attack on the retake is usually very strong. They need
Temperature playing passively. I mean, the camera that you see towards the A entrance could have put that cage up, but the site's already taken by 100 Thieves. This is going to be very difficult to try to retake. Are you actually going to try to gamble this one too, right? I mean, you have to. You force bot into this round.
Yeah.
I feel that you have to commit now for Gen.G.
How do they do it? Is it a 3-2? Is it the 4-1? 4-1 on either side. Pincering so they can make it through the wall. Nature takes down Nitro to start. It is a very good start. If they can find where the Viper is, that's going to be huge. Hiko still keeping himself hidden now as Sean drops Asuna. It's going to be a full Fury inside the toxic screen.
2v1.
Almost the kills coming in. Gen.G is able to make it work. That's the eco round coming up for Gen.G. A huge round for them. They persevere, and they keep this one very much alive for themselves.
Well, it could have been looking like a thrifty here, but you invested into 2 Spectres, you invested into 3 Sheriffs. So yes, you won the round, but you only had 2 players alive left right now. We have to know what the economy is going to be like for Gen.G. I don't think they're out of the frying pan yet, right? It's still cooking, it's still boiling right now. If you're in the shoes of Gen.G trying to retake this defense, but at least it's a great start on what you could have on the retake plays. We commended 100 Thieves on their retake style. Gen.G at least showed some promise in their retake play on that last round, sorry.
They could be there towards, you know, halfway of the spike being ticked down, and it still looks like they make such a nice execution. Both of these teams have a really great repertoire for being able to re-execute on a site and what they use to do it. Asuna, does he know it's going to be up top?
I love these.
Yeah, GMD a quick gravity well to make sure nothing follows up quickly after that frag. A bulldog for Kusta is he can decide to keep range in this as he's the one floating back and forth, bringing that advantageous gun to whatever site it may be needed at.
And you're starting to see a lot of these now, Riv, where the Sage Wall boost is not on her self boost because it takes a little bit more time after the Sage Wall to come up to switch out to your weapon. So to boost your own teammate, so the gun's already out to surprise your opponent is a great way to play. So very well done, at least for Gen.G on the opening kill.
Temperatures cam. Looks like it's actually still Heaven as he watches. That's being held by his teammates right now. Nature's pushed up. Nitro may try to get through the screen as they go down towards the site here. Nitro finds one. It's not going to be enough. 100 Thieves do what they can on an eco round, but Gen.G able to get the frags of their own. They did a good amount of damage in fragging down 100 Thieves, taking their guns and the lunch money in the past few and picking up a few of their own. And you got to say, Vance, Gen.G went through a bit of this, not as drastic last map. They know it's possible. They know they can get these rounds back. They shouldn't feel that pressure.
Exactly. At least it was like a 5-0. So we still have, what, a 7-round lead for 100 Thieves? But we are nearing the end game here for 100 Thieves to take this over. So you have to make sure on Gen.G's point of view that you're making as little mistakes as possible. And that last round was perfect, right? They only lost 1 player. They farmed up with Nature. He's able to get the showstopper into this round too. And this could be huge right now for a really big gun round for 100 Thieves.
Looking at 100 Thieves, it looked like 400, 500 there, and this would be a 3rd round loss if they take it. So you're looking at 3,400 credits next round. Again, they flip back into that eco vans.
And a spike plan would be huge too for the eco.
Spike would be huge. The Gen.G can thwart this round. They may be looking at a few more for themselves with that economy in mind for 100 Thieves. The mail room is here, and will they deliver this time? Through the gravity well, gets pulled in. Kusta capitalizing. Another one. No, Nitro is able to stop him dead in his tracks there. Very nicely done by Boy. Again, like you're mentioning, instantly being able to use these gravity wells to assist the team 100 Thieves.
And on top of that, you have more suppression from the slow orbs. So that gravity well perfectly gravitated one opponent to get an easy kill there for Kusta instead of 3 players, for example, right? So really nicely played for Gen.G to separate that push.
Sorry, I also said Boy, I meant GMD.
Yeah.
My mistake there is Sean making no mistakes to drop down Nitro. GMD looking, or Gen.G looking very good right here. Hiko kind of lost in the sauce, and Nature's going to be able to pick up that. Very nicely done. And yeah, sorry, again, that was GMD up there with the gravity well to make sure Kusta could get those frags. Awesome to see. It is one of those Astros we're kind of making a point of because GMD only has a handful of them, but it seems like riding a bike for him, being in and out of Astral form or making sure his stars are activated at the right time.
And there was no way for 100 Thieves on that first kill to try to go for an immediate trade because they were still pretty much very, very slow to climb up. So you're pretty much like in a tough spot. When you're facing off against somebody with a, it was a Bulldog from Kusta to be able to get those kills. Now Gen.G, the economy continues to build up. 100 Thieves are going to be on an eco. They're just looking for something very fast, and that's a great way to start.
Had he thrown the nade, that could have been a party. Roomba goes down. Oh my word, they're not able to take it down before it gets Boy, and this is chaos going down at A-Ult or Bramp right now. Left and right, So many angles to be tapped on. And this is GMD coming up with possibly the last few frags. A few from Ethan as he taps and peppers the last members of Gen.G in this situation. 11-6. We talked about what losing one of those rounds would mean. It would definitely mean a few more for Gen.G. I think this is back to the bye for 100 Thieves.
Some great spacing from both ends on both teams at that point, right? The toxic screen to come up, you kind of have one player from Gen.G baiting out his teammate because Nature was up there with the showstopper. You get the first trade, and then he hears the satchel charges. When he actually goes through the toxic screen, there's still players from 100 Thieves from behind to trade back, and then another player to trade in. So I think this is just really nice here from both of these teams, at least on the hold. The light at the end of the tunnel here for 100 Thieves is that it was a pistol buy, and they were able to do some econ damage, but it's still Gen.G that prevails in the end.
Keeping an eye on Kusta this round. Rez becomes so big this late in the match. We're nearing game point. Cosmic Divide and a Blade Storm could be all that 100 Thieves needs to cordon off a site and make sure they get it. The Rez has to be where they can get it. It has to be in a safe spot. Right now we see 100 Thieves working slowly with 3 members undetected here going through that rope area. And they're going to be able to get onto the other side of this trap wire.
That's off the camera there from Temperature. Our paint shells couldn't get any kills. We're playing a full retake here for Gen.G.
There's the divide into sight. And now this is how Gen.G once again executes. You still have Sean all the way on the other side. That spike's going to be planted. Now that turns the movement as Gen.G start to flip the map.
You didn't know, right? The Cosmic Divide came out. It could have been a fake because we had control towards mid side. We gave it up for Gen.G. Now this is a late rotate, so you're going to have to start seeing Gen.G moving a lot faster, but they don't have the sky flashes to help. So Sean's going to have to come up huge with his 2 Leers.
About 30 seconds left going into this one on that spike. It's going to be real hard to res here for Gen.G, so they got whatever is in front of them. Nitro starts it off on a Sean. Ethan with another as Temperature drops 2.
Ooh.
The new member of the team coming up strong, coming up poised, but he can't do it against Hiko, and boy, that's going to be a 12th round and game point for 100 Thieves.
So an opportunity to bring this into a third map for 100 Thieves, but that was very well done. Like I said, the retake coming in from Gen.G, you wanted a little bit more coming out of the Leers, but as soon as the Leer comes out and you're stepping into the site, you're stepping into a minefield. The counter flash is coming out from Ethan, the positioning from 100 Thieves on the crossfires, the trade was still very good. A 5 versus 5, we've seen that actually, I think with Pistol Round or something like that, where it just didn't work at all there for Gen.G on that retake. So you need a little bit more. Maybe you want to anchor a little bit more and try to do like basically Temperature get 1-2 die with it and then make it a little bit easier for a retake instead of a 5v5.
They may end with Asuna grabbing the alt orb here. Right now he's in market getting hit up by some paint shells. He gets away from actually.
And this is the first wall towards B side for the attackers too, right? So it's a nice little push here coming in.
Yep. They actually just grabbed Ethan's Seekers instead of the Showstopper. So they want this to be a played out round where they're figuring out where Gen.G is, and then on their execute, that's the above nade. Nature did that on Breeze as well. In the face of utility, it does not bother him. He'll still get the frag and make it out almost unscathed. Does finally fall due to the other teammate of 100 Thieves there. But
now it's an important decision. Important decision if you fall back from B side and try to fight for the res and play retake towards B. And with those Seekers, you're just fighting back for garage control.
And they're looking to actually get a Seeker to match. GMD pushing up. He wants to get away from the Seeker. Hopefully wasn't sought out at first. As Hiko does have ult, they get into here. It's going to be very tough for 100 Thieves to make this, or for Gen.G to make it happen. Kusta with the res. Is he going to be able to get into B main and find this? They have to use that res before this round ends. Oh, do they, though?
30 seconds left.
He turns. Oh, my God. They're able to get the last 2 playing with fire right now. They just dive into the Viper's pit. Vans. Oh, my God, my heart.
That was huge. I mean, that was the tough spot there for Gen.G because I was like, oh, my God. Kusta is so far away to be able to get a res for anybody, and that's not his fault. No. It was Gen.G trying to push forward and trying to regain map control. They had some perfect trades, but then instead, you go for the gamble of going inside the Viper's pit for a pill instead of securing a res. That is high octane, high balls for Pitfall for Kusta, actually, and that was very well done. So they're able to save this ult into the next round. We're seeing 100 Thieves back into an eco, and with the Blade Storm coming out from Nitro, it's not going to be any type of like early explosion, right? Because Gen.G just pushed really aggressively towards mid the last round. So this round, 100 Thieves are just slowing things down, slowing the pace into market, just to try to see if that pressure is going to come back from Gen.G. But Gen.G is doing the same thing. Slow default, but we're creeping towards A main.
And the ults are mounting for Gen.G. They keep getting a few more here and there. Nature's now halfway to that. Asuna could look to open up a site here if they can get past this wall. He's now dipping through as they both drop in to that middle zipline area, ropes rather. They're looking right at one of the trap wires or tripwires from temperature, so they're not going to fully take it. And it looks like the rest of the team will start to rotate out. One of
this around all over again.
The more default rounds we've seen from 100 Thieves.
So this gives me an idea now that we see this trapwire here, is that piss around, they actually did have the trapwire from temperature inside ropes because they almost went for that double flank into main again, into B main, that is, for Gen.G. With that said, though, first kill from Kusta.
Whoa! Oh, the double hold on the Heaven there didn't actually work out too much. 4 members now to take down temperature. That becomes almost an impossible side hold. Almost impossible, I said. GMD looking for the flash. Look at the turn for the flash. So aware of what could happen. And the rest of the team able to just come up on Ethan's kill there. Nature frags that one out, inching closer and closer to tying this one up. 100 Thieves still on match point, though. That pressure is there.
There was a moment in time where I thought 100 Thieves were able to swarm over that B side, especially at this moment when Kusa couldn't land that kill onto that showstopper, right? But that was because we had a beautiful flash from Ethan at the same time. And even if you weren't fully blinded by Kusa, you're forcing the crosshair placement outside of where you can get the kill on showstopper. So it's still really good. And like you just mentioned here with GMD saved that round. We talked about somebody that's somewhat quiet because he's playing an Astro, he's playing the controller on that previous map and this map as well. I mean, he got an ace on the previous round. He gets a 3K to hold the B side, so he's getting those impact frags in his role.
Come on. Doing a great job so far for Gen.G. And a little bit, we talked about it. You know, I said earlier he is the controller, the IGL, but a little bit of that pressure, as we have discussed, this event has been taking off of him.
Correct.
Been given to Kusta.
Yeah.
Now, while he'll probably still have a mid-round voice and still have a good voice because of being a great IGL and adding input, it helps to have more than one head.
Yeah.
It has seemed to unlock GMD.
I think that's the beauty of it, too. And I think where maybe there was it worked in the beginning, let's say, in 100 Thieves, the way that they worked their structure, right? Because you had somebody like Steel that was able to call, Nitro's able to do some in-game calling or mid-round calling, and you're looking at other teams that also have a lot of players that are able to flex into the IGL if needed.
Right.
Because a game like Valorant right now, it can't be like just one IGL calling things out. You need a lot of communication from not only your teammates, but where you're placed across the map, right? It's like, okay, I heard this is being used, and maybe whoever's playing on the other side of the map could help in that calling as well.
Our third map will be that icebox. I want to actually see it now. with what we've seen from both of these teams, the 8 seed to the 1 seed, showing you how close the competition is within those top seeds here at Last Chance Qualifier.
I mean, I'm agreeing with the players right now, saying like seedings don't matter because anybody can always win, right? So this is a good start. This is a good start.
Oh, what a phrase. Round 20 here. Who's going to be able to make this work in their favor?
They tried to put some early pressure here from Kusta and from Sean Delir. So we already expended one. You already expended the wall. And you still have your 2 slow orbs, though. So this is actually pretty good. On the other end, though, Boy put 2 stars in the end, maybe even 3. And you're splitting out that defense.
Great peek. And working together, too. They're moving up as a team, making sure they can get a trade off of any of these frags. Ethan with a little solo work here. Mission impossible for Mr. Hunt inside the A site. And he just gets himself almost to safety. The rest of the team pushing out. Gen.G Sean doing a great job at separating that attack squad inside of A to get behind now and see if he can retake with the rest of his squad. 2v2.
And he's got Spike. Oh, I'm not sure about this Cosmic Divide, though, because Ethan's still alive. Yes, he's low on HP, but they could work together right now with Nitro and Ethan, and hopefully by then you have an orb or a guided light that's going to come out so they could actually fight against Sean.
Awesome grab there. If they lose this round, Ethan goes down. He still gets Seekers. If he gets the kill, he still gets Seekers. So 100 Thieves have Seekers if they get in the next round. But Sean now trying to work it. You're going to need about 3, 7, 5 to plan. Do they get it in? He's got more than enough time, but he's in a very, very tight corner. Around, flying, comes the team. No way! Oh my God, big brain. Ethan coming up huge, makes Mission Impossible go all the way to the quadra kill on that round. And 100 Thieves are going to be bringing us to Icebox as they grab the second map. We've had Breeze, we've had Split, and we're going all the way to the final map.
Ethan just shrugged like the whole team just went, I don't know what happened. Because GMD played it perfectly. The Cosmic Divide for me was questionable, but with the time remaining going into the site, you actually had the stars come down. Look, he actually did the Nova Pulse and also the Gravity Well to actually close down the last two players of Nitro and Ethan plays the time. He's trying to rush out, but Gen.G's not playing the time, which allows the last player, Ethan, to get the Red Bull clutch on that 2v1.
One of the clutchiest Red Bulls clutches we've seen so far in our first two maps, and we are going to be breaking it out to a third one now. This is what makes me excited. We wanted it. We are going to get it. And looking at how this map actually went for 100 Thieves, what do you expect on, and Gen.G, what do you expect on the last one?
The last one is going to be a very tough one too, because the question mark now is what's the playstyle of 100 Thieves going into Icebox with no more steel? And for me, Gen.G has never been that team that looked good either on a map like Icebox, where I think they even tried at some point to play a Sageless comp. So we'll have to see what's going to happen into that third map.
Let's see some of the highlights coming in from the map. One of the biggest ones, again, Nitro. The first blood execution in these rounds from this man has set up 100 Thieves to really have such diverse rounds, because he can get one across the map and then the rest of 100 Thieves can flow into the aggression that they need to, just based off that operator.
I'm still flabbergasted by that 2v1 because there was literally 4 seconds remaining. Why would Sean run with his knife out around the corner? Because you have to plan at the closest possible moment or closest possible spot inside that site.
Yeah.
There's no way that Ethan could have made it towards default or behind map. So that was a round unfortunately thrown away, but at least it could reset to the third
Here it is, here it is.
Boom.
So, yeah, you're right, he did switch. Maybe it was going to be a quick Lear. I'm not sure if he still had one up.
Yeah.
But also, for Ethan to be like, yes, that is 2 footsteps. That is there are 4 footsteps. You know, that could have been somebody in heaven that he didn't have the frag on, but still understanding the situation, making it work, and making it count to bring us to a map 3. We are going to go to a map 3. The analysts are going to give you all you need to know right after this break.
Bloodshed, tears cried, cover up all I own. Grinding to the late night, that's the only thing I know. Been through the fire, now I want all the smoke. My dogs, they with me, I'll never be on my own. I'll never be on my never be on my own. Came up with my slime ball, we Ninja Turtles. Now we running things and leaping hurdles. On track to sprint past the ones that doubted us. We took a leap of faith, now that's a long jump. I reminisce on times we ain't had nothing. You find out who you really are when your ribs touching. Are you gon' quit when you can't pay your rent? Or y'all gon' lock up like Megazord? I walk around with flaming sword. I got your back like shoulder blades. We sharper together. If you see us with gold scissors, then we cutting the tether. Underground kings with above ground dreams. About to part the Red Sea. Tell Pharaoh let us free. Bloodshed, tears cried, cover up all I own. Grinding to the late night, that's the only thing I know. Been through the fire, now I want all the smoke. My dogs, they with me, I'll never be on my own. I'll never be on my own. I'll never be on my own. For my dogs, I do anything. Bad, give room, need like 50 feet. Got a cold and a remedy. I'm too sick for these boys. I'm fever and a histamine. Who you favor? What's your team like? What's your goal and is your dogs really down for the count? I mean like down when you broke and you troubled and thought. I mean like down when you seeing red all in the stocks. Oh no, I'm stirring the pot. I got some dishes to serve. Me and the squad eating beef like it's protein and we OD and I got them and they got me. We a gold chain cause we stay linked and that's word to each other. Not a thing gon' separate the tie between all my brothers. Tears cry, cover up all I own. Grinding to the late night, that's the only thing I
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do,
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, excel like POTUS, and I say open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, flex getting coldest. Crept down the court, bought with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and a step like clutch. Team G6 in the league, stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it, yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, ooh, hot, fresh out the skillet, yeah. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff on you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop.
Welcome back to the LCQ, where just craziness happens. 100 Thieves have tied up the series 1-1, and now we're taking it all down to Icebox for the tiebreaker map. And here on the analyst desk, we're going to break it all down. And I'm your desk host, Veli, here with my man's up mine and Potter. Potter, first things first. What the heck was that right there? Ethan went crazy for that clutch.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we saw it, right? You saw Ethan's body language, the reaction. He goes, well, he's just like, what the heck? How did I just win that? But, you know, I mean, if you're Ethan, you're saying, we take those. We absolutely take those. But, I mean, this round was a little bit of a fluke. I think you can obviously tell that Gen.G had some sort of breakdown in communication. Something went wrong. Only 4 seconds on the clock. Ethan, 19 hit points to his name. So definitely a little wonky, but either way, man, Ethan was an absolute stud this entire map. I mean, clutch after clutch, the utility. Not only is he getting frags for himself and buying that map control, but he's teeing up his teammates, right? I mean, you saw Boy back of map at A site, tucked, being super disciplined, waiting and biding his time, and the perfect timing. Ethan's bird coming over the wall. Everyone's blind, and boy, it's just easy kills for him. So definitely a lot of great things coming out for both squads, but that last round was a little bit weird.
It was kind of a
little weird.
Job
yeah, no, we all questioned that play.
Yeah.
The comeback was happening, but Gen.G, hey, they just didn't want it as bad as Ethan did. But you know who wanted things even more? It was the Jet play with Nitro once again, and Upmine. He just seemed to continuously open things up with that Jet op play, something that we're not used to seeing on 100 Thieves.
No, it's just good gunplay thus far from Nitro. I just think his mechanics, his intuition, I think he is almost unlocked. Same thing with him, same thing with GMD. Nitro now focusing up on that duelist role. Now he's just able to focus up on his fragging, and I mean, it absolutely shows. That collat opening up, spark plugging 100 Thieves throughout that first half. And listen, it's the defensive side of Split.
Yes.
Look, it can't really get much easier than the setups that they were putting. A lot of util dump, but also a whole lot of discipline from 100T. It almost seemed like a whole lot of points. They were just waiting for Gen.G to straight up walk into their traps, and Gen.G almost did it every single time. End score was 10-2 for a reason. You saw the stats up. Still, Nitro popping off in a position that we didn't exactly know he could do so.
And it's not just the opening kills that we're focusing on, it's what he does after those kills. Okay,
yeah, right.
He gets the first blood with the op, then he comes back for a collat. Like, what is that? But Potter, Potter, the last map, we're going to Icebox right now, and you brought up something really interesting, right? So this team, they currently have a new IGL, and both maps now, what has been happening?
You know, I think the biggest thing that comes to my mind is you mentioned, Veli, that potential comeback that was starting to happen. We got to remember, Split, it was not only a 10-2 first half, but 100T won the pistol in the second half. So the fact that it was that close in the second half, it's a little bit worrisome, I can't lie. So, hey, maybe that is the factor. You're missing your in-game leader. The captain of the ship is gone for right now.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, the sloppiness, a little bit of rustiness coming through, that's definitely a factor.
Up mine, when I asked for predictions, you were kind of a flip-flopper, man. You said, yeah, Gen.G, no,
man.
Now, we're going to Icebox. Everything is on the line right here for the first match of the day. This is so hype, right?
Hey, listen,
what are you leaning on?
I'm going to say this straight up. We had a pregame meeting. I said Gen.G would win.
You did?
I want to be a bit of a cop-out and be the contrarian. Like, I get it. But, like, I was legitimately feeling that upset potential for Gen.G. And, I mean, it came to fruition right in front of our eyes already on Breeze. And like you said, that momentum that Gen.G ended up picking up in the second half of Split, that is just straight up worrisome for 100 Thieves. On a map like Icebox, you're not exactly going to have as much freedom as you did on Split to be able to pull off those wider rotations. I feel as if the structure that Gen.G usually has on the defensive side, it's a lot more proactive in just keeping an eye on those back lines. 100T, if they're not able to get the moves right at the very beginning of these rounds, I don't think we're going to be seeing 100T take away this one. Gen.G, 2-1. Upset to start off LCQ, why not?
Let's go. Upset Central might be on its way. But Potter, it's time for the agent select and taking a look at what's been happening stage 3 with the percentages right here. Are you? We don't know what to expect with 100 Thieves once again.
Yeah.
It's always a surprise.
It absolutely is. And, you know, Vansili mentioned, are we going to see a stageless comp? And I think it's absolutely viable now more than ever.
With 100 Thieves on Icebox?
Look, hey, the box has changed.
No.
You can't spam it anymore. And if you're able to default, poke and prod, draw out util, I mean, seesaw back and forth, the Sage is becoming less and less sexy, in my opinion. So I think for the Gen.G guys and 100D guys, they, as I say that, there we go, both locked in right away.
Right, and it would be Ethan out of everybody that picks it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of experimentation, period, from 100 Thieves and Gen.G in the last few months, especially the integration of characters like KJ to the lineup, even just debating having that solo Sentinel. And I don't think we're seeing it this far either. We're getting ourselves the lineup that we more or less predicted. Still,
here we go.
Seeing that last one. Okay, Arsenal, we're back. Back on that Reyna, GMD, up on that Omen. That's a difficult one, yo, because GMD, he loves playing up that Brimmy, but the smokes on this map are incredibly crucial, and seeing him getting a bit more movement, that's cool.
Yes, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Tiebreaker map, we're going to Icebox, 100 Thieves versus Gen.G, and it's time to send this over to my boys, Vansili and Riv. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Veli, Upmind, and Potter. When it's the last chance qualifier, you use every last chance you get, and we are going to map 3 for the first series.
This is going to be fun to watch now, Riv, because they're going into Icebox. And looking at this now, I talked about both of these teams at some point wasn't playing any Sage anymore. Now they're playing a Sage, which I find very interesting, right? Because we are technically playing the latest patch on Icebox. And what has changed on Icebox? The boxes on the B site are not penetrable anymore.
Right.
Which means you could potentially use a Sage wall to do a little bit more. And I want to know, what are they doing with it? I know that potentially we're just going to have like the same type of Sage wall towards the A side, but towards B, are we going to try to actually gain more map control, more ground to plant inside that B side? And that's my question going into this game.
I think so. I think you're right. For a moment, you scared me. I was like, what has changed? What did I miss? We're 307, right? It looks like yellow's already held by Kusta here as we get right into the match, and they are, right, like you said, fans, heading for that B side. We'll see how they play it. The pistol round won't be too telling, but they do favor this site to start off. Sean gets the quick heal out as they back off from the toxic screen. And it is just a shot in the dark right now. Who's going to be able to hit one of these through the wall to start off? Waiting for the gas to come back up. You're going to have 15 seconds per wall once it does, as Nature starts off onto Boy. That's a big Sheriff.
Exactly. Double push towards the A side to kill. You know this hit's coming towards the B side right now, so you force the hand for 100 Thieves. You go for a plant. Look at that. Same wall, but you're planting inside the site right now at the wall side.
Absolutely. What a hit from Kusta again. Sean coming up big. Gen.G seem to have full control of the retake. 100 Thieves A bit worse for wear on this one as Hiko is able to find a sonar dart kill through the wall, but Sean cleans up a triple kill for himself. And Gen.G start off with a pistol round this time. They're going to start off firing.
It started off quite well, and it continues to be Kusta, right? He's been pretty much warmed up since that first map, and he continues right now. And Gen.G, with this pistol round win, is a great way to start things up. I'm trying to figure out what happened here on this push from the Reyna inside the site. So I feel that they not only did they have a Sage Wall on the default for 100 Thieves, but I think they also boosted Asuna to be able to get into the orange side of the wall and try to surprise some opponents on the other end. So I like that little change, but Kusta was ready for all of that. And Gen.G, they come in strong with a really strong buy, actually. Double Marshal, 3 Spectres, but 100 Thieves are looking to go towards this B side again, potentially get a spike plan for more money into the next round. Oh, no, they're falling back, sorry.
And that was Gen.G's first pistol win of the day. So we see, coming on. That's very big for them if they can start off this map in their pace, in their way to start taking it. 100 Thieves has had control of these early games so often. And now we may see a bit of a change. Pressure already from the side of Gen.G pushing through this A site. Oh my word! Clean up! Oh, too many, too much swing, too much left, right. Nature says, don't worry, pull! I got the last 2 as he takes them right out with a Marshal. And what an awesome little push up there coming in from the side of Gen.G to make that a quick second round.
Technically, GMD could have swapped the whole floor, mopped the whole floor with all those skills.
That's what we're waiting for.
It was 4 instantaneous Marshal kills coming out from Nature. Look how it's lit up right there. A collateral on 1 to get 2 kills, 2 more to follow up. So it shows how much damage GMD was able to make on that corner that he was holding. So some great way to cover each other's backstory right there on that A side. And what I also like right here is that usually when you're playing this double duelist actually on a map like Icebox on defense, those double duelists pushing it forward. But GMD's playing like that duelist pushing forward, but he gets punished here.
Oh, that tag? It was a tag?
None.
None. Nature just got hit up himself, is going in and out. You can see Asuna still very healthy there on belt. And the spike is dropped. 100 Thieves default here before they figure out what's going to be happening. Boy, a great trade in the 1v1 and sees Kusta trades that back as well. Great stuff from the newest member of the team to start off here on Icebox. A 3rd round now. Gen.G wants to grab this bonus, but it looks like they may be shut down as 100 Thieves plant on B.
Safe plant for sure. I thought Ethan also was going to try to pick up the orb so they could build up for the res, but it's Boy instead that picks up the orb. Just trying to do a little bit more damage here for Gen.G on this bonus round. So a backstab coming in. It's being read so far by 100 Thieves as well. 3 players moving back towards spawn side to stop it.
Hello. Great shot there. Almost another trade. Temperature. They have Boy now they're waiting for.
And you're definitely falling back after that.
Yeah. Like I said, we'll go hunting a little bit. Wait a minute. It's dangerous beyond these walls of defense. And it looks like they're staying quite close to the site. Boy with a few hops. He'll head towards the other side, Snowman, to keep safe along with Nitro. And it looks like they'll be able to come away with this round on the side of 100 Thieves. A 3rd round there. That's the bonus for Gen.G. So things semi going according to plan as guns get traded at the end of this, but we will have our gun round next. We'll see which way this match starts to trend.
So 2 upgraded weapons now for the 2 players there for Gen.G. And the question is right now, because Nature actually is one of those players that survive, right? And if you're unfamiliar with Valorant, if you're actually saving your weapons and you stay alive into the next round, the max bonus you're going to get is only 1,000 credits at that point here. So Nature's not going to potentially have enough to go for an operator that early into... Okay, he does. So he's able to have enough money. They built up enough into the round.
Yeah, that's the Marshal hold, right? Forever.
True, the 4K on the Marshal. I forgot about that one, too. Everything's going by so fast in this series that, everything that happened previous round is all gone.
That's a great point. These rounds are not going down to 15-second plant pressure site takes. They are hitting mid-round right off the first use of utility. No 30 seconds for signatures to come back up.
Still a wall bang there. At least a little bit of damage onto Ethan, so he's forced to use the heal early right now for 100 Thieves. But 100 Thieves are not stopping. The wall is already coming up. They're looking to get this pressure on this A side and potentially just wall up default.
Spike is waiting. That's in the hands of Boy right now.
Oh, they're walling for upper. They're planning for upper.
Yeah, one more frag here, and Hiko gets the ultimate for Hunters. That's not going to be the spike. They're where they want it. It's in Nest. Nitro comes up huge, though, with 2 quick frags at different elevations. They're able to get the spike, get that plant down. Hiko grabs the orb just before Hunter's Fury is online.
That's perfect. And because they don't have any more shock darts left to work with, they also don't have any snake bites for post plant. So that Hunter's Fury is going to be huge on this 2v2.
Looks like they split their power, but still looking for that 1v1. Sean just up top. Nobody's going to bite. Nitro in headshot spot at that plant area just now. Hiko finds one. Goes for the peek. Oh, that game of cat and mouse, fans. We've seen it so often between these two. Nitro doing such a good job of keeping himself in an unknown position. Waiting, gets the first frag. Now for the second. Hiko picks that up. Hunter's Fury still alive for the next round. And that is a win for 100 Thieves to tie it up.
And you're allowing Nitro to actually play this type of like danger movement to run around or walk around the back of the site, all because of that orb that they picked up for the Hunter's Fury. I think if Hiko actually didn't have that, you potentially
so
have
much
to play
safer.
Exactly. You have to play both players a little bit more passively so you can play for these trades. But having that Hunter's Fury gives that confidence for Nitro to be able to do this and get the backstab, and then you're able to save the Hunter's Fury into the next round later on. So this is actually really good for 100 Thieves. You could potentially see now Hiko going for that typical drone and also going for a Hunter's Fury entry if you want to.
Just a quick start up the gut fire. Shock darts right onto the orb. What are they focusing? They're focusing GMD maybe, or
just in general,
yeah. General ult, you're right. I think that's the call. Nothing too pressured there, but putting something on the menu to start off round 5 here.
Yeah. Snake bite, slow orb, and shock darts. That's huge.
Good luck getting out of that. Where does this go, and how do they execute? 5 members. They're looking strong this way. 100 Thieves is going to have to worry about the flank in just a bit. Hiko can hear the drone just on the other side of Tube, so they know that Gen.G is searching, and it is going to be Boys World here as they put down the Viper's Pit. Kusta drops Asuna. Whole lot of firefighting right now as everybody just kind of taking a breath before making their way in on the execution. Boy has to stay there, and they know he's dipping in and out of the far side of the ultimate. Everything happening just on the outskirts, and Ethan's there to come up with big frags. Once again, you see that name on the kill board. Hiko with 1. Will he find the second one? Toasting up Temperature. And it is not going to be that one. Temp getting the health back. The vulnerability wears off, but it's not going to be enough time now. Gives himself away with a shot of the Phantom, and they know he's at least yellow and encroaching to that position. Hiko gets out alive here. Does Boy make the exit down mid? He does. There's a frag for Hiko. Temperature goes down, and we see what kind of role Hunter's Fury did play coming into that. I feel like Gen.G is going to be able to put up a little bit more of a fight here with what they could be coming in this round, unless it is the Eco. I may be calling that wrong. But seeing how many ults they have is definitely going to start coming up for Gen.G and how they can formulate this.
Yeah, I think they should have this Eco right now, too. And you see how that was huge there for Hiko to have that Hunter's Fury, right, to save from that previous round. But it's just very typical. You see the action being very, quote-unquote, slowed down when there's a Viper's Pit on B side. Everybody has Phantoms. Everybody's trying to spray into the Viper's Pit to try to luckily take Boy down. And we did get a couple of trades. And when it came down to a 2v2, well, that Hunter's Fury was huge. Or a 3v2 even in the end. So you see this Eco coming in, or a half buy. GMD goes with the Hero Rifle into this round. And they are trying to gain some early map control. GMD's already down towards mid-tube. They're trying to cut down this rotation. They're trying to split the rotation a little bit. No defaults to be held for 100 Thieves as GMD can continue to push forward here.
GMD has the audio. Yeah, great call, Vans. And now he can work this even slower. He's watched, though. Boy is watching the flank for now. They just turn their eyes. It's almost perfect timing. But Boy comes back just to take down the flank. No backstab here. And the 5v4 site take, that would have been huge for Gen.G on a round where they were ecoing in. Nature still has the Marshal, but this will be tough.
And that's the strongest gun that's fallen down. And with that, they could even pull back towards the A side if they wanted to. Also, that dismiss is going to be a call to try to work back towards this mid side.
One enemy remaining.
Knows it.
Not needed.
Almost wants the 4, but Nitro's going to find that under Tube. And 100 Thieves gain a little bit of ground. We know the eco rounds will start to flow their way. Now we see if Gen.G can start to attack back. If they don't, that's where 100 Thieves starts to really separate themselves here.
And I was going to say, could have fallen back there for 100 Thieves back into that mid side, but that timing, maybe communication from Asuna saying, oh crap, there's actually 2 players on the B side. At least for Gen.G, they were able to drop that spike carrier as they're trying to pull back for a bit onto 100 Thieves, which is why now you see Asuna is like, you know what, don't worry about it. I got this. Going with this kill, pumping up the Empress, or at least propping up to get it ready for future rounds. And as the gun round comes back into Gen.G, the op comes back once again, and it's an early Empress and an early mid control for 100 Thieves.
I feel like having Sage res up on these sides is just making everybody go wild this round. They're like, okay, res me. Oh my word, right out of the gate, straight up to Boiler. Ethan gets himself on a single wall up. Out of your mind. Gen.G's like, give it to us. They're just absorbing everything on this one. No res is going to be there as Ethan goes down. And now Gen.G feeling great on this one to absorb that pressure in mid. Now 100 Thieves trying to find a little bit of ground today.
I like it. At least give this spike plan down to Hiko to continue to build this Hunter's Fury. Boy actually pushes forward. He's at 1 HP. He's able to get 2 kills. It's a 3v2. And now he gets pinged out, though.
Oh, he's keeping it. He's keeping it on to do a little delay ping there. He's like, man, I'll move a little bit and hopefully it wears off by then. Unfortunately, he gets taken down. Hiko now fires a dart out, doesn't have enough time to take out 2 at the angle they fly through. And Gen.G does find this round, and a very, very big one, because that's maybe 7 rounds or 6 rounds easy, but maybe 7 here for 100 Thieves right away after that.
And it could have been dangerous. Definitely could have been dangerous at the beginning towards Boiler when Asuna already popped his Empress. Look at this. A big paranoia that doesn't hit him, but at least a slow orb allows his double swing from Boiler and also from screens. And after that, it was just bad news. 400 Thieves all around when they're trying to trade back on this Boiler side control. So very, very nice here for Gen.G.
I am down to always see that type of aggression.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Make it zany, that's fine. Oh my word, that was great to see. Every time, just out of the gate, let's get it. So 4 ultimates ready here for the side of Gen.G. Enough utility there to make sure they can make this a tie game. So play the round slow. On defense, 100 Thieves has to come to you, and that's what it's going to be the look here from Gen.G.
I like the one-way wall, actually, the one-way smoke that we have on the top of a nest, but at the same time, Gen.G was looking for a great position into screens. He got a little bit damaged by the toxic screen, but that's it. He's still in a great position right now. So we don't know really where the defenders are from the point of view of 100 Thieves, except for Gen.G. We know a bit. We got a pulse off here towards the Hunter's Fury. Has it hit anybody? Unfortunately not. And he actually hit his own teammate.
Yeah, I was going to say, just crouching there. Not much they can do, but rip it right through. All right, so a little bit of rope play. They can hear that on the other side. Boy, doing such good work playing as this Viper, playing inside his smoke. Well, dash away. Sean still finds the target he needs, but Asuna is able to trade back very quick there to make it 3v3. 410 is where Asuna makes his home, and he's going to take it away from GMD. Boy, now he's been playing so well. Here's one under him, makes the quick shot, wants to find ahead of his opponent. Always a tough one through the rails, but he is able to stave off that defensive rotation from Nature. What great play here by Boy. We're finally seeing him now take kind of situations into his own, make these happen, maybe not come out with an icing on the cake of it, but creating the pressure that's really going to help 100 Thieves here, and it's great to see from the new member.
The re-hit was super nice there for 100 Thieves. A nice off angle there from Sean behind that wall, so he got a nice 2K out of that, but as you mentioned here, Riv, that was the most important kill to actually turn things around. It's Boy on that lurk. And that was the other question mark, right? When you actually had 100 Thieves play a Killjoy with no Sage, the mid control is actually very important for this team. And this is the first time, I think, that we see a late play from Boy on this mid-side push towards Kitchen. So you could see potentially now 100 Thieves have that in the bag for later on into the rounds. A great way to still add a lot of pressure without having that Killjoy.
Yeah. Seems like everybody's vibing here. Both teams, that is. Sean pushing up, they're looking to get a quick sheriff shot, see the feet of his opponents. Look, 100 Thieves, they're pushed all the way back to their spawn, up on the battle cruiser, whatever the hell that thing is back there, the battleship. And they are just ready to start fragging out from their spawn, knowing Gen.G is going to try to get something cheeky in the push. If it's not GMD, it's somebody else, and that's what they find now making their way into B. It's going to be a pretty default plant. And we'll see if Gen.G can do any damage on the retake.
Yeah, so it seems as though it's really only pistol round where we plant a little bit more deeper close to that wall, but I think it's the same result in the end, right? You could still play towards yellow, you could still play towards green and play the pulse plant and do whatever you need to do in the typical Icebox matchup. This time it's just that default plant. Nothing really changes. Now you're trying to play something potentially with this Guardian, as we do have Gen.G towards that back of that B side.
Oh! That was quick, almost the quick scope, but comes the kill from Asuna as Nitro does find one. There's a quick scope as we're getting what we ask for. Nitro delivers, and that is going to be a 6th round in favor of 100 Thieves here. Gen.G on 3 still. They did the 7-5 first half on Breeze, made that a victory, so they are not in any sort of danger zone right now.
And that Guardian that came out from Guimon was just to show that, you still have enough money to work into the next round, potentially, because he did have a half buy for the rest. I mean, they were, well, not necessarily a half buy, but like a couple of pistols and stuff like that, too. For sure. Right? So you should be fine here for Gen.G into this round, and you can see it right now. They need this timeout at 6-3. I don't think that you really saw how 100 Thieves are currently playing this. It's only when they tried to push aggressively for 100 Thieves that Gen.G was ready for it. But any type of default so far when you're trying to push forward to gain map control, it was denied with GMD that got caught off by the flank watcher being Boy. And then later on in mid rounds, it's like, okay, well, let's not try to push to find information. Let's try to react more into the sites, playing off angles inside the site. What happens then? Boy is lurking.
Boy is lurking.
So you gotta figure him out. You gotta try to find out where he could actually be lurking around, take him out, and that also denies a toxic screen for any type of execution for 100 Thieves. But they're playing it very, very passively and slowly and very defaulty, at least for Boy's position.
Boy's Natson and Ratson, getting himself around the map. He could be anywhere at 5 seconds in. But looking now at the operator in the hands of nature, this could be what they need to kind of dissect 100 Thieves. Slow down the strategy that's coming in. It might be a little harder because you don't have all the nice channels you would as he did on Split to find a quick peek. There's a lot of different angles people are going to be entering these sites from, but that operator and nature moving back and forth could really start to set things off for Gen.G to pull this back in their favor. He's up against Nitro's off, and we'll see what happens here.
Change of pace. We're going back aggressively towards the front side. The orbs, they pass all of that. This could be a big off kills, and they get it.
And it's Asuna, a huge frag. That calls in the res, and they have to back up. So just a quick takeout, but they recall Asuna back in with the Sage res, and now it's still going to be the push on to A with Hiko watching flank.
Now there's no owl drone or anything, so you can't go for a ping with a Hunter's Fury, so you might potentially use this for a pulse plant, but I still also think you might want to try to take the top of 410 control. Boy, you could see him on that minimap. He's currently jumping on these boxes, potentially putting that wall up. If you could actually also get a Viper's Pit into 410, it could be nice.
Oh, just in between everybody that time. Asuna's getting GMD in the chaos of Hunter's Fury. And this is going to be the Viper's Pit going down here. A round of chaos, but really 100 Thieves just inching themselves in, foot in the door every so often without really finding too much resistance. And this is what we've seen. They don't really have to fight anybody too much to get in. This is where the operator of nature has to stop them in their tracks. Just can't this time. Nitro comes up onto nature as I say that. And it's going to be the 3v5 retake. Everything's against Gen.G on this one. Can they at least get a few frags? Sean does grab one. Ethan stuck up there in nest, so he doesn't have the angle. But temperature, just with Boy behind him, is kind of calling that somebody's close. But this round's all said and done. Temperature will fall down to Ethan as they try to get an exit on this one. And Sean keeps himself alive with a Phantom. Another round for 100 Thieves with some methodical site taking as they slow things down.
That is so oppressive there for 100 Thieves. So instead of going instead of going for the Viper's Pit on top of 410, you just keep it at the bottom and continue with that same type of like Sage Wall plant for the A tower, because you still have it up in the back at Belt. You still have Hiko that's alive with shock darts in the back of at Belt as well. So playing anything above the Viper's Pit, you have an operator, and Nitro's been good with that operator as we've seen throughout this series. You try to go for a retake at the bottom, well, guess what? There's a Viper's Pit. You're getting DK. You're also going down on HP, and Boy has been doing his job on Icebox.
Was just top fragging until Asuna took that over, which are the two story points of 100 Thieves. Can Boy sustain that pressure and keep playing through it from being the new player? And will Asuna pop off for 100 Thieves? And being on Asuna's playground, it looks like Boy has got on the monkey bars as well.
For another late lurk here for Boy. You saw that it looked pretty good to start things off on this gamble for Gen.G into the A site. Now they're actually there at least for a quick flank.
Asuna, first blood already on this round. Round 11 is his. Nature, however, on that flank, smelling out Boy. Will he get the frag? Boy not taking too much damage, but he will be able to get his flank opponent down. And here come the rest of the trades as Gen.G very good at encroaching into the enemy side of the map, but 100 Thieves continues to sniff it out.
Boy's got a sixth sense. Because Nature, I'm pretty sure, saw him in his crosshair when Boy was actually rotating out towards Kitchen. And look at this. He's just around the corner. Boy's like, nope, here we go. So I sense something right now. Turns around and gets that kill. That was huge. That could have been a gun that could have been picked up. But, of course, everything else that was being held on the pulse plan for 100 Thieves was still very much stronger on the green side. Yeah.
Like a sheesh horn.
I mean, yeah.
And looking at the game sense there, right?
Yeah.
He had made so much room and saw nobody on the defensive side, and an instant tick of the brain said, I have to look behind me.
Of course.
Knowing that him in this situation is still going through that mindset is great to see for the team.
And he got to call that for his teammates. This round, though,
boom.
Change a little bit. Nature positions
Nitro.
himself towards B, an off-to-off battle. Nitro takes the upper hand, so he continues to be hot-handed with that operator. And now GMD's in it. And GMD has died early in this position when you actually had possession of 410 by Asuna. So they know this position from GMD, and they're able to press that quite quickly.
They throw a smoke on it this time, so it's going to be a little bit harder to work. It might actually give Ethan a way to work through as Temperature and Sean go down.
See what I mean?
GMD falls again. It's difficult to make that work, and they're going to be looking for him there. As you said, I mean, Asuna made that shot last time, a flawless coming in. Nitro gets a 3K with the Blade Storm up. That's a 9-3 coming in for your first half, fans.
Yeah, and despite knowing that, or not knowing, but despite seeing a different change in terms of the agent composition, to still see GMD. Remember when we were going into this game and Ethan was like pointing on the screen? I gotta say, maybe the GMD is playing that Omen? We know where he's playing. And then that spray to the toxic screen to kill him? Perfect.
And know where he's playing. He's got to be close enough for the flashes and everything to get that Omen util to work. All right, everybody, we are going to be taking a quick commercial break, but there's much more of this best of 3 series to go. We're on the final map for 100 Thieves versus Gen.G, and it's going to be second half. Don't go anywhere.
From the home of the rap shit that broke, never had shit, left home, never looked back, laptop in a backpack, real lippy with a back chat, keep holding my own back, cause I've been to the gut, now I'm up to the top, hard not life, never made for the slop, free bowling with a chain for the dogs, 2 team mummies with a pram for the strokes, yardie man with his head for the locks, rogue man with a sock for the rocks, from the land of the poor to the land of the floor, so watch when you bling, just look what you're on. We are warriors, warriors.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last chance qualifier of North America. We have 100 Thieves versus Gen.G, and if you're just joining us, you missed quite a lot, but you're not too late. It is the final map and the second half of Icebox here. But a 9-3 curse is upon us.
The 9-3 curse and Gen.G also on the attack. This could still be a good way to turn things around here if you are on the Gen.G Hopium. At this point now, we do have 2 ghosts for GMD and for Temperature. There's a possibility from how they're set up that they want to try to go for that long-range battle from the belt site into sight.
Yeah.
But who's potentially holding there on the other end?
Right.
There's not going to be any ghosts on the other end, though, right? It's actually Nitro, who we usually typically think that there's going to be a Jet on the A side with a Sheriff. He's actually playing towards B with a ghost.
Yeah, 3 towards B. 3 is a crowd for 100 Thieves as they could come down. Now, looking at Gen.G, where they're going to be going, this wall is already up. They play towards Kusta's wall 99% of the time. So even if they get deterred here, they're still going forward at some point. And Sean's going to be the first one. Battle Sage into the front, Sky or not. He flies high, zip lines across, and the team's going to be planting here. A little damage there on the first shock dart with a Viper's Bite, but this is going to be it. It's the retake now for 100 Thieves to come back in a 5v5.
Nice little thing to start things off there with a nice little throw from the Viper's Cloud.
Yeah. Oh, the back and forth trade. Sean for 2, but he goes down along with, come on. 100 Thieves now. Austin bouncing around on 410. He loves it, and now it's a 3v1. Temperature's trying to find out if the sonar and shock darts are going to be enough to win the round. 1 shock dart left, but he's not going to have enough time. It is diffused. He finds the face of Ethan, and another. But Austin is going to take him down, so he puts a little in the pocket, but 100 Thieves, again, grab the pistol round.
I totally forgot, because Berlin happened, right? And you know who broke the 9-3 curse in Berlin?
Ooh.
100 Thieves.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah!
So it doesn't really matter at this point, but on top of that, at least silver lining for Gen.G is that, yes, the shock dart miss, but I also like that, you know, Temperature dying, so you add a little bit more money into the bonus into the next round, and he also got 2 kills with it, so you're building up the ultimate as that Silva for the Hunter's Fury. That's very important on this map. That said, though, it's not the same situation that we're seeing from Gen.G where it's like, okay, well, we're backs against the wall, we should go for a buy. They're just going for full classics to get into this B site, potentially.
Too many cooks in the kitchen right now.
Literally.
Nitro just marshaling down the hallway. They have funneled into the death chamber here, and it is just going to be one after the other. Cook them up. And that is going to be 11-3. Now we get the guns. We've seen it. Gen.G looking to get those kills in, looking to get the finalized plant. Thwarted that time, but still running those quick 5-man strats to get through these ecos with what they can.
So no plant this time, so that's not an extra 300 for everyone in the team. So
for me, dude. I'm so sad.
Well, you can see right there from how Boy's talking that there is no pressure. He's feeling good. He's
feeling great.
He's surrounded by an all-star lineup on top of that, right? They mentioned that on the desk before, on the analyst desk. Like, this team is built for land, this team is built for experience, etc., etc., etc. So you're just taking one under the wing. That said, though, let's focus onto this round. A much important, probably the most important gun round of this series for Gen.G. Going for a full buy against the bonus Asuna, the first one to go head-to-head, and it's won by Kusta.
You can see that name on the top of the list quite a few times. He is one of the fraggers. Him, Sean, Nature, they have such a strong force to start these first bloods. And there we see it again in a much-needed round here. Round 15, but 11-3 is that score. And Ethan's going to make it that much tougher along with Boy on the B defense.
Boy at least traded out, but at 1 HP, so we could still try to pressure this towards the B side for Gen.G. I mean, you still have the shock darts. There you go. It goes in. Doesn't connect.
Almost won.
Gun here.
Oh, they want this.
Yeah,
They
like,
want
put
this.
the wall up. I'm going to creep over here and dash to get myself a weapon. Oh, no, they don't know, but they do, but they don't. And he dashes through, or just jumps through, I should say. Sean takes him out. What an awkward position to be in, honestly, for Nitro. Boy also falls, and a great job recouping this round here by Gen.G to make sure it didn't have too much chaos on it. They don't have to play to 100 Thieves pace here. They didn't have to do anything, and they did it. Gen.G did a very nice job of slowing things down.
And they spotted Hiko on top of that. This is going to be very difficult for the clutch master Hiko to try to get this on this very map where he had a very nice clutch to even win the map against Gambit. But another 3v1, can he do it this time?
Not going to be the case. Hiko goes down. He had a tall task ahead of him, even though we have seen it. And we'll see Gen.G picking up another one. Alt Orbs can definitely be focused this round as we see Sean. That'll bring his Sage Res online. And looking at him at the top, battle saging it out for himself. Like I said, it doesn't matter what he's on. He has always been on the front line of this team, making things happen with his teammate at the wing. You can say the same for Nature and Kusta as well, as we've seen their play.
Yeah, now this is going to be very important as a rule for Temperature as is Silva right now, because this op comes out for Nitro. They don't have that information yet for Gen.G, but they had to figure out how to gather out that information. The Recon Dart came out towards the A side, but there was a Cloudburst that was thrown by Nitro, so he doesn't get pinged out. They still don't know that he has his op, but Gen.G, they're looking for a push towards mid.
And Temperature has his own role here. He's drone through A. The rest of the team 4 through mid, as they are going to see that Gen.G's making this move. Ethan tries to thwart it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost instantly, they shut the door on Gen.G on this A take, and now Temperature is left to gauge the rest of the map by himself versus 5 members of 100 Thieves who are just ready to pick his pocket vans. There it is.
No. That is bad news for sure, but it was just, again, I talked about how important it was Temperature as a Silva to play. Well, that was important for Hiko as that Silva to get the information on the defender side, because that Owl drone that saw all of that, even the paranoia to try to push him out of his position, that just was a perfect timing and perfect information to allow Ethan to flank from under to get all that. And then they pinched in from screens, they pinched in from Boiler, they pinched in from the backside, and you saw everybody just drop instantly for Gen.G. And I think since they used their timeout already, Gen.G doesn't have anything left going into this one here. So buying whatever you can, Gen.G is going to try to fight to survive.
Great identifier. It's hard to see sometimes why those rounds happen so damn fast. You know, one Owl drone sees a bunch. Much can be inferred by the rest of the team, and then we get to watch it all happen. There's a frag and a quick one as the operator Nitro picks up another one. 7 first bloods on split he had. Absolutely, or sorry, 4 or 5, I apologize.
This is unfortunate because we needed Kusta to try to get the plant. Sean was already there getting ready for the plant, but they're like, oh no, we can play the Viper's Pit right after, so he falls back. They have no plant on top of that, and now they have no Viper's Pit, and now they have the rotation from 100 Thieves, where Gen.G also lost mid control. So you are gambling so far right now. You're hoping that the poison comes back here for Kusta, and it could put the wall back up and go for a plant.
It's such a good point that you said they lost mid control. Everything would be a retake right now. Even taking back their own spawn if they were to move it. That's not an option. 40 seconds left. They're going to stay in the mix. Into B. Viper walls are the only thing creating the new angles here. A lot of the utilities already been used as teams both start to encroach on it. That's a quick shot. Nitro just sticks the barrel into the mouth of Sean to take him down. He's going to go for a defuse, trying to pull all of Gen.G out of the woodwork here. They're trying to spam. They're trying to peek. The Vandal through the smoke gives the tracers. That finds a frag for 100 Thieves, and that's going to be the defuse. That's going to be the game. 100 Thieves will find the first win here at Last Chance Qualifier over Gen.G.
A great way to start there for 100 Thieves. That was a convincing third map, even a convincing second map for 100 Thieves as well. So very nicely done on Split and on Icebox. That last round, though, I'm still surprised that they still gave that spike for Kusta to plant, because they already had the res. The res is probably going to be the most important thing outside of the Viper's Pit if we were able to get one down. Exactly. So unfortunate for that and how things worked out. Sorry for Sean that was playing that Sage that got picked off, and Kusta could have put the Viper's Pit after he planted. Nonetheless, though, 100 Thieves, they moved forward into what was a great test against them to start.
Absolutely, and again, let's tack back on the pistol rounds. That's 6 in our map, right? We went all the way. 5 pistol rounds for 100 Thieves to control the map, right? Just that one we saw for Gen.G on the first half of this one. And that makes it tough to continue controlling the game, continue controlling the economy. And it seemed like 100 Thieves really started to figure out, I think that was the crux for Gen.G. They started to figure out Gen.G over the series of the maps. And it seemed like Gen.G kind of fell behind that mental game. They were still fragging, they were still playing, but that mental game just became 100 Thieves' advantage.
And when you look back at the questions that you had before, right? How is Boy going to play so far? How is Nitro going to switch over outside of that role of the Astra or the Viper? Now Boy's going to play that controller. They succeeded with aces right now
Yeah.
in that role. Boy did a great job as Astra, did a great job as Viper.
We have to touch on that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the lurk plays that you had on Boy, specifically on this map, and just the amount of utility that he was able to play perfectly on that second map on Split to really help players like Austin to get all these kills. So very, very well done. Nitro on the top of the scoreboard too, as a Jet Opper, as a Jet Caller, as an IGL, 19 and 17 that he finished into that map. So 100 Thieves, after all, any doubts that we had for this team going into this tournament for the last chance qualifiers, they're slowly starting to get answered, and you're starting to feel confident as 100 Thieves fans moving into this tournament.
For sure. Seeing this strength, I talked to Jovi the other day. He said, I'm excited. The team feels spicy. I cannot wait to see them play. And we did get a little bit more spice out of them. Remember the Breeze mid play? We recall to that again, where they just full on 100 miles an hour, 100 Thieves up mid. Like, we have not seen that, and the utility control for them so quick. Guman's like, hey, Hiko, you want a queue later? Let's go play some rank. I mean, they're all ready to still play. Hearts from Asuna there. Another one of our stories for 100 Thieves. With the changes coming in, more pressure on Asuna. Will he be able to carry? Will he be able to be that continuously up-and-coming best fragger in NA and continue to take that title? If it's not going to be Tens, it's going to be him and other players coming up in the light.
Oh, yeah, and now we actually do have another series coming out, too. So the next matchup that's going to be for 100 Thieves is still going to be a tough task, right? They're going to have to play against the winner of XZ or LG, and those are not teams that you want to sleep on either.
All right, so that's going to do it for us here on the caster desk for now. As we go, here are the match highlights of LCQ's first matchup.
One enemy.
Nice!
Guys, we don't.
Give me a go.
One enemy remaining.
Nice!
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Nice!
Let's go, baby.
Dude.
One enemy remaining.
Four down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Nice!
Oh, it's good as shit, bro.
Ready for a rewarding new checking experience? Meet Credit Karma Money Spend. You can win reimbursements on everyday debit purchases. Get paid up to 2 days early with direct deposit. And there's no fee to open, no overdraft fees, and no minimum balance requirements. Open your account for free in the Credit Karma app. Credit Karma Money. Progress starts here.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the gym all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all part, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode is a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro in this E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing no up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the gym all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and on hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose.
Welcome back to the LCQ where 100 Thieves take the first seed after Gen.G made them sweat just a little bit during the first two maps. But 100 Thieves moves on and Gen.G will go down to the losers bracket. We're going to talk about it all right here on the Analyst Desk. I'm your host, Veli, breaking things down to Potter and Upmine. And first things first, Upmine.
Yeah.
Gen.G, man, their comp. You said that their comp was a big reason why maybe they lost that last map.
Yeah, we ended up seeing like just kind of a lack of dumps like near the end of things, right? But also just a lack of structure. I think a lot of the things that ended up affecting Gen.G off of that defensive side was honestly just the amount of entry frags and the amount of entry contact they could even have. 100 Thieves, they were pushing out a lot of the early scenarios as a group entirely. And you see that a lot of Icebox, sure. But the thing is, we didn't have enough players from Gen.G lurking, going towards that back line, picking and prodding like I mentioned. The biggest aspect for Gen.G coming into this game was how much aggression they were going to pull, how much distraction are they going to pull on to 100 Thieves so they get off their balance. This was 100 Thieves' backyard. Yeah. I made that prediction knowing that. The 80%, 90% win rate at this point for 100 Thieves on this map with over 15 played just in the last few months. Dude, Icebox is their backyard. I'm scared for any team that has to face them on this map ever again.
Icebox is Austin's playground at the end of the day. But Potter, when it comes to 100 Thieves as well, I mean, the team change is the elephant in the room still. As out, Boy is in. We've seen how Boy has performed. And in your eyes, how was his debut with them?
I think it's solid. You know, look, if you look at the stats and you look at how many times he was involved in duels, it's going to be quite low. But as it should be, right? I mean, you've got so many moving pieces in that server. There's only so many frags that can go around. And as I mentioned on Split, you could see how disciplined this player is. And being able to have players like that on your squad that you can depend on round after round, that's not going to falter. They're not going to look and take a chance or take a risk that they shouldn't, right? And having that, it builds that foundation.
Yes.
It gives you a chance to be consistent. So I respect Boy, even though it was probably pretty boring for him a lot of the times, right? I mean, yeah, a lot of the times.
The utility guy.
Yeah, they were just going to the opposite side of where he was. But again, he's very well incorporated into the system, and I think you could see that, right? The defense on Icebox, my God. The crossfires in mid, towards under tube, towards screen. There was just not a lot of options that they gave Gen.G.
No, and the contingencies plans were great. You ended up seeing Hiko and a lot of times being super floaty, just trying to be able to get that first contact, and especially over towards the mid side where Gen.G was finally starting to lurk just a little bit more off that attacking side. Like, it almost seems like every time that Gen.G made an approach, somebody on 100T had their number, had full well know where they were going, exactly where they were going. And we saw that so many times throughout that second half, 3-4 rounds in a row, pure flawless for a reason.
You're definitely right, but you know who else is flawless? It's going to be the MVP of the first series of the day. It's going to be none other than the man that we just love his type of supremacy. It's going to be all about Austin, 260 ACS, but look at the KD, 1.41. Potter, That boy nice.
That boy, he alright.
Nice.
He
Look,
alright.
he kinda good.
I mean, kind of good indeed, and it's good to see that he's not skipping a beat, right? 100 Thieves absolutely needs this man to step up and constantly perform like that. And, you know, another great thing is, along with this MVP, Nitro popping off. I mean, I just took a look at his stats. The first kill, first death, involved in over 23 over these 3 maps, the most in the server. That's active. That's looking for duels. That's hungry, and I like that.
Yes, now, before we head off to match 2, we're going to hear from Sideshow Wyatt and the newest member of 100 Thieves in the Verizon post-game interview. Let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
Yo, what's up? How's it going? Thank you, Veli. I'm here with Wyatt. I'm here with Boy as well from 100 Thieves, who's the newest addition to the squad. Although, I mean, the newest addition to the starting roster, because you've been with the team for a while working in an analyst position. And I think we had it up on our stream earlier on. I'm sure the desk was talking about it too. Your last played match was April 29th. That is a long, long time ago. So how did it feel to actually be up on the stage again?
I mean, it felt really good. Had a lot of fun, actually. Obviously, it's been a while since I played, and I get to play, like, my first match coming back, like, in a LAN setting, so it's it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. When was the last time you were even competing at a LAN? Do you know?
Oh, kind of takes me back to Philadelphia 12.
Oh, okay, so
that is a while ago.
Yeah,
that's a while ago. It seemed like it was a bit of a, I don't want to say a slow start to the match, because you did actually begin 5-0 up on Breeze, but as things developed throughout Breeze, it seemed like you couldn't really get a foothold into the game. There were some missed shots, some individual beefs. What was going on there inside the team, like mentality-wise and in the comms situation?
I mean, I felt like we were in it like the whole way through. Everybody had great comms. Like, our attitude was really good. I mean, I'll be honest, like, Gen.G kind of outplayed us on Breeze.
Right.
So, I mean, we were obviously hitting shots, and they kind of like out-rotated us. So, I mean, credits to them.
Yeah, for sure. What's the team environment like after that first map? Like, how do you mentally bounce back from that, or does it even affect your mental at all?
It didn't affect us at all, because we were already like, you know, we were feeling like, oh yeah, we should have had Breeze. It's whatever, you know. We go next map, and we just started talking about the next map already.
For sure.
I mean, you started that one with a bang as well. Like the bounce back immediately to go and play a composition that you guys haven't played before. Normally you were playing the KO when Steel was in the lineup, and then you shifted Nitro. It seems to just be full-time Jet for you guys at the moment. There was so much more aggression, it felt, on that. As a person, sorry, that's gone from being an analyst to now being a player for the team, how involved are you with these compositions and the setups and stuff like that? Can you talk to me a bit about your job and Nitro's job on the team now that Steel aren't there?
I think Nitro as the main IGL, I'm kind of like, you know, his second-hand man, basically. I'm, you know, trying to give as many information calls as much as possible. I'm also a part of the strategy book, you know, like I'm helping him out with all the ideas.
Okay.
You know, we're just working back and forth, so, I mean, that's kind of like how the process is going so far.
How much work has it been to try and change things before LCQ after such a huge move? I mean, changing your IGL is about the biggest move you could make.
Yeah. I mean, starting off, like, it was mostly like listening to Nitro's ideas first, and then me like implementing like you know, other things to add on top. So it's that way it stays like Nitro is that main IGL, and it's not like me trying to take over or anything like that.
Yeah, for sure. Was the Nitro Jet something that's been floated around for a while? Because it came out at Berlin for a little bit, and obviously it looks like it's going to be a critical piece of the team moving forward. So has that been an idea for a while that just now it's working?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Nitro is like a very smart player. He's probably one of the smartest like IGLs like ever. So I mean, for him to like go back to his roots of like opping and IGLing, like it's, I mean, he obviously wanted it. So
Sure.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Before we talk about Icebox, though, I have a little question about the split game, because it did start with a bit of a comeback for Gen.G.
Yeah.
It's like quite a defensive-sided map in general, but I think you were 10-2 at the half.
Yeah.
And then they brought it all the way back to about 12-8, and there's that crazy final moment where they just both swing around the corner, and it looked like Sean was cycling through his weapons or something and not able to take the kill. At what point does a comeback like that start to register in your head of like, oh, are we letting this slip away? Was it anywhere near that level at Split?
Not really. Like I said, like I felt like we were in full control the whole time. You know, we had a couple like mistakes on like how we wanted to rotate. So, I mean, they kind of like controlled our mid for a bit, and then it's obviously like hard to retake mid on Split.
Yeah.
So once like we lost like vision of A, it was, you know, it was really hard to like play the map. So
yeah, it seemed like Ethan was doing a particularly good job of trying to.
yeah,
flush
Ethan was doing a
temperature
really
out
good
of
job at you know, taking the fights that we needed.
Yeah, definitely. The last thing I really wanted to ask about, going into Icebox, you guys are now back on the Sage after being one of the only few teams on that map to not run Sage, even though it's just kind of unanimously known as an S-tier pick. And then also there was that recent change to Icebox with the boxes being solid now on B-site where Sage gets a lot of value. So just can you talk a little bit about the idea of bringing the Sage back into the comp?
Can't really go into full detail about it because I don't want to like explain too much. But obviously, I think like Sage is still really good on the map. It kind of makes it really easy to like plant the bomb at B. You know, it's very like we're going to like simple routes for you know obviously showcasing in this match. So we kind of just did basic stuff. So
All right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate the conversation. We're going to send things back over to the analyst desk where the rest of the NALCQ fellows are going to continue things. In the meantime, we'll continue to chat with Boy. We'll see you later.
I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. All these people tryna call my shots with flex, but okay. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. No mistake, I'm the one who calls the shots, so get in line, babe. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. All these people tryna call my shots with flex, but okay. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. No mistake, I'm the one who calls the shots, so get in line, babe. Look at you, what you gonna do when this bad bitch come for you? So true, not a lot of dudes who can stand behind their boo. Okay, have it your way, I'm gonna just go out and slay. Took a lot of thought cause I got a lot of flaws and I gotta choose where to start these plays. Don't got no time for all this posturing. Hey, hey baby, who said that we wanted those rings? Okay, trying to buy us but that ain't no thing. Hey, show some respect, we just here spreading our wings. Always, I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. All these people trying to call my shots with flips, but okay. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. No mistake, I'm the one who calls the shots, so get in line, babe. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. All these people trying to call my shots with flips, but okay. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. No mistake, I'm the one who calls the shots, so get in line, babe. Look at us, shocking those struts, keeping it 100 plus. Take names, winning this game, looking hella fine as we take the stage. Proclaim as you shout to the masses, flipping massive, make new classes. No shame, just leveling up, trying to listen up, ain't no hall passes. Don't got no time for all this posturing. Hey, hey baby, who said that we wanted those rings? Okay, trying to buy us, but that ain't no thing. Hey, show some respect, we just here spreading our wings, always.
Burning brighter, flash that lighter. All my ladies, we exciters. Catch that moment, take you higher. Flash that lighter, flash that lighter. Burning brighter, flash that lighter. All my ladies, we exciters. Catch that moment, take you higher. Flash that lighter, flash that lighter.
I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. All these people tryna call my shots with flips, but okay. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. No mistake, I'm the one who calls the shots, so get in line, babe. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. All these people tryna call my shots with flips, but okay. I'll take it my way. This lady don't play. No mistake, I'm the one who calls the shots, so get in line, babe.
outside of game, like I respect like pretty much all the players, but inside of the game, like when we're actually in the match, like I show no respect to anyone. Like I treat everyone the same. I know that I'm better and I'm gonna do better than them.
Look at this, it's a complete fake out, it feels like, because Dre, well, he's gonna get two.
Cat holding back with a holding back with a couple of spams. And your boy Dre has an ace.
Okay, Dr. Dre's coming in already.
So I used to be a console gamer. Me and my dad used to play a lot of games. That's where I got my competitive background from, because me and him used to like compete against each other in a lot of games, and he used to push me to like get better. One of the games we first started playing was like NBA 2K, and he would always demolish me. Like he would not go easy on me. He would just demolish me over and over again, and then eventually like I started getting better, and then I was actually able to compete with him. It was just that the grind and the feeling of losing that kept me going, and I wanted to get better and better. I worked a job to buy a PC because I really want to get into PC gaming too. I saw a Shroud playing PUBG actually, and it looks so fun. So that's the first game I started playing on PC. Towards like the end of my career in that game, I started winning like a lot of the tournaments, and for the Pro League, I was winning like every single tournament pretty much. Man, it was a good feeling. Like that's definitely a feeling I want to replicate in Valorant. My start was pretty rough. Like I was on a good team, like with my ex-PUBG teammates, and then we got signed to 100 Thieves, and that didn't go that well. I was on there for about 2 months, and then we got dropped or whatever. And at that point, it was pretty like that was like the low light of my career for sure for Valorant. I was pretty depressed. I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but a couple of friends of mine just helped me like get back in the right mindset, and then I started grinding again. I started grinding much harder, so I didn't like lose out on another opportunity. Got my confidence back, and I really started to like just like understand how to play the game at like a pro level and how to compete with like all the CS players.
He's a demon. He's a beast, and even when he's like popping off, I feel like he's not hype. He's kind of at like a consistent mental state, which is why I think it's rare that he has bad games. And he's our superstar. Wherever you try to help him frag out, and he frags out. So, yeah, I love having Dre on the team for sure.
We're looking at 9-3, and there we go. A third time it works with Dre.
We have swapped him off of like kind of flex role, and now he's like our primary opper and playing Jet a lot. So you guys are definitely gonna see like a different play style from him.
Your boy Dre is here to lock it down.
I feel like I'm one of the best players in the game right now.
Last move here for your boy Dre. Finds a punch right back. Potential push for screens. Boy Dre making sure that he can spot things out. And now the swing back. Hey, Proto's in a little bit of trouble. But where is your boy Dre? There he is. Boy Dre is the king.
This is what we've been practicing for months. And what it's going to take is a lot of teamwork from it. We just need to come with high energy.
Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier, and someone special joined our desk. Up mine. Who is this person, man?
Oh, this just so happens to be A Evil Cat, aka Memathan, aka Mimi. What's good? How you doing?
I'm doing so damn good. I mean, we watched that first game, and it was so much more competitive than we thought. I think everyone was like, yeah, 100 Thieves, they've got this one down pat. They're about to stomp through it, but Gen.G, they put up a fight, and I mean, the lower bracket, they're ready for it.
So I gotta ask, how excited are you for this matchup right now? Xset versus Luminosity. This one is going to be a banger.
I mean, I'm looking forward to it because Luminosity, they're fantastic, but Xset, it's just that previous event that we saw from them. They were going crazy. They've been this underdog as long as I can remember, and they have started popping off. They're looking so good with Def and Zekin in the team, and getting to finally see them on LAN is going to be fantastic. And then you just have LG, which, I mean, I think people underestimate them, and I think Xset, well, we'll have to see how much so that is true for them.
Yes, and speaking about LG, how did you feel about what we heard from Dre earlier?
Yeah, no, Dre, he had a wild story, even coming in from a game like PUBG. You know, a lot of those players that even came from that Battle Royale genre, they struggled a lot to even make it into this game. We remember 100 Thieves' original roster, and then we ended up seeing Luminosity, this exact same roster. Yeah. It's actually incredible to me that your boy Dre was actually able to make it to this point. But not only that, but he is undisputably one of the best people to walk into this studio this week. He almost every single time for Luminosity, and that is without a joke, almost every single single time he top frags for this team.
Yes.
And he is just on the front line of almost every single interaction.
Yeah, and I mean, we heard in that interview, he's moving past just his old duelist, right? Because for the longest time, it was always the Reyna, it was always switching things up. Now they're talking about that he's just going to be a Jet player, that he's just going to be that Jet op. And I feel like those few maps, that Haven where we got to see him let loose on the Jet and pull that operator out, he was looking like a demon. They've had so much time to prep, and I can't wait to see what he can show back on LAN.
Now, you think that Dre is definitely a win condition when it comes to Luminosity, right? Because the Drain is beautiful, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. But if Dre doesn't pop off like we saw last time, who are you really depending on?
I mean, I think we got to talk about Take when we bring that into the conversation, because he's the newest addition to this roster, and he has been looking so good for it. He's playing normally on that controller role.
Yes.
He's talking about the Viper on the Astra, and even if Dre has a quiet game, this guy's the second best. This guy's the guy that can really pop off and pull them over the line. And then you have this core as well, right? Moose, longest time he's been a solo player. Now he's pushed off that role, which I feel like gives him so much more freedom to just be clutch. That's what Moose is to me, this amazing clutch player. And then you add on top of it a Proto who...
Proto.
I mean, the
Come on,
headshots,
baby.
man.
Don't
the
get me
headshot.
started. Now, speaking of a Proto, I call him Big Red. Seeing him on Cypher popping off at the beginning of the game and what he's doing now, up mine. He is such a good backline player for this Luminosity roster.
Very similar to a player like Nature, where he's able to really be a spark plug in a position where he's really not supposed to be, I guess you could say. But no, seriously, when it comes to especially the bread and butter maps like Icebox, he is all over the place. He's as proactive as any other duelist would be. He's on that front line. He's starting to get these takes actually going for his team. And hey, all we really need from this roster is really for everyone to show up mechanically. I think in the last few months, Mac, their coach, he's not even a new coach. He's just been silently in the background for quite a long time now. This team has also been in a team house. Not a lot of teams can say that, and especially this roster that just doesn't have that much experience in officials.
Yeah.
You already know for a fact that those scrims have just been mounted all the way up to now. And Luminosity, man, they have had a very long way to get here. Laborious one at that, because we already know the L's that they ended up taking. But this one, man, they deserve the spot.
You know, I'm loving the energy, and you guys are spitting right now. But let's talk about XSET for just a bit, because on the other side, XSET entered the tournament with their own bit of confidence, because the last time they competed, they were upsetting the top dogs left and right, and it didn't even translate to tournament wins at the end of the day. And remember, it was heartbreaking. XSET made it all the way to the end of the VCT Challenger playoffs, and they didn't make it to Berlin.
It was so sad. 13-11, 13-11. That lost to 100 Thieves. I cast it live, and I feel like in a lot of ways they lost themselves. Some really simple mistakes. This team, it felt like in a lot of ways they kind of crumbled under the pressure, because remember, back when they were fully in action, that last Challengers before the playoffs, they beat Sentinel to get into the Grand Finals. Yeah, and it was the closest game I think we've ever seen in a Grand Finals for one of those normal Challengers events. That just means so much for this squad, and I think it's just bringing in the new players. It's Def coming in. This team, it was always lacking something, right? It was always lacking a structure. Back with the weeded XSET, it was like they were always the underdog. It was like, we're all here, and then we got XSET too. They're probably going to get 7th, 8th, and for the most part, that's what they were getting. But Def brings experience that no one else had. This guy has been grinding Counter-Strike for probably almost as live as Zekken, as long as Zekken's been alive, man. But, I mean, for Def, I think he adds so much into this roster. The structure that he brings, the calling style, he's really molding these mostly inexperienced players into something amazing, and the results are showing it.
Yeah, no, I'm just honestly excited to see how XSET is actually able to kind of carry that system over, because, like, honestly, you said that there wasn't too much organization. Yeah, there was. XSET
was good, though.
Exactly. XSET, they always had a system, and they were the team that were always innovating, always on the front line of the meta, and that's how they even stayed alive in the scene period. That's how they even made it to this point. All they needed was the right players to even be in those positions, because Psycho's a genius, yo. Psycho looks at this game in a whole different way from a whole lot of coaches, and that's why he's still here today, and that's why he's actually carrying a team like XSET all the way here. They needed leadership. They needed a veteran talent, and Def added that.
It's talking about cycling in the right players. Okay, we talked a lot about Def, and also let's talk about Zekken, the youngster. Mimi, you're the youngster on the desk, right? So, I mean, Zekken, he brings a ton of energy to this
Zekken is a really cool kid. You talk to him, he's quiet, but once he gets in the server, you can hear that impact. I mean, we got to kind of sit in and listen to some of their scrims, and he's got so much input. Def is just molding this kid into someone who's going to be amazing, and he's different. He's not Asuna. He's not your boy Dre. He's a young gun that has flexibility on the come up when he was playing with Noble, when he was playing with tier 2 squad after tier 2 squad. He was calling. He was playing all these different roles. I mean, he has learned so much in just the last 6 months. And now that he's 16, now that he can finally compete at this level, it's all paying off. They're putting him on the Sky, but it feels like he's still playing a duelist.
Yeah.
It feels like he's still having that impact. And I love that because no diss at Asuna, no diss at these other amazing young guns, but I feel like the depth that Zekken brings is unlike anyone else at his age.
Oh yeah, no, and imagine just like the variety of maps that XZ has been playing recently. Although you don't have like that much of a sample size on a map like Breeze, he has been able to make that much of an effect on that map to actually make that viable for XZ. I mean, Sky we already knew was going to be a major part of the meta for that map, but Zekken was the one that ended up pushing it back over in stage 2. Now at this point, I'm really just starting to question myself if XZ has made really any sort of like drastic differences, because I hope not. They had an amazing structure going in from the last tournament. Yeah, it just didn't work out. They lost. I mean, they ended up taking a good game to Rise, but that was really about it. The teams that they ended up beating just in the playoffs before that ended up losing to them in the playoffs. Maybe that's the pressure, and maybe XZ does kind of get like that big stage debuff, but hopefully not, right? We want to see them prominent.
Yeah, I mean, I think you bring up a good point about the possibility due to the inexperience on this roster, but I was talking to them. I was talking to Zekken, and he was saying that, or Def was saying that Zekken just pumped for it. He just wants to play. He's played at LANs before, nothing this big, but I think that that's not going to be as much of an issue as people think. This team has been grinding for this. They've been working for this, and I don't think LAN is going to go and hurt him. If anything, I think this team will just look better.
I'm going to have to ask the hard question. XZ had one amazing tournament, an amazing showing, but they worked their way up.
Yeah.
How much do you think that consistency is going to be there? Because let's be completely honest, you said it earlier, you know, past successes and past failures don't really mean that much right now. We saw what just happened with 100 Thieves and Gen.G.
Yeah, no, a lot of the players are very much like pop-off base. Like Pure, he's a great opper, period. Like he has great mechanics on just that alone. But when it comes to like individual interactions, I feel as if all of these players need to be on their stuff. Because again, I just said it before, Pure, not just because he just has to be another guy, but he is disgusting. But he has to have that ability on that jet because, I mean, really every team just relies on that sort of quick impact.
For me, I almost want to disagree with you a little bit. I think that for XZ, you don't need the pop-off because they almost remind me in Sentinels some way. It's like we have the Sentinels at home. Slightly kind of lower value player, pound for pound, but I think I don't see one shining star. I see a game where someone pops off, the next player pops off. What I see from XZ, it's not an LG, where we think LG, we think Dre. When I think XZ, I think XZ. I think all 5 of these players, and I think the system that they have built have enabled them to not need one carry. And that's what I love. That's the future of Valorant. That's the teams that I want. And that's why my stocks are so high on them. I mean, you saw the prediction graphic. They're my team to win it all. Because I think that if they can get their consistency issues out of the way, all 5 of these players can pop off.
Our pick to win, by the way. Our pick.
Get out of here.
Literally all 3 of us. All 3 of us.
Oh, you're an XZer too?
Oh, no, maybe. No bias here on the desk, but you know
no bias on the desk, but you made a prediction earlier. We saw that graphic.
You know, XZ are one of my favorites out there, but there's a few that I have. But you know what? This is going to be the important part. The players are ready to walk out on the stage. So first things first, let's take a look at Luminosity.
Steady blazing.
All right, the number 5 seed Luminosity are walking out to the stage and led by none other than the headshot king of Proto. That man is going to pop off. We got Dre on the team. Mimi, you were talking about Tig. Up mine. What are you loving about this roster?
What do I love? I love their energy. Yo, you do not know them on LAN. Luminosity.
Tell me about
These guys have that. They have that grassroots experience. Hey, yo, Mac played in a local LAN, and that guy popped up more than his entire team. And he's just the coach. On the other side of the server, though, cold as ice. XZ.
Yes, and XZ, the number 4 seed, are out on the stage. And up mine. What did we say earlier with Potter? Fight. These 2 teams are about to face off, and Mimi, is it as easy as predicting when you look at both of these teams on paper? Who has the upper hand here to you?
Xset, 100%. I mean, I think their map pool is deeper. We'll get to see where we're actually headed soon. But I think for Xset, well, what they lack in LAN experience per the individual players, they make up for in that consistency I was talking about as a team. LG, if they're going to have a trap card, if they're going to pull something special out, I think it comes from that experience. We talk about the LAN buff, and, well, these guys were never the big names. In CS, they were all grinding. They were playing those Fragadelphas, playing those locals. They have that kind of experience under their belt. And, I mean, on an individual level, some of these players, you just get some magic. You just get some magic.
Magic definitely happens. But you know what? It's time to dive right into the map vetoes to see where both of these teams are going to battle it out. And it's going to be interesting. Now, when it comes to maps, Upmind, what is really on your mind?
I mean, it's pretty obvious from the very beginning. We're going to get two very linear bans, if I'm not mistaken, Bind and Breeze. I was actually thinking a little bit if Xset would actually take away Bind as an instant ban going into this tournament and see if they could actually get things a little bit spicier, but they're actually going to stick to it. Now, in terms of the actual picks itself, if there is actually one map that I really want to see, it actually has to be Ascent, because Luminosity never is able to pick Ascent. Everyone picks it into them, and they are 9-1, one of the best teams on Ascent statistically, and they don't even pick it.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think that early on here we're going to expect Xset to be going to Haven, and you see it pop up on your screen. Now, Xset have been scrimming this map a ton. It is their most comfortable point, is where they have found some of their biggest upsets, facing off against teams like 100 Thieves, against Sentinels. No surprise that they're going to play it here, and to be quite honest, LG, it's never been a great map for them. I think this is one that's almost a gimme for Xset, and there it is. You were just talking about the Ascent.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah. But this time it's actually picked up by LG. That's actually a big one. If I'm not mistaken, I think they just picked it straight up because Xset would have probably banned it at that point.
Filthy on this map, man.
Yeah.
Look,
they were perfect. I said 9-1. That was Icebox. They are 8-0. They are perfect on this.
Come on, man. But the third map, once again, being teased about production. I wonder what it's going to be. Give me Icebox, man. Icebox to close things off last series was beautiful. But this time around, we're going this.
Yeah, I don't think Xset would want to take us to Icebox, to be quite honest, especially against LG. I thought LG was going to pick into Icebox in the series because they are so good on it. I would debate that, well, maybe in terms of statistics, it's not. I might even call it their best map. But talking about this final decider, in way of Split, it's a choice of Xset. It has been a very strong one for them. I think the Astra Viper that they play here is really powerful. Xset as a team, when we're talking about that kind of that 5-wide setup, right, where all these players are consistent, their utility usage is unparalleled, and that's what Def brought in. His Astra play, especially on a map like Split, just chef's kiss.
Ooh, chef's kiss, she says. But listen, over on Split, I think we could also see more or less the same thing with Luminosity. They are playing around a whole lot with their compositions, and honestly, if we ended up seeing that Astra being introduced for the character like Omen, I just think like very minuscule changes to the composition of Luminosity since the last time they played, they could absolutely take Split because they start off on the defensive side. We already know how Split is historically on that defensive side. It's still very much as strong, and Luminosity, again, very much a momentum-based team. They could absolutely start off strong. We're going right into the vetoes, though.
Yeah, take a look at the consistency on the side of Xset, though, when it comes to the agent selects, when it comes to stage 3, but on the side of Luminosity, it's kind of split down the middle, but we know what Moose usually likes, and are we expecting any surprises this time around?
I don't think so. I think the only thing is that Dre has played different agents on the past. He's experimented, I think, with the Reyna. He's played the Rings before. I think he's just going to stick with this Jet, and there it is. Jet picked in. Aaron on the Killjoy as well. I think he's kind of slept on as a lurker on this role. I mean, we look at these 10 players, and the first one you're thinking about is probably going to be a Proto on the Senti. But I've really liked the clutch potential out of Aaron, and it's Tig on that Astra as well as the Sky versus Sky duel. Especially, I'm excited to see Zekken on that agent.
Yeah, no, this is actually getting quite interesting. We're seeing a couple changes. This map is still Ascent, yes, correct? If I'm not mistaken. First map, yeah?
Second map.
This is Haven.
Second
map. This is Haven.
Oh, yeah. So this is actually massive. For Haven, it's an absolute change-up because before they were still playing Cypher. Now they're bringing in KJ. Now they're adding in more depth with the Astra pick on Def. A little bit of a tongue twister. But still, look, Xset, they made the changes that I wanted them to make.
Yeah, and the Proto is going to be on All Reliable. That's my Cypher right there. Now, let's talk about the coaching just a little bit. Now, when it comes to Xset, you talk a lot about veteran leadership when it comes to Def, but also the man behind the scenes makes magic happen as well.
He really does. I mean, Psycho is a big brain in this community, and it's why he's one of the few kind of surviving players of those initial Xset rosters. I think that he's a coach where I'd almost consider him a little bit more like MCE, right? Who was previously with Gen.G, where he's more additive than that coach who is going to completely take control and kind of make the strats theirs. I think the work between Def and Psycho is what makes it good, because before they had Def, I still felt like there was lacking leadership.
Yes, now, ladies and gentlemen, the maps are selected. We know what agents they're on. And guess what? It's time to hand things over to my boy Doug and my girl Potter. Feel free to take it away.
Thank you so much, Velo, you handsome son of a gun. Potter, it's game day. We've waited for this for so long.
Yes.
Xset Luminosity going toe-to-toe here at LCQ. What more could you possibly want?
I'm not sure, honestly. Maybe my dreams can come true and I can see some players clotheslining each other on a stage like this, but I'm ready. I think we're going to see some action in the server. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. We've gone through picks and bans for the maps, and now we've got a really good idea of how things are looking composition-wise. Is there anything that stands out to you? This is pretty standard for what they normally run.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the differences between a Sentinel in the Sentinel role with the Killjoy and the Cypher, I mean, there's just always so much debate back and forth. Who's better? Cypher, you can hold the sights a little bit in a sweaty manner with the cages and with the trips and with the camera, but with Killjoy, it's a different kind of control. So I'm excited to see that we get some variety here, Doug.
A little bit of variety, excuse me. Xset starting off on the attacking half. You see things pretty standard early on. We're not going to have like a hot and heavy push from a 5 group or anything like that early on. I do like that turret placement right outside of Garage. Make sure there's nobody pushing in.
Yeah, definitely a lot of info. Just some jump spotting coming through from Roberto. A lot of pop shots coming through. And as I mentioned, that's a lot of information coming through from Sky. I mean, for Xset here, I wonder if they're going to want to try to push Dazzle back, burn a little bit more util, but right now, they're just trying to make sure that LG don't have the extremity controls, but look at Tig.
Yeah, and he got past the util that was set up. If he gets the timing right, this is going to be huge. Slowly, but surely creeping his way forward. Potter, I think he's going to get it. He's going to spot at least one, lands the shots, gets the kill. That's one down on the side of Xset early on. As the rest of Xset continues to move towards C, Tig is still on this dirty lurk. He's got a couple of shots at another one as well, but Def looking to get the spike down. He's going to do just that.
And just surviving here for Tig is the name of the game. A Proto does get taken out. That's huge for BCJ. That at least gives them some breathing room in this post plant. Tig, he's going to double back, going back through Garage, and Dazzle, the burst classic coming through.
Spike continuing to tick away as Dre dashes forward. He's already gotten one onto Pure. Oh, but Dre gets 2. Tig gets another one as well, and they get the defuse. An excellent start for the boys on the defensive half.
Such a good push coming through from Tig there. You know, he got a little bit of information. Long C is a little bit quiet. There's so much utility. The dog going through A main. He knows that the Xset guys are just trying to do a little bit of a default, finds the hole, pushes through that window, and man, just the crux of Xset in this round.
It's an excellent start. I think one of the things as we think about for this map in particular, Potter, statistically, it's pretty good for both.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're LG, you want to come out of the gate swinging, you want to get an early lead, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gus was talking about an insane stat on the desk earlier. Any teams that are winning both pistols, I think they have nearly a 70% chance of just converting the entire map, right? So we know exactly how important these pistols are. A little bit of a scrappy buy coming through here for Xset. We see Marshals, we see some Ghosts and some Sheriffs. I mean, my goodness, Gen.G had incredible shots earlier on these little thrifty rounds. So for Xset, they're gonna have to be careful.
Now tell me this, Potter, your thoughts on the Marshal buy in particular. You just lost the pistol. What are your thoughts on the investment into the Marshal here?
Oh, you know, it's tricky. It's tricky, but sometimes because of that price, it feels worth it. It definitely feels worth it, and especially if you're good for it, right? Just squishing up your targets, doing a little bit of damage, relaying that information over your squad, and then they start to get a little bit more confident, right? I mean, those long lines. So, Moose, perfect flash. Oh, he didn't clear him.
Oh, but he lays the shot anyway. What? There you see the gun difference on full display. You got the Marshal. You get a little bit of love with that Marshal that we were just talking about out of Def, but it's just Def that remains in this round. A little bit of change up of weaponry. He's going to pick up that Sheriff to work with as well. A 1v3, you're going into 3 Spectres. This is a tough ask.
This is definitely tough. Oh, man, I feel a little bit bad, I got to say, for Zek. I mean, you know, there was a lot of information. The bird, it gave through all the info that they needed, but Moose somehow, some way, doesn't get cleared and is just rewarded for it. Def, he's going to get wiped out. And again, as I mentioned before, it was a scrappy buy, right?
Yeah.
But the problem with these scrappy buys, Doug, is that right now coming through here, we're going to see half armor across the board here for Xset. And the fact that LG are on a bonus, that's all they want.
Yep.
That's a perfect scenario for them with their Spectres, an easier target, right? So definitely, it's risky. Definitely risky.
You are absolutely right. Second and Def are both going to have light armor. On the side of LG, you do have a bit of a buy. The thing is, they did drop 3 members in that previous round, so you still got a couple of Spectres that are going to hang out in the hands of Moose and a Proto. But LG bringing a little extra oomph to this fight, a little bit more than you normally would. Ultra going into the pockets of Dazzle, one step closer to getting the Seekers online.
And so strong for Dazzle to just farm those orbs. Later on as we go on, I'm sure Xset are going to want to have an answer for that. They don't want Dazzle to just freely farm all those orbs and have those jellies available. Ooh, Def, he definitely caught a glimpse. Whoa, Tig!
Crispy shots early on. BCJ looking to trade him out. If N just falling. Comrade, no, he's not going to get to do it either. LG, like they're clicking right now, Potter.
Yeah, Tig, he's looking good. I can't believe he got away with those 2 kills. Pure tries his hand at trying to make some sort of lurk play happen across the map towards C, but the perfect timing. Moose busts out the drone, tags him, and that's a lot of information. You can see on the minimap right now, the defense, they're adjusting, they're moving.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, for Xset, they don't, I mean, now you're seeing Zekken rotate back, so he's going to pick up the spike. But, I mean, look at how tightly bunched up they are. They have a really good idea of where this play may end up. They have strong garage presence. They've gotten on to see Xset has for free. But, I mean, look at how close the retake attempt already will be.
Yeah, and already, Zekken's already using a bird. I don't know if he has any left at this point. Aaron, he's got to get both these kills. Does get traded out, and Pure, he's good for it.
Oh, Pure gets 2, ripping the round right back. It looked like it was disaster for Xset, but they're right back in this thing. Moose with the shock dart lands a little bit. Onto Pure, tags him up just a tad, but Tig hits the timing just right. 3 for Tig, a 1v1. Moose gets clotheslined by Zekken as he swings out behind. Xset are on the board.
Zekken, clean crosshair placement. You could just see it, right? I mean, he does not look like a 16-year-old kid coming in as the rookie on the squad, surrounded. He looks to his left, looks to his right, and these guys are all veterans, right? And Zekken, what a crucial round to convert there.
Well, and it looked bad.
Yeah,
it did not look good.
3v5.
We were talking about a shot where LG could possibly be up 3-0. Economy would have been busted for Xset. It took a little bit of heroics to get there.
Absolutely. I mean, you take those. You absolutely take those. And once again, I mean, and this is how it just goes, right? In the beginning of these rounds, scrappy buy, back and forth. LG, they don't want Xset to feel comfortable in their economy. So coming through with another scrappy buy. This drone. Ooh, your boy Dre following through with the drone.
He's got the Bladestorm online. We saw him pick up the orb on a long to bring that to the fold.
Round 2?
Tig pushing forward. He's already, he got so messed up. The Guardian coming out from BCJ rings true this time around as Tig is dropped.
Yeah, but Tig getting dropped gave a lot of information over, and a Protoss found himself in a pretty decent spot here. The alarm bot makes things a little bit tricky.
Yeah, but okay, so when you think of a Proto, you think of holds with the Sheriff in a situation like this. No, it's not going to happen this time around. The Secrets have been used. Air Inspector cleans him up. They're going to work their way towards C, and they have garage presence as well. At the hands of Def, a flash in the face. He gets the kill anyway. Looking for more. He gets a second one. What is going on?
Oh, cool, calm, collected Def. You know, there was a world. You know, you're talking about a Proto, you're talking about the positioning. If those damn jellies don't come through in that perfect moment, that is a highlight clip. That's what we know and love about this player in a Proto. So definitely a good answer coming through here for Xset.
Nice, Rory. Oh, baby.
Keep it up. Early lead coming out here. Or excuse me, we're tied up at 2 apiece. I lied. Take that back.
It does feel like a lead of some sort happened.
Now, worth noting, Dre is going to have an op this round. We saw him with the Bladestorm in the previous round. This time he's going to be using it to hold long. Def just Made his presence a bit known down there, but nothing doing. I love the space Dazzle's taking away.
Yeah, I mean, LG have been pushing down long C constantly right now. And because a Proto spotted that alarm bot last time around, I'm sure that sort of communication came through for Dazzle. But look, it's not even on the map this time.
Cosmic Divide coming out, 1:15 left in the round. You see the drone working its way through short, try to get some info. I don't know that it's spotted a ton. And look at this spot from Tig.
Oh, it's so
Right
sweaty.
here.
It's so sweaty, Doug. And I wonder if this little crevice was calculated. Does seem like it was.
You are divided.
Oh, here comes the hit.
Second Cosmic Divide, the flash, the gravity well back behind Spy, but Tig is still left untouched. He's good for one, now down to 20 HP. Does a little bit of fancy footwork to stay alive. Tig! Another Tig, good for 3. As there's just one left on the side of X, then he drops. Luminosity take the lead.
What an absolute anchor coming in from Tig, and it seems like we've been talking about Tig the entire half, all 6 rounds so far. He's been involved, he's been an anchor, he's been holding down the sides, and he's been flanking everywhere at once. Just a beautiful hold coming through here for Tig.
A 9-2 start, and it was even like set up before the play happened, right? We talked about his positioning around the Cosmic Divide, and then for him to come up so big here, through all of the noise, through the utility to land those 2 big kills, and 3, excuse me, that's enormous.
Yeah, 20 HP as well, and it's just so challenging, Doug, to get multi-kills in this game like that. I'm just so, to see Tig just bobbing and weaving and being mobile and being able to convert those is huge, and here comes the Hunter's Fury. He does get a tag, but Jet, so slippery, just moves past it. That's decent damage though, and decent information.
You see Tig, I know we've talked about him a lot. He did take some space down A short. He's cut off some of the rotations. The thing is, if they opt to rotate back that way, which it kind of seems like an inevitability, you understand there's an op looking down you long, you're going to invest some of that util, and there it is. They're starting X that is starting to rotate back towards A and B. Tig can come up big here yet again.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Tig, I mean, we saw it before, right? That seems to be his angle. Just crouch down in that sewer. It doesn't seem like exit. Okay, the dog should give away pretty good information here, but it looks like they're just converging towards this garage outside B area.
Do you know it's a Tasmanian tiger?
You know, I did hear that. That's so weird.
Who would have thought? Tasmanian tiger. Xset looking to push the matter towards B. They have a Blade Storm. They're going to have to deal with a ton of util, and you've already talked about Tig as an anchor. Now let's see what a Proto can do. He's only going to get one. A parting gift for his troubles as he looks for more, but Tig has shown up. Tig has shown up, still dancing through that util, looking to get some more. The Seekers are going to be invested by Dazzle as well, as the spike has made its way onto the site, but there's nobody around it. They're going to have to get past all of Luminosity's defenses to make this play work out. 10 seconds left in the round. They're just going to have to brute force their way through. One kill gets traded. It's just down to Zek, and the young buck with 4 seconds left, he's not going to have time to make it happen here.
Yeah, just tuck and tail and backing away here. Beautiful, beautiful hold, and it's, of course, Tig once again to close out the round. My goodness. Yeah, and you know, the desk touched on it. The fact that LG, we're used to usually seeing your boy Dre at the top of the leaderboard, busting out those 300 combat scores and really putting his team on his back. It's really refreshing to see that LG, it's Tig this time around, coming through. I mean, round after round, he's just been an absolute stud.
So here's an interesting, let's take a trip down history lane, if you will. These two teams have met up 5 times in 2021. Xset has won 4 of those 5. All of them are 2-0s.
Jeez.
Like, this is an excellent start from Luminosity. Another orb into the hands of Moose. They've farmed that all half.
Farming for sure. And just another, once again, scrappy buy coming through from Xset. And the Marshal once again on the back of Def here. This time, BCJ's got a Guardian, and there's even a Vandal in play. So these kinds of scrappy rounds can be so scary if you're LG. That looked kind of funky on my end.
Yeah, a little funky. That's a good word to describe it. A couple of seconds been bled off the round. You see Xset, they haven't taken a ton of space, and it looks like with the exception of Aaron, they're waiting for something. The Hunter's Fury's coming out from BCJ. Tag! And lands the shots onto a Proto. A great start. And look at how that manipulates rotations.
Yeah, A is completely open for business. The dog, or the Tasmanian dog, as we mentioned, should be a tell, and you can see it right there. Moose already kind of transitioning back, and that's huge. The spike is down. The rotation should be coming through, but this Killjoy ult, it should buy them time to get into a post plant here.
Man, that's the thing. I was wondering, like, Moose was the first one on site. We saw that he was able to get that one big pick, but the delay from the Killjoy allows them to get on the site and allows them to get the spike down. Now the remaining members of Luminosity are showing up. Once again, color me shocked. Tig is on a flank, and you can tell.
Asher Diff.
Yep. Def. Oh, Def!
Too easy. Too easy.
Doesn't look tight. Tig cleans him up, as Ash just says, a bit too easy, as Dazzle gets the second one as well. They're just dropping like flies. Once again, all down to Zek, and it feels like we've seen this movie before. The outcome has been the same every time. LG get another one.
Damn, LG right now. It just seems like they can do no wrong. This retake looked way too easy. Now, granted, before I get a little too ahead of myself, Xset, it wasn't a fair fight, right? I mean, we talked about the Marshal, we talked about just the one Vandal on the server, but they took the site for free almost, right? The Killjoy ult gave them a lot of control, but again, it's the Garage push. We've seen Dazzle in Garage, we've seen Tig pushing Long C. It seems like no matter what site Xset are going to, LG are always on the flank. They've always got some sort of control on the extremities.
And I think one of the things I love about that is oftentimes you see the attacking team dictate the pace on Haven.
Yeah.
Right? They're the ones who manipulate rotations. They're the ones who show off a little bit of eye candy and force the hand of the defending team. But with the pressure that LG has been able to dial up on the extremities, like we're seeing right now, Tig has already made his way into Cubby on a long, That's them dictating the pace. That's them taking control of the map.
Yeah, it's so strong as well. I mean, we've seen this rinse and repeat constantly. Tig in these forward positions. This is everything for LG. Starting off 3 towards A, getting them teed up here, and even Jet. Your boy Dre is just kind of baiting and getting that contact. Perfect. Break the dart, break the dog.
But they don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, great. You've taken care of those two things, right? Check off those off the list, but then you still have that one rat who's hanging out in the cubby, but it doesn't look like they're pushing in that way. Aaron, once again, has taken a bit of space across the middle of the map, but, I mean, Potter, Xset, where do Xset go?
They've got to kill this Killjoy, and they've got to get her clean at this moment, but Moose, good for a double, almost a triple, so much damage coming through, and that's Garage just closed off.
There's just no way in right now. Xset have not found success on any site. Right now, they dial up something different, even with Tig on the opposite side of the map. The outcome's the same. Luminosity are not giving Xset an inch right now.
Yeah, I think Xset need to get an early pause coming through here, because even in that round, if you looked to the right, LG, they were almost all at full HP. The fact that Moose is surviving this long, spraying his gun out in the open, and there's no trade, that tells me there's something going on over towards the Xset's camp. I mean, maybe miscoms, maybe some land jitters. I'm not sure what the heck is going on, but LG, their defense cannot be stopped.
Xset back on this weird buy. You've got a couple of Sheriffs and 2 Spectres to work with, so you don't necessarily expect a whole lot, right? But I love the setup out from Luminosity here, understanding that Xset are going to be playing on something light. There's a real good chance they work towards the middle of the map. That's why you saw the op there initially, but it looks like they've got some room to work with on A.
A lot of room. The orb will be taken. All 3 members here, and I believe Moose even saw that, so that's tons of information coming through. That's a juicy shock dart, gonna land right on the mark.
That's a bad day, man. 12 HP, nothing to work with. And here's the thing, too. For Luminosity, they have all the tools they could possibly want to attempt on a retake. There's the Cosmic Divide, one of the many tools at their disposal. Gravity Well as well. You see Pure. Pure is good for 2. 47 HP, a little bit of heals. Coming out as well. Moose gets one with the shock dart. Moose gets a second, and even when things look promising, again, we mentioned it wasn't a fair fight.
Yeah.
LG get another.
Yeah, and you could kind of feel and sense the possibility in that round, right? I mean, the fact that the bird pushes through to spawn, Pure, even just with the Spectre on his back, is able to utilize and bounce off his teammates, somehow, some way make a 3v5 into a 3v3, and all of a sudden, it's possible. But, once again, Moose, he's on one, Doug, he's on one. 10 assists already.
Yeah, just shuts the door on him, and I don't know if it's coming through, but you can hear the boys on the side of Luminosity popping off every single round. They're in it. They're feeling good. Vibes are at an all-time high. Immaculate, as some might say.
They're getting loud.
Yeah, they're feeling it.
Yeah.
And you mentioned, here it is. So you said, I think it was in the previous round, that it may be time for Xset to go ahead, like, throw the brakes on this thing. Let's pause. Let's recollect what's going on, because here's the thing. They've been sucker punched
Yeah.
for the last 9 rounds, and they look lost.
Yeah, absolutely. And this timeout was so crucial. It was coming right in the nick of time just to give these boys a little bit of breathing room, right? Sometimes things can kind of just get out of hand and just snowball out of your control, and you need to be able to just reassess the scenario, reassess exactly what your game plan is going to be. And even though you know what it is, just getting everyone reminded on the same page once more, it makes a huge difference.
So here's a bit scary, but perhaps a bit foreshadowing, right? Attacking half for Xset is statistically their better half, right? So this is where we would, again, statistically expect them to build a gap to make some sort of something happen, and it clearly has not been that at all. And then I think to kick a man while they're down, I don't know why you'd be kicking a horse while they're down, kicking a man while they're down, Luminosity's attacking half is notably better than their defensive half, so things just don't look good in map 2 for
That's scary. That's scary. And, you know, I hope that Xset, they in their conversation talked about Tig. You know, we've seen him constantly. This is the 3rd time we're mentioning it, but he's always in this A main. This should be the attacking side of the map.
Right.
But the fact that Tig, this is his playground, the fact that he's constantly on the other side, Xset, they've got to have an answer.
And it's no different boost using the Hunter Suri. Gets a tag there. Once again, space taken away down C long. You've got Dazzle, who's playing out in Cubby, and Tig in an aggressive spot once again. You're right. If they don't do something to adjust their fighting for A main control, this is going to get ugly very quickly.
Yeah, and I even love the fact that Tig, he's left. I mean, look at Xset. They don't know that. They have to still clear every single angle. And so the fact that Tig has just kind of bluffed that initial contact, it's just buying a lot of time for this defense.
Buying a lot of time and drawing out a lot of util that you're going to have to use in order, like there it is, the recon, or the drone, excuse me, that had to be invested down short to make sure that Dazzle was not, or excuse me, Tig was not in some ratty spot. You see some of that forcing of investment of utility coming out from Luminosity.
Astro Wall going down, and the Proto. He's in such a tricky spot here, Graffiti. It's gonna be down to Tig to be able to react off that, and I say that, but Proto just handles it all by himself.
It just doesn't matter. Potter, it didn't matter. They had, what, 3 players on the site, 2 players on the site, into a full 5 hit, a short long split, and a Proto just went off.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness. And it's kind of scary if you're Xset here, because the fact that you're coming towards A, Tig is usually the one popping off, and now a Proto is. They're tagging each other in and completely bamboozling Xset here.
And what do Xset do? They've lost 6 rounds in a row. They've only grabbed 2 rounds on the board, and I mean, 2 of those, at least one of them was kind of expected. In that bonus situation, you expect them to win that round. And it's just going from bad to worse, Potter. The wheels are fully off the bus. The 3K for Dazzle. Def has nothing but a Spectre. Make that 4. A flawless round for Luminosity as they get to 9.
My goodness, and I mean, the screams right now, the momentum, the hype man over there, it's just all coming through my ears, and this is getting scarier and scarier, Doug. LG are on a swing right now.
And it's tough because everything is going well for Luminosity. They're playing the map really well. They're denying space. They're denying information very well. And the frags, on top of all of that, the frags are just not coming through for Xset. I think there's somebody with 5 kills, and that's the most.
You hate to see that. You hate to hear it. They got to get this 3rd round in order to have some sort of fighting chance going into the 2nd half. And Pure, he's got the daggers out. He sees or kind of senses that the Cypher Trip should be in this vicinity, and no one's defending B here.
They're going to get on. They do have Seekers, and they do have the Neural Theft. Luminosity do for a retake. Def did not get the spike down. You see the gravity ball delaying things even longer. But it looks like they do want to commit to it, at least for now. You've got a retake attempt coming in from both sides. It's going to be very difficult for them to weather. And then if you've got Dazzle with the op doing things like that, it just goes from bad to worse. A Proto's going to get one as well. But Pure's Blades, no more magic. A Proto cleans him up. But maybe off of BCJ's positioning, maybe they can make something happen. There's a second shock dart that's being invented. No, Proto drops as well. Or excuse me, BCJ drops as well. A Proto gets to 3. Luminosity get to 10. Did you expect this at all?
I didn't. I'm actually shocked. I would have loved to see Exit while they're in the site. We saw Pure with the daggers, some sort of a bird, some sort of flash, set him up in one of the links, either take over A-Link or take over C-Link, something. But it's LG, man. They can do no wrong right now.
It just seems like they're clicking on all cylinders. We mentioned it. The map is being played exactly how they want it. You've got frags going their way. You're manipulating things. You're forcing them to invest utility they don't want to invest. It's just been absolutely dominant out from Luminosity. We're going to see if the second half has a little bit of the same. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, second half on Haven. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. My dreams, selling when I'm moving upstream. So that when I get in my jeans, I don't wanna give him my ring. Can I been blowing up, blowing up, blowing up, hit him with the right hook, left foot. I ain't scared of the man, I'm not shook. I've been running this jungle, that's my book. If you're looking at the king, but the thieves right, no, they're looking at the ring like it's free.
Welcome back, my friends. It was a whooping of a first half as Luminosity just put the hurt on Xset on Haven. But now, while the outlook is dire, right, there's still a chance to make something happen. I'm Doug. With me is Potter. Potter, what do Xset need to do to change things up here?
Well, that's pretty simple, Doug. They got to win this pistol. They got to win this pistol to have any sort of chance, I think, coming into the second half. Some momentum. Hey, we saw it in the first series, you know, Gen.G, they started swinging back. It was an uphill battle, but round by round, you could see the deflation coming through. Sometimes going over that finish line is the biggest challenge. So for LG, I'm looking to see that they make the second half clean. And for Xset, I'm looking for them to fight back a little bit here.
And it's got to start here, right? Luminosity have won 8 rounds in a row. They won the first pistol. They're in a position to really, I just kind of put this thing to bed at this point. And we talked about how statistically this is their better half, right? Like, it just looks very promising for what Luminosity have in store, leaning towards B early on.
Definitely, and I love this play. Your boy Dre's got the spike on his back. That dart gave him everything he needed to know. Spike is down, and right off the bat, we're in a post plant.
Dashes away. Dre landing his shots onto BCJ, cleaning him up. Spike continuing to tick away. You don't have any control on the opposite sides as well. You've got shock darts onto Zekin, gonna clean things up. You also have a Proto who's still playing back in window. I just don't know that Xset have a way to really get into this.
Wait,
but Def, there was a moment. There was a moment. Def got 2, but Dre cleaned it up with the 3rd of his own. Luminosity on 11.
Definitely a moment. A little bit of wishful thinking perhaps for me, but I definitely could visualize a world where Aaron just freaking farms in that round. But beautiful stuff, and it's straight to the point, right? So decisive coming through here for LG. No hesitation. Perfect bird, perfect utility. Shock darts securing the round. LG right now, once again, domination.
Yeah. Yep. A very good setup, and we briefly touched on it. We briefly touched on it there. There was no control of the extremities. There was no way to make that retake more favorable for them. They just tried brute forcing their way back into the setup that Luminosity had, and it was too much.
Yeah. Some info here for Proto. He knows that the defenders aren't going to be pushing through. And Tig. Tig. I'm a fan now, Doug.
Oh, yeah.
I've hopped on board. Full on, for sure. Just completely dominating. Your boy Dre is going to tuck. Try to deceive the drone a little bit.
And you know, Potter, I like this from Luminosity because think about the last round relative to this one, right? Like, they were decisive, it was loud, you knew what you were going to get, and it was a challenge. Like, hey, listen, we're coming, try to stop us. What do you hear this round?
Silence.
It's just a total change of pace.
That's third. Pure, that's huge. Be good for the second. He does get traded out. Your boy Dre with a nice little crouch. 2 players back at the site here, though, Doug.
You had the gravity well from Depth to delay while the rest of the members from Xset show up, but it's just down to 2.
That dart.
Make that 1, and they just can't. Potter, they can't do any wrong.
My goodness, the dart just perfectly pinging right in the nick of time. You're right, LG. This is looking a little too easy for them at this point.
Way too easy. Like, again, even the initial pick that went their way, and then he swung out towards long. Pure did because he knew there was going to be pressure that way. But once that gets traded out, in moments like that, you need that multi-kill.
Yeah.
You need that second one to go your way to really give yourself a chance. The fact that LG are able to trade out even things like that just kind of goes to show that at this point, GG go next.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's exactly right. I mean, you even saw right there, Death with the Marshall hitting the shot. On my eyes, that looked pretty dang close, but he doesn't even get rewarded with any damage. So it's one of those games, man. Sometimes it just falls out of your grasp there.
Can Xset somehow, by some miracle, make this a competitive map? It's going to take just that. They're down 10 rounds. Luminosity on map point. They've done no wrong, or at least seemingly no wrong, as Xset have just kind of been on the back foot. They've had something to work with as far as weaponry goes, but they don't have their caller for the rest of the round.
The ADS Bulldog, it is strong, but it deceives Def at that moment. And your boy Dre, he's not going to slow down. The right click does miss. Pure is rewarded with that, but look at Cypher. He's already up into the site.
A Proto and Tig, they've shown up. A Proto trying to blast through. Zekin's going to get cleaned up. Just 2 members remain on the side of Xset to keep this map alive. Make that 1 as it's just on to BCJ. The spike is going to get planted.
Spike planted.
He's on his back, and going by the cheers that I'm hearing, it does seem like they won that round, Doug.
They did. It looked like there was just not a whole lot left that they could do. And Potter, I think at the end of the day, when you find yourself at that deep of a deficit, you have to play perfect Valorant. You have to be able to do so at every facet of the game. There's no room for mistakes. And when you're playing that far back, it's just difficult to come back.
Yeah, it's such a chokehold, right? And being able to not make any mistakes, it just, the added pressure that adds to you, it's tough. It's really tough there.
Now, I think the one silver lining, if you will, for Xset fans or for Xset here in the venue is that they are going to Ascent, which, well, actually, never mind. That's preferred for Luminosity as well. So for fans of XSET, this does not look good. A 22-5 performance to kick things off for TIG. What do you do?
And, you know, this might be the power of positive thinking coming through, but as I mentioned, Def, that shot looked pretty spot on to me, just on the naked eye test. So I would say for them, Def could just be like, what the heck? What happened? You know, and they'll be able to brush that off. You know, a spanking like that, you can't really hone in on it. You can't focus on it. So for these guys, they're just gonna put it under the rug and move on to map 2, I think.
Well, and so tell me that, right? Let's talk a bit about a bit more about what you just said. Is that the approach, right?
Yeah.
When you get beat that bad, do you even try to analyze what went wrong?
No. I mean, self-reflection is always encouraged, right? But in this moment, there's nothing you can really fix that fast. Moving on to map 2, Haven, it's out of the way. Just focus on map 2. Focus on a set. What is the game plan? Reinforce your players on exactly what you guys have been practicing all throughout this time. And I think just focusing on that map 2, understanding it's a long haul, it's a marathon. We've got 3 maps coming through. I think that's the play here.
Yeah. We'll see how they bounce back. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, the desk will break down the like absolute obliteration of XSET that we saw in Haven. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Want an early payday? With Credit Karma Money Spend, you can get paid up to 2 days earlier, so you can get what you need earlier, whatever you need. Open your account for free in the Credit Karma app. Credit Karma Money. Progress starts here.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a belt for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, exact like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, crept down the court, walk with the fade, like I don't even start for the win, I don't play, got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm, we tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed, we run plays without no script, hey that's light work, we make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip but no canteen. Now y'all boys can but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep we cut. We
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, and catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it, yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, ooh, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff on you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you get him up, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
Hey
guys, we just came off of a pretty explosive Haven here at LCQ, and explosive for LG.
Yeah.
Not really for XSET, which hurts the pred significantly.
Completely one-sided. I don't think many people expected this at all. I mean, we didn't, really.
No, I mean, it was tough to know what LG we were going to get coming into this because they've had so many troubles with the roster. Like Moose, who was one of their best players for a lot of 2021, he had a wrist injury. He couldn't play for a while. They had a sub ban playing while they were qualifying previously to try to go to Berlin. So, yeah, we didn't really know what LG we were going to get. But, I mean, since round 1, I don't know if it picked up for the chat or if they could hear it, but immediately after winning the first pistol, LG were just popping off the whole time. Just their coach was going ham, screaming. Like the momentum for them was there since the beginning.
Yeah, from the very start. Their coach is so loud the entire time. Every time anybody gets a kill, anytime anything happens where they take a site, they get the spike down or anything, it's literally just loud in here the entire time.
I don't know if it came up on the main stream.
I don't know.
We got it on ours.
Obviously.
We could hear them screaming. And Bala, you were the believer in LG here. You were the believer.
Well, I didn't expect them to actually win. But I was just saying, everybody was really hard. Like, of course, we didn't kind of know what looks we're gonna get, but from what we've been watching from LG over the past couple of the stage 3, the open qualifiers and whatnot, Tig has been very good, and he's been able to add a lot to the team in terms of like these little tactics, these little timings that he's able to get, and it's showing off here on Haven in such big fashion. The way that Dre is getting some timings because of Tig, and how XSET was scared to go into Tig the entire time. Yeah. That was, I think, to be honest, like the entire game.
I think you spent a lot of time talking about it too, Brendan Wyatt. Was that how they've been exploiting the pace of XSET, like heavily?
Yeah,
I mean, they're so used to how they're rotating. Probably Wyatt.
Yeah, it's just
I'm giving you both credit here, so you both look smart.
Sure.
I'm giving you both smart credit.
I do have an extra point to go into.
Okay, sure.
I mean, what do you talk about Wyatt?
Yeah, my main point was just, and it kind of ties into Tig as well, and how he was taking advantage of flank opportunities, playing the controller in A. It's just that XSET, they work the map for the first 50 seconds or so, especially towards outside of B when they're on attack. They'll work a little bit towards C, maybe try and poke and prod around the orb, a little bit around garage, and then they'll reconvene and try and take another area of the map. But it was that timing where they go to another area of the map around 55 seconds that was always getting exploited by LG. They just had such a good understanding of what XSET were doing.
I will say I'm kind of scared for the next 2 maps, specifically if Tig is so on fire, because the next 2 maps are where his ratty kind of plays, trap plays will be so good.
That would be. Well, also, we have a breakdown with none other than Sideshow. We can throw it to go explain a little bit more to you. Okay? Throw it to him.
Who was that directed to?
In this clip, you can take a look
this
at
round,
exactly
we saw
what
him
the
with the
others
blade storm in the previous round. This time he's going to be using it as a whole long death just
and they're playing aggressively.
made his presence
this is
a bit
XSET
known
on
here.
attack.
Down there,
round
but
5.
nothing doing.
This is
I
what I
love
want
Space
you to
Dazzle's
pay
taking
attention
away.
to. The fact that there is a counter push on the opposite extremity, right? And what this means is that as XSET take one side, LG gain information on the opposite extremity, and as LG set up to defend this, Tig puts down his own flash wall. I'm getting attacked by
Divide coming out, 115 left in the round. You see the drone working its way through short, try to get some info. I don't know that it's spotted a ton.
Really
spot for
player,
Tig.
extremely well played, and
it's
even
so
though
sweaty.
XSET
It's
have managed
so
to get
sweaty,
onto
Doug.
site here,
And
what
I
is
wonder if
ostensibly
this
a
little
5v2, Tig manages to
crevice
obliterate
was
just by
calculated. It does
playing
seem like
inside, outside
it
of his
was.
Astra smokes,
Oh, here
and
comes
is
the
able
hit.
to timing 2 of the
Second
players.
Cosmic Divide, the flash, the gravity well back behind Spy, but Tig is still left untouched.
He's being held down by a Protoss trips. Garage is tripped. B is tripped. And they've got that push down C at the same time. So there's no issues here for LG. If we skip things forward and just zoom into the next round as well, I'll show you guys just the briefest part of how this happened if there was some pressure on the other side of the map. So this time from XSET, there's pressure at the C side, and immediately Tig, where am I pointing? Immediately Tig starts pushing down short. So as soon as XSET started pressuring on one side of the map, the response was immediate from LG to start pushing the opposite side. And that gave them full information, even as Def is trying to pull and push all the rotates around. So that to me was the most crucial adaptation for LG in this map. And we'll see how it follows into the further, but to me, it felt like they had just a great read of how XSET was supposed to approach the tactics here, and just a great idea of how to completely dismantle that and win the information game. So, what do you think about that, huh? I'm still getting attacked by these spotlights.
I
love it. I love it.
All right. Well,
I think overall the information there presented was great, and
I'm sorry. That is the most Plat Chat segment I have ever seen in my life.
Good information, John.
Really great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Mind has
Fantastic.
expanded.
I think you guys should digest that with all digest that one, and we can send it back to the guys on the main broadcast. I think it's been a really good segment here overall. So let's head on out. Let's go talk to what's going on in the match.
Yo, shout out to the beautiful boys over at Plat Chat. But for those of you that couldn't hear the beginning of that breakdown, Mimi, you wanted to get something off of your chest about Tig as well.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think the egg has been stealing my content, but with worse audio quality, so we hate to see that. But take a look at that same exact round. I want to talk about Tig, because this kid was going absolutely insane in that game. 4.4 KD by the end of things, and that is not normal for an Astra player. When we talk about these Astra rankers, normally it's Zombs, but the way that Tig plays around his own utility is massive. That early wall that he throws enables him to just tuck in the ratty corner, make it so that Xset is just not going to check it, and then he throws utility in the late round to sustain on the site. He didn't even need the kills early on. He just bought the time for his team to succeed.
The man has been popping off, but you know what? Let's talk about map number 2. It's going to be Ascent. This is scary. Xset are going to Luminosity's bread and butter right now.
You said it. Every single day. It's still bread and butter. Sure, I mean, like, the jelly sandwiches ain't exactly the best, but this is the one that you always go back to. The old fit
sandwiches.
That's what I'm saying. 8-0 record on this map in the last 6 months. 5-0 in the last 3 months. Ascent is LG's home outside of Icebox. But here's the thing. It's not even. It's the home that they ended up invading. It's like they're still at their parents' place. Every single team that plays up against Luminosity, they always pick Ascent against them instead. Luminosity has been able to take advantage of this veto, and I mean, if anything, these last 2 maps, these are played into LG. Haven was just a big performance for them.
Yeah, and I think talking about Ascent, for Xset, if there's a way to win this, if there's a win condition, I think it just has to be that full mental reset. Def has to bring them back under control, because the big players were quiet. We didn't see a lot of PRR. We didn't see a lot of Second. To be honest, we didn't see a lot of Xset, period, in that map. So it's just about that mental reset, bringing it back, because once Max started screaming, I did not hear anything out of Xset. It's going to take a big mental reset for him.
I told y'all from the very beginning.
Mac is going crazy right now.
Mac is an OG, and this guy has been a yeller since the very beginning. He's been coaching CS. He's been shotgunning sponsored products on stage. The guy's doing dances. Hey, I got a video on him on my Twitter. Just watch what he does,
Twitters right now. You're going to see Mac in full effect, and it's absolutely crazy. But ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We're going to head over to map 2, and we're going to see if Xset can stop the upset from happening against Luminosity. So it's time to throw this over to my peoples, Potter and Doug. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Veli. Yes, Potter, the upset needs to stop. Like, this is where you need to throw the brakes on this bad boy, because that train is like full send.
Yeah, it's full send for sure. And I mean, just watching the players walking out of the arena as well. The energy is down, you know. I mean, we need some hype men over on the Xset side. Someone to kind of just slap them in the back and be like, hey, knock yourself out of it. Let's go. We're going into map 2.
Well, so that's the thing, right? Because I think it can come from a couple of different areas, right? Number one, you've got Def, the vocal lead, like the IGL, the leader. He's the one who you look to towards that. But are you also looking for like a little fire out of a duelist? Like, who is it on the side of Xset who provides the spark?
You know, it's got to be Pure, right? I mean, when we talk about all the best Jets in NA, Pure, he's not the focus of that conversation, but what Pure does is, once again, he doesn't seem like a type of player that cares about his stats, to be honest. I think that's fantastic. Having a player like that has that sort of mental fortitude is not really phased about the fact that he's on the bottom or in the middle or on the top. It doesn't matter. He's doing his job and he's doing it well. I need Pure to step up here and Ascent. It's kind of the perfect map for him to do so.
Well, I think another thing we need to talk about here is, you mentioned Pure, he needs to be the one to step up for Xset. And Dre didn't necessarily wow. Now, the thing is, when you've got a Proto and you've got Tig taking all of the kills, there's just not a whole lot left for Dre to grab. But that matchup, even in those few moments that we saw him, thinking about Ceylon specifically, things were not going Pure's way. Like, how do you deal with that matchup?
Yeah, you know, I think the entire team of Xset, things were not going their way, right? And, you know, the mobility coming out from LG, that sort of confidence, the fact that you're not really worried when the barriers go down. You're going to take over whatever you want to take over. Doesn't matter who's trying to stop you, right? And so Xset, they got to stop the bleeding. They got to stop this confidence coming through from LG.
They have to stop it. I think we mentioned, and the Plat Chat boys mentioned it as well, and that Weatherman segment was hysterical, by the way. I half expected it to just, like, start raining on Josh, maybe, like, walk out with an umbrella. But they mentioned the pace, right? The pace that LG were able to dictate. We talked about it, too. They set that pace. They had Exit uncomfortable the entire time.
Yeah, definitely so. Right off the rip here. I want to see something aggressive coming out here from Exit. Right off the rip on the pistol. I've seen Zekken going in, following through with his birds. Generally, from what I've seen, I think Exit just really like to rush B. I'd be curious to see if that's what they do this time around.
10 seconds away from kicking this bad boy off. Luminosity starting off on the attacking half. A pretty heavy lean towards A. You do have Moose who's playing back towards B, making sure there's nobody pushing in from top cat or mid. But the rest of their investment is towards A.
Yeah, heavy utility towards A. Even Killjoy has most, if not all, of her utility set up for that tree split.
Yeah, I actually love this because oftentimes when you see a smoke top cat and you see a drone mid, that's often a mid B split. Right, but they've completely switched things up. You see them, they've taken cat. They could still rotate back towards B. You just don't have a ton of information at this point, right? Like, space could have been taken away in garage.
Yeah, you can see LG, they did what they wanted, got rid of the alarm bot. They don't want to mess with the possibility of a trap with those Molotovs. Just kind of misdirecting and walking.
There isn't a ton of investment towards B. You do have the Sova who's just now starting to show up. And it seems like the spike is slowly but surely making its way out towards B. You see the Cloudburst has come out, the dash coming onto the site as that's Dazzle who's carrying the spike, trying to get it down. Backside of Proto's going to drop his what the hands of Pure as Dazzle gets the spike down.
Fantastic stuff from Pure to make sure he finds the rat, the lurker, so that this retake can go in full swing, full motion, and Tig, he's got the frenzy. It's such a powerful spot. He's good for one, and look at your boy Dre. Biding his time towards these logs here.
I like the setup. You got coming in from defender spawn and from mid. The dash is through, but Dazzle welcomes him with open arms and a right-click classic to clean him up. Aaron's able to take care of Dazzle. 2v2 is all that remains. Dre is good for one. Moose is good for one as well. BCJ can get it to half. All right, I thought for a moment the ball's on that guy, but no, he gets it to half, lands one shot, looking to get the second, continuing to tick away. Moose shows up, lands the shots. Luminosity, that's now 3 pistols in a row.
My goodness, these guys can't be stopped, Doug. That was a 2 versus 3. You saw Moose just stuck towards lane. He couldn't peek sight, he couldn't peek front logs to help your boy Dre, but the right-click classic, somehow, someway, LG are able to come out on top of these trades, and once again, another post-plant victory here.
Exet doesn't look like they're going to be forcing up with the exception of the Marshal. We saw this on Haven. Def investing that 950 credits to have that Marshal online, but that is it for now for Luminosity. You see a lean towards B. Nice shots out from Pure, though, and that's the difference. Like, we need to see that up from Exet because that was not there on Haven.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Pure says good night and takes out your boy Dre's head there, and things are going to slow down, and as they should. They kind of have to. LG here, all congregated towards this A main. I'm looking straight at a Proto. He's going straight towards tiles, but look at this Exit. They've got B main control as well. So much map control here. Pure's not slowing down.
No, Pure good for a second. And we asked who was going to be the spark, right? Who was it going to be that could change the pace of things? So far, it's been Pure. Zekken able to get the second. The flash keeps him alive for just a moment, but Tig shows up and cleans him up. Proto's good for it as well. Even the early lead that they had is now being essentially eradicated by the gun difference that Luminosity were able to bring into this round. Now Aaron's dropped as well. It's all on to BCJ once again. Has a classic, has no armor to his name. Oh my gosh, what? A Red Bull clutch from BCJ, what just happened?
The shock dart followed with the right-click classic. Beautiful stuff coming through from BCJ, and you saw him in the player walkout, pumping out his guns, flexing on all of us, and that's exactly what Exet needed.
That was so gross.
Low HPs. That shock dart,
Rifle aim in, nice get.
Rifle is aim in, Doug.
Let's go.
Insane. Okay, Spark.
Yes.
Right? That's it.
Yes.
That's the spark. But Exit need to be able to build off of that. Economy for Luminosity's in this weird spot now where they're back on pistols, and it's Exit who have the advantage. We'll see if they're able to make anything happen out of it. You see the flash early on, used by Luminosity to clear out a long. Where else do they go, though?
BCJ's busting out the Odin early on. And that spam is just so oppressive. You can see, though, Moose, he's going to try his hand at this B main control all by himself.
Def getting an early pick onto a Proto. We mentioned it, early picks haven't really gone the way of Exed, but now the last couple of rounds, we've seen that has been more so the case for Luminosity here. We have to remember they're just on pistols. It's been a little touch and go, right? A little poke and prod, see where there's room for them to work. They may find some success towards top cat through a tree.
Yeah, exactly. And it seems like LG are going to want to beeline it back towards mid here, meet up with Moose. Maybe just a little bit misdirection towards Cat. Keep the defenders here towards A, and here it comes towards the mid. Moose should have a dart here ready for this split to happen. Oh, but he gets taken out.
Nice shots from Aaron to clean him up. You saw the alarm bot across mid as well. Give away the cube where they may be working up, and off of that, Luminosity kind of have to take a step back. Tig tried working his way into tree. That's not safe either because Pure was waiting there with a rifle, but with only 20 seconds left, they kind of have to go that way.
Yeah, and Pure's gonna just farm these kills. Nice dash away. There we go. That's a beautiful, clean round coming through from Zekin. Look at the HPs, almost full across the board. That's exactly what Xset needed to get themselves back into the series.
And it felt very methodical.
Yeah.
Right? Luminosity, they tried working different areas of the map, and Xset just like systematically closed the door on them.
Yeah, just sticking to the basics, sticking to the foundation. Beautiful stuff coming through. And right now, LG, they're talking to themselves. They're saying, you know, the Silva has the Odin towards B. What are we going to do about it?
And the interesting thing, too, is at least mid-round in the previous round, BCJ had that, but he was playing mid-map, right? So I don't know if they saw it. There's a very good chance they expected because it's a Sova on Ascent, right? Like, Death, Taxes, and Sovas on Ascents with an Odin on B. But we'll see. Okay, the alarm bot goes off again. They knew it was there. It was their previous round. I do like where Def is positioned.
Oh, what a huge opening here for Moose. And the fact that we're only a minute and 15 seconds into the round here, and the alarm bot's already out. Tig finds an opening towards B. Def felt like he had to go sniffing around, try to regain a little bit of control, being a man down. And look at Aaron, full B main control.
Well, he has to assume the spot that Def had, right? Like, we highlighted Def in that spot, gets a little antsy, like you said, tries to take a bit more. Seekers have been used. You see the gravity well as well. He's stuck. But, I mean, even no matter how stuck he is, I'm not walking into that.
Here? Yeah, who's really stuck here, Doug? Moose beelines it back towards mid, and we saw this on the eco. This time around, it should be good. Aaron, that's unfortunate. LG, they are going to take the site. BCJ makes his way to spawn. The spam, it's coming through, but the spike is going to go down.
Oh, Zekin's there, but he's still playing across mid. He's healthy. Oh, the Trailblazer, the timing on the Trailblazer. You gotta be kidding me. 43 health, no armor to his name. I mean, what do they do? How do they get into this?
I don't think they do, Doug. I think at this point, it's just they're going to try to cut their losses and at least try to walk away with ruining LG's economy in some way, some form or fashion. As I say that, though, BCJ, he's going to back off a little bit. Zekin's got a decent angle towards this market. They're going to try to create some sort of crossfire, but there's no freaking way LG is going to go hunting and chasing down. Their money it's shot.
Right. Yeah, it's in the pit. So you see them, they're going to exit out towards Garage. They're going to have safe passage towards the next round, really, as Luminosity tie us up at 2 apiece. And even in that round, there were moments that Xset had. Like we talked about Aaron, he was in a great spot to get a couple of kills there, but wasn't able to land the shots on the Jet. Luminosity exposed that middle area of the map, even in face of the util from Aaron.
Yeah, absolutely. And so unfortunate for Aaron to whiff in that moment, but great job from Exit to be able to have those spacings on point to make sure that trade happens. That's exactly why we love a Jet, to create that space. Dash, look left, look right, communicate it over to your teammates. Beautiful exec here for Exit.
All right, Luminosity, see what they can do. Pure has an op this round, holding down the middle of the map. You've got the alarm bot in the same spot that we've mentioned the last couple of rounds. Oh, but that dart gonna tag. Oh no! The dart gives so much info. Pure is down to 17 health. to try to stay alive. There's just no way as Pyrrha gets cleaned up.
Take those. A gift. A gift here for LG to find that opening. And the dog should give him an idea. But LG is not going to give up mid. They're fighting it.
No, yeah. Not willing to give up very much. You still have the alarm bot there from Aaron, so you know, like, they have not moved that way, right? Like, that alarm bot is still there. You can smoke past it, but no, it looks like they want to go towards tree. A couple of kills have been traded early on as Dazzle and the rest of Luminosity continue to push the matter, continue to try to work forward towards this A site. You've also got a Proto in a great spot. He's working his way into Wine, so this is an excellent setup for Luminosity here.
Absolutely excellent. So many bullets getting spammed through the smoke at tree there. Spike will go down. Zekin, that's a beautiful response. And the jellies, the ultimate is going to come out on the back of Sky. Should allow them to know everyone is in sight here.
No, the jellies were there, but the bullets from Zekin were not. As Tick's able to clean him up. Dazzle's good onto 3. It's going to drop down to a 1v1. Spike continuing to tick away. Moose is going to have to get onto his horse. Uses the util to potentially see BCJ. Does not check that corner. BCJ lands the shots and gets the defuse. Exit take the lead.
Oh, that's exactly what Exit needed. This is so back and forth, Doug. If it's not LG winning, it's just trading rounds back and forth. And the map control, finally, we are seeing, though, that Exit, they're starting to liven up. Look at Zekin, so clean here. And the fact that he gets that kill allows him to have these jellies to make this retake happen. Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful indeed. Crispy shots coming out from Zekin, and you know, we mentioned that maybe the shots on the second kill weren't quite there, but it was gross for him to swing out and land those shots onto player and Wine. Again, that gives Xset the lead. Now for Luminosity, they still have enough to buy this round, but they're going to be broke if this doesn't go their way.
Yeah, absolutely. Good thing is, look at all these ultimates coming up online right here, right now. I'll be curious to see exactly how they utilize this Killjoy ultimate. Exit seems like they can have some sort of a retake, but it's just a B pop. They're already out.
It's hot, it's fast, it's heavy. They drop the Cosmic Divide, but Seekers as well. And Luminosity just full send. They go. Dazzle holding W. Already gotten 2. It's only 3 members that remain on the side of Exit. Pure does have the Blade Storm. And here we see him creeping his way around the Cosmic Divide, waiting to see if he can work his way in through the cage. Spike did go down. Pure trying to get into spawn. Has a little bit of help as BCJ is there around the corner, but the chokehold that they have on this site, they're on site proper. They have B main as well. There's nobody working the flank, so they're going to have to take the fight to him. Zekin's good to trade one out. BCJ's going to drop though, and the rest of Exit will follow. Luminosity take the round. We're tied up at 3-piece.
Oh man, LG, what a beautiful hit, just right off the bat. The B pop, you saw it, right? Aaron, he couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
His entire screen was white. He was blind the entire round. Didn't even get to shoot a bullet coming into that round. Beautiful Sky utility to help and allow LG to get into the site. And I mean, it's just textbook at this point. The post plants, they played it to perfection.
We mentioned their setup in the round, like it was just so airtight, right? Like there was just no room for Exit to be able to do much. And even with some of those heroics, you saw even with kills going their way, it just seemed like they never really lost control. Luminosity did of that situation.
Oh, Pure doesn't want to sit around and just wait for LG to make a pop or default. He's gonna go sniffing. He gets rewarded for a quick pick. Dazzle's been responsible for this alarm bot majority of this first half. He knows exactly where the Killjoy's been placing it. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I do like the way they tried going about clearing that out, but BCJ able to land a couple of warning shots through the wall, make sure, hey, I'm here. This is not, you're not just gonna waltz your way in through this one.
Yeah, the spam really kind of put a pin in LG's plan there. You saw that they wanted to dodge around that alarm bot with that smoke, somehow make their way into market. That's beautiful for Dazzle. A nice response, and look, he's got full utility.
Oh, and they apply pressure thin through tree at the exact same time, right? Like, you know you just lost someone mid, and you lose someone towards tree at the same time. The spike now starting to rotate back. You do have a little bit on site as far as Pure goes. Pure good for 1, Pure good for 2. Looking for the third, line him up and knock him down, baby. Pure gets 4, has the ace in front of him, but he's gonna have to finish it. 11 HP to his name. He is able to reload, has plenty of ammo to work with as well. Moves so close around it. No, it's BCJ who lands the shots. Exit take the lead again. You mentioned it, Potter. Back and forth.
Back and forth indeed. Pure, what an absolute stronghold. The fact that he got 3 kills here, and you saw he was thoughtful about it. He wasn't peeking, he wasn't jiggling. He just bided his time, listened to the sound cues, and right in the perfect timing, gives a little peek to the left, and he's rewarded with an insane multi-kill there.
Did you see his reaction?
I didn't.
It was nothing.
Ice cold.
Literally, he just said, nice. That was it. That was all he had. His team's popping off around him. Nice.
Get out of my way.
Oh, great flash early on. You get a good bit of info, but you don't really know how much, right? Luminosity, look at that. They're marching their way along. They don't have a ton of weaponry. But for Xset, you do have Pure again. He's already gotten 2, but a Proto Sheriff trades that out.
It does trade it out, and LG, they should be able to get the spike down here. I say that, but Moose is biding his time, and this drone should actually make this plant a lot more challenging.
Neural Theft coming out. You also have a little bit of ultimates coming through as the spike does go down. Don't know that there's enough to really clear it out, so the lockdown's going to go through. But a Proto wasn't willing to give up an inch.
Tig has barely an angle of some sort. 1 versus 3. BCJ is low. His teammates are pinging the spike,
Surely
but
not, right?
No.
Surely not. There was a moment where Tig, again, off of all the heroics that we saw in Haven, I thought maybe, but no, not this time around. Xset 2-round lead.
Yeah, and that was a valiant effort from LG. You know, you saw that Moose, he had the Hunter's Fury on his back. He was beelining it towards A-main to try to get that off, try to break this Killjoy ultimate that was going off.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the timing, it just wasn't on their side, but that was an eco. That was a scrappy little eco coming through.
Scrappy indeed. We'll see what Luminosity can bring into the fold. They have the Operator in Dre's hand and then rifles the rest of the way. No op for Xset, but you do have a Blade Storm in Pura's hand, so we'll see if he's going to have anything to say about it. I like this lean from Luminosity, though. Looks like they're trying to fight for mid map yet again. Knowing that there's KJ util there, they seem to continue to lean that way.
Yeah, and that's kind of the name of the game, right? Just make sure that you deny info, make sure the Killjoy isn't freely just holding off all the extremities. So LG definitely doing their due diligence. This Hunter's Fury, if Moose is able to actually get one, not decent. But this B main control with Sky, Killjoy, and Soba, the bird, you know it's going to be coming. Tig, you can see that he senses that, and he's staying outside of B main. The dark timing, this could be huge.
You do have the Cosmic Divide out from Def as well, and he is close by. 45 seconds left in the round. You're starting to run out of options if you're Luminosity as far as where you can go. The pop flash just on the other side of the smoke. Dazzler, we saw a couple of rounds ago, willing to aggressively take space away. It's Dre who gets a couple as well. I like that from Dre as well. Continues to push forward, trying to get into defender spawn. Tig creeping his way across the side. No, Aaron's there, good for 1. It's just 2 left on the side of Luminosity. As Pure gets a second with the Frenzy, no less. A Proto trades that out of 1v2. Proto, 72 HP, no armor to his name, and 12 bullets to work with. He doesn't have the spike either, so he's going to have to either land the frags with 13 seconds left or get to...
10 seconds left.
God, I'm holding my breath here, Doug. I'm holding my breath. There it is. We're able to actually see that round play out. Aaron, how is he alive, Doug? How is he alive at the end of this round?
Excellent question. How is he alive? A Proto tried, man. He tried his damnedest there, but I love what we saw out of Dre. That right there, right? Gets the 2 kills and doesn't stop. Goes for the jugular to cut off any sort of rotation to finish them off. But Aaron, as you said, how is he alive?
Yeah, LG did a lot to try to be able to find those openings, get that control, but the fact that Xset just had the 2 anchors sitting and chilling backside, sure, your rotators and spawn died, but you had the sight and you had it down the whole time, so a good response coming through here for Xset.
Good response indeed. They've won the last 3 rounds. Now it's Luminosity on the back foot, which we have not seen at all this series. Again, I know we've touched on it, but it is worth mentioning. This is Luminosity's map. They haven't, I think it was Gus who mentioned 8-0. That's pretty freaking good. I take that.
That's decent. Definitely decent coming in. And again, the money, it's a little tricky here for LG.
It is tricky indeed. It looks like we're going into a pause very quickly. Gives us an opportunity to, again, kind of lay out the scene, right? Set the scene for what we have before us. First map was ugly, right? Like, they whooped them. They whooped them bad. Luminosity had Xset's number the entire way, but you take a look at that and you look towards map 2 and you go, well, statistically, this is Luminosity's bread and butter, as the desk said, but Xset, they're not going away.
They're not, and it's kind of falling into place perfectly. We talked about going into map 2, who's it gotta be? Who are we looking at on Xset to try to turn this thing around and gain a little bit of momentum, or at least a fighting chance, and it's Pure, right? It's been Pure all half long. He's been a stud, he's been anchoring, he's been getting multi-kills, he's been finding the opening picks. That sort of control, again, it's just all about that breathing room. It allows your teammates to get their mind back into the game, and we're seeing that right now.
And I think the interesting thing is, as we mentioned Pure, right, is it seems like, while Mimi mentioned it on the desk, it doesn't require a pop-off performance for Xset to do well, right? Like, they're very well-rounded. Anyone's capable of doing it. You don't live and die by that sword, but it is worth noting at the same time that when Pure is doing well, things just seem to be better for Xset across the board.
Yeah, I think it just kind of comes with the territory of having a Jet, right? I mean, we always talk about the Jets, the fact that they're playing a completely different game in that server than all the other players in there. So definitely having that sort of X factor on your squad, if he's the one that's getting warmed up, he's the one that's getting into the series, that's all things positive for Xset.
All things positive indeed. And now I want to get your thoughts on this. With Luminosity, right, we talked about how good they looked on map 1. Certainly not at the same footing. Here on Ascent, what is it that's going wrong? What have you seen that Luminosity need to adjust in order to get back into this game?
Xset they've been holding down the sites. It's as simple as that. I mean, before it was LG that was able to even get into the sites on A kind of for free. I mean, sure, there was a defense, but they were winning out on all those duels. This time around, Xset, they're not backing down. They're not stopping, and these rounds have been close, but they're coming out on top. I think the sky is probably the deciding factor for both these teams. We've seen a lot of set pieces, a lot of pops coming through. Just quick action right off the rip.
And I think that was one of the things that was very problematic for Xset on Haven. It was that dictating of the pace, the fast hits, the pops that you don't really give them a chance to respond. And that was on the defensive and on the attacking half. So for that, it seems like Luminosity are still trying to do the same thing, right? Like, there were a couple of rounds in particular that come to mind where Dazzle just full W, right? Baby, we're going all the way, off of util, off of ultimates, and Xset were still able to hold fast. So Xset have certainly made some adjustments. We see Luminosity sticking to what worked on map 1. It just doesn't seem to be working anymore.
Well, I think that still remains to be seen a little bit, but it does seem like they're getting slowed down and deflated a little bit. Making those kinds of reads and just kind of beelining it, sometimes it pays off hugely and sometimes it doesn't. So definitely for LG, it's a completely different map. From map 1 to map 2, this is looking like a stark difference for both of these squads, actually.
A stark difference indeed, and I think as we think about the timeline for this map, we have to go all the way back to round 2, because we talked about it, right? 3 pistols in a row for Luminosity, momentum fully on their way. Like, how do we get back into this as now we've transitioned over to a Luminosity timeout? And it was them breaking the economy, Xset, right? They lose the pistol, they win the second round, everything's like upside down, nobody knows what's what anymore, economies in ways that you wouldn't expect, and Xset have just been able to double down on that to get to this point.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game, especially because we mentioned in the first map it was such a stomp, right? And just chipping away slowly but surely and getting yourself back into it, and that's exactly what Xset have done.
Just a couple of moments away from getting back into the action again. Xset got pushed around real bad. Luminosity just destroyed Xset in map 1, but now Xset have been able to respond in kind. They have a 3-round lead. We're getting through these pauses. We're getting through this timeout. We'll get you all back into the action as soon as we can. And it's not just a 3-round lead for Xset, right? It's 3 rounds in a row that they've won, so they've got money to work with. They should have a decent amount as far as ultimates go. I believe they have 2 to work with and a couple of players close on more. For Luminosity, they're not in the same boat, right? Look, when you lose 3 rounds in a row like that, you ain't got a whole lot of money to work with.
You definitely don't. You know, it's crazy that we're saying that for the first time and we're 1.5 Wait, we're 1.5 maps into this series already.
Yeah.
That's the first time those words have come out of our mouth, is the fact that XSET have only won 3 rounds in a row. So this could be the start of a swing for these XSET guys, but they've got to be tedious here.
Good shout indeed. Defensively for XSET, heavy investment of utility towards A. Look at that, that thing littered all over the place. Now that's a second time that we see Pure in that spot, right? Where Dart gives his position away and he gets all tagged out.
Yeah. The alarm bot's not going to be there this time around. Good drone. It'll make your boy Dre have to tuck there. And they're backing out.
Now, where do they go? They did invest a little bit. Dre, as you've seen, has a Guardian. Dazzle has a Spectre, and then it's Sheriffs the rest of the way. Zekken's about to have his hands full, does have the ultimate, so maybe a Q off of that, and he swings out! Oh, he was good for 1, but Dre's able to trade it out with that Guardian.
Insane trade there, but look at your boy Dre's health. He's just barely limping right now. He does see the trip. It gets taken out. And the spike is delayed outside A main. Oh, but Aaron gets taken out.
Too much to look at. Pure is able to get 2, not able to get the 3rd. A Proto Sheriff once again is able to trade things out. Even with Luminosity not having a ton to work with, it drops down to a 2v2. A Proto's left alone. 60 health, no armor to work with. BCJ giving him a little something to think about. Now, he does have the spike. He should be able to get it planted. But where does he go from there?
Only 5 bullets to his name.
Spike.
At this point, he's going to take the chance that it's towards the tree and the door, but he does get taken out, and that's XSET being able to recover. This round, it was so close.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Potter. That should never have been that close.
Yeah.
Right? What'd we say? They had a Guardian and a Spectre.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah, it's good though. There's this weirdness with these scrappy half buys, right? You start to not value your life as much as when you have a bunch of inventory on you. It's so much money, right? So the fact that they have that confidence to get in there, get in the mix, but Pure once again just swinging it. 2 kills, that was everything for these XSET guys.
And especially off of Aaron's tough spot there where he wasn't able to land anything. You're right. I think Pure really brought that round back for XSET. He has an op this round. Looks like he's holding down the middle of the map. The flash is going to push him off. No shot, not again. He's been spotted.
He gave him a shoulder, a little bit of a shoulder. The operator shot does go off. Hardly any damage. I mean, Dazzle, he took a bit, and Moose just ate a little bit of a shock dart. But BCJ, look at this positioning. The dog.
What a rat. Oh, what a rat! The swing! What a 2! He gets 2! Looking for the 3rd. No, Dre trades it right back. Beautiful display of utility. Swing off of that. Depth's good for 1 onto Dre. Neural Theft coming out as well. It's a 3v2 here. Spike still on the floor. Tig gets a second one, a 2v2. They're bringing this thing back, Potter.
They are. They'll be able to close the door here and get the spike down, and depending on what kind of util Tig is working with, there we go. The stars are going to be placed, but he swings out. I don't know how he won that duel. He's barely limping, only 30 HP to his name, and Pure, he's going to try to speed this retake up.
Pure has to go big here. Tig is weak. Proto's fully healthy. Now you've got a Cosmic Divide you have to deal with as well. So for Pure, fortunately, the spike did just go down, so there's time for you to think things through, figure out how you want to play this. Pushing his way through the Cosmic Divide. And a smoke there as well. Spike ticking away. You've got both members of Luminosity down low. The turret's gonna, or excuse me, the cam's gonna spot him. The crispy shots out from a Proto to clean that up as well. Luminosity back to their round-winning ways.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, you saw Pure. He was thinking about, maybe do I save? You know what? Let me see what I can do here. But unfortunately, the camera just pings him out. Oh, and this dog. Man, just the communication coming through. BCJ, I thought he was in a sticky situation. How is he going to get out of this? He's got to be good for 2 there. But the fact that his homie shows up, sends in the dog, gives him the perfect information, and just tees it up for him for a beautiful double kill. That's exactly what these guys needed.
Exactly what they needed. See though, flash, early flash coming out from Luminosity to try to work the middle of the map, and that's exactly what they're doing. You see the Seekers out as well from Dazzle, a Cloud Burst to deny any sort of info. They're going B.
It's so fast. Your boy Dre's already into the site. Perfect. They've already they've already made Killjoy use most of her util here, and the Hunter's Fury's in play.
Dre goes up top. Aaron rips him down from the sky. So Hunter's Fury, as you mentioned, now from BCJ. As Def gets one onto a Proto as well. Tig has made his way somehow, apart from everyone else, towards the middle of the map. Now you've got some mid presence as well, as Tig is there. Dazzle is there as well. Tig no longer around, courtesy of Aaron. Pure gets one as well, and things just kind of fall apart for XSET. Desperately needed for them, even off of that pause where it seemed like Luminosity were back, they had something figured out. XSET stops that right on the dime to get to an 8-4 half.
Yeah, exactly, and most of the success that we saw coming out from LG was towards that A. Every time they've done this B split, every time they've contested B, sure, they get the switch area, they get the spawn control, but the anchors, they're doubling up in the site, one back site, one at spam box, and LG, they just haven't had an answer for it.
It's just brutal to get through, and we see how successful that's been for XSET. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, second half of Ascent. Don't go anywhere.
Run from the home of the rap shit, dead broke, never had shit, left home, never looked back, laptop in a backpack, real lippy with a back chat, keep holding my own back, cause I've been to the gut and now I'm up to the top, hard not life, never made for the slop, free road man with a chain for the dogs, 2 team mummies with a pram for the strokes, yardie man with his head for the locks, road man with a sock for the rocks, from the land of the poor to the land of the block, so watch when you ping, just look where you're off. Reach us, we are, reach us, we are. We are warriors, warriors, yeah. Reach us, come on. Reach us, we are. Reach us, we are warriors, warriors, yeah. Warriors, warriors, hey, hey, I'm warriors, warriors, hey. In the country that I come from, lost a couple of my real ones, lost souls in caskets, big poles and mastiffs on road with no maps, get stuck in a wrong path. All the things that I witness, all the things that I hold in. It's been real gully since I played in the court. Land of the lost, on the land of the posh. Got one shot, so I'm running to the top. Everything to gain, get everything I got away. Past the race, like I run away, so get out my lane, like I get away. To the land of the poor, to the land of the block. So watch where you're being, just look where you're off. Reach us, we are. Reach us, we are. Reach us, we are warriors. We are warriors, warriors, yeah, warriors, warriors, yeah, we are warriors, warriors, yeah, we are warriors, warriors, yeah, we are warriors, warriors, yeah. Just begun. I'm never gonna stop. I'm a just begun. I'm running to the top like I've just begun. I'm never gonna stop. Never gonna stop. 'Cause I'm a champion.
A tale of two maps, I believe, is how the saying goes. Early on, XSET kind of got pushed around. Luminosity had their number, but now XSET are punching back. I'm Doug. With me is Potter. And Potter, an 8-4 half for XSET, given how map 1 went, that's money.
These guys are on Cloud9 right now. Not Cloud9 Blue, but actually on top of the clouds. I mean, as we mentioned before, the stark difference, I mean, you could even hear it in the cheers.
Yeah, yep.
I mean, the cheers, it was all about LG in the first map. XSET were so quiet, you didn't hear a peep coming out from them. But as this half started, you heard the cheers. These guys are ready for business.
We'll have to continue the business for a couple more rounds if they want to force map 3. XSET, again, early lead here. Now they're on the attacking half. We'll see what they dial up. I like this earlier alarm bot right off the bat, right? Make sure there's nobody pushing in from B.
Yeah, we'll see if a shock dart comes through or not. But it does seem like Sova and Jet are going to try to push back to save main control. That's a good tag, and these tags, they mean a lot, but look at your boy Dre. He's going to move forward just a little bit, utilize that one way. Good jump spot coming through for BCJ.
And that pushes them off. So you see, they had the hold that you mentioned. They had that one way, and they had a filthy crossfire that they weren't going to be able to get through. Give that space up. Dazzle's dropped.
Where did Oh, Aaron killed him all the way from tile with the classic. You hate to see it. And this B main control, I mean, Zekken, he's brought the entire squad back over to him. He's got one bird to his name. Hey, this is just going to be a straight up B pop. Oh, the dart!
Oh. The flash comes out, the cloud burst there as well to dash across a Proto. I like the use of those cages there to give him a little bit of one way, a little bit of safety. And a Proto, we talked about him in anchor situations, but Zekken flies across this screen with the jumping classic to clean him up. BCJ getting the spike down, numbers heavily in favor of Xset, as Tig and Dre are going to have to make some magic happen. That's an excellent start, as Tig gets one.
An excellent start. 2 orbs on the back of Tig as well. Oh, but this double spam box.
Ooh. Oh, crispy. Tig left alone. BCJ cleans up the last 2. Xset win their first pistol of the series.
That is telling. That is absolutely telling. But you know, in the way and the fashion that they won it, the fact that Zekken was a little flying squirrel on this B take, the first classic coming through, and rewarded with a 2-piece for himself, right? So definitely for Xset. Oh man, they're loosening up, dog. They're getting into this.
I can't not think of Zekken as a flying squirrel now. Thank you for that. But no, I think you're right? Like, they're loosening up, they feel a bit more comfortable, and there's confidence in situations like that, right? Like, you've got to feel good to do something like that. Zekken does just that. We'll see how this round plays out. No investment from Luminosity, just a couple of sheriffs. Here in this round, you don't expect them to be able to buy out very much, and, well, that's as forecasted.
As forecasted. No force buys, no scrappy rounds, right? I think that shows that LG, they're feeling the pressure right now. They're feeling the pressure.
They are. We mentioned Xset here. Now it looks like they're leaning towards A. And there's not very much presence from Luminosity towards A, right? Like, you've got Dre, who's playing by Switch, but that's it, really.
Yeah, Purr's just going to take a peek, take a little gander towards Wine. Nothing there. And your boy Dre is kind of the only defender here towards A, and he's just barely limping. So this should be, again, textbook for Xset. But your boy Dre's Sheriff is just so nasty.
And he's got the Ion Sheriff, which is automatic headshots,
right,
scientifically proven.
Yes, sir.
Right, we'll see.
Okay.
So he didn't shoot.
That's a valid excuse. He didn't shoot. You're absolutely right.
Had he shot, he would have been fine. Just 2 members remaining on this side of Luminosity as Moose slides a couple of crispy shots of his own onto Def. Drop 1. And Moose has info, right? Like, he understands there's one playing low by Jenny. Number 7 still heavily in favor of Xset here, and guns as well, right? So, like, everything is leaning that way. The spike is down, so you got a 5th man in the server, if you will, at least at this moment as the spike ticks away.
Oh, wait, what the? Okay, here we go. Pure almost overheated there a little bit, busting out the blade there, and it wasn't his ultimate blade, it was his actual knife there, but he makes it work, and that's clean. That's clean.
Clean, and that's the thing, right? Like, those need to be clean.
Yeah.
Right? It's so easy in rounds like that for you to kind of lose control, for things to go sideways, the economy's busted, you lose momentum. You need those rounds to go your way, the ones you expect to go your way.
Definitely. Absolutely. And here we go. The very first gun round into the second half. LG just limping across.
Oh, boy.
Oh, the spam.
Yep.
He's missing.
Did they just get it? Okay, I was going to say, well, and they did, right? Initially, he didn't tag anyone. There, he tagged a Pure, got rid, I think he had half armor, gets healed back up. Oh! No armor to his name. That shock dart hurts.
Moose just jumps right into that shock dart. And this recon, does it get any pings? Oh, that's so
Hello.
much info!
Oh, but he had dropped down. He's not able to spam into that. The timing is just unfortunate. You got the Trailblazer coming out. A Proto clears it out.
Yeah, Exit, they're gonna tuck tail.
Yeah, you have to at this point,
Yeah,
right?
they've got what they came for though. They made LG use a lot of utility and they have B main control. Now they're gonna go sniffing and poking towards this mid. Breaking that trip is everything for these guys. You can see Def, he's tucked in that lower mid area, and this is a double pump, Doug. They're coming back towards this B main.
So, but I think Luminosity should know that. Dazzle just used Trailblazer in towards top hat, didn't spot anyone there. You see the Jet is starting to rotate over as well. Now you're feeling some of the pressure as they work their way on the site. The flash comes out first, but a Proto up close and personal. Dre gets one as well. A Proto not able to get the second to third of what would have been the round. A second trades that out. Numbers in favor of Luminosity. Def caught him up for rotations, but Dazzle gives him the business. Left, right, good night. Def's out for the rest of the round. It's just on to Zekin. 13 seconds left as well. Yeah, he's got the spike, but he's running into 3 members of Luminosity and Moose. We saw him at the beginning, bookends the round, gets the last one.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen this before in the first half. It was Exet that had the double anchors tucked into the back site, and they had a fantastic hold. And again, if it ain't broke, I guess copy your opponent and do the same thing. A Proto, the fact that he's able to get Pure so cleanly there also just solidifies this entire B defense.
He like shoved the barrel into his face.
Yeah.
Man, like what? He had no options.
That ain't cool.
No, it's not. All right, Exet 5-round lead. Luminosity seem to be getting back towards things, but again, they find themselves in a brutal financial spot, right? Like, the deficit that they find themselves in means they have to win those rounds, and Zekin, not having any of it, not able to get a second, but damn, was that close.
So much damage as well. Tig just barely limping here. Zekin, he's got the jellies. He was able to actually secure that orb. And we've got a Hunter's Fury. I like this from Tig. Regaining some map control. Oh, the dog. The jig is up, though. He's got to fall back. And right now, take a look at BCJ. He's the only... Sorry, I meant Moose. Is the only player towards this B defending, and that's where the spike is headed. Spawn, though. Over-rotating.
Yeah, but will they... I don't know that they're... I mean, I guess there is time, but it doesn't seem like they have any intention to flip back, but... There's a bit of a hold here. The Seekers have come out. Okay, they're going. They're fully sending. The flash is out. Moose and Dazzle have their hands full. We've talked about the anchors, but can they do it? One. He's only got 5 HP, though. Moose gets the second. Holy smokes, Moose with 3. No health to his name, leaving Aaron alone. He's been tagged. Oh, no, I don't believe that the tag landed, but they have a very good idea of where he is. Moose has the Hunter's Fury as well. They have the ace in the hole in case things go sideways. Aaron's going to have to go absolutely bonkers to make this play out for Exit. You see the dart coming out, a little bit of tag, make you think about things. The damage is there, 16 health. To Aaron's name, 13 seconds left. He's going to have to creep his way forward. He makes the timing. He's just down to 1. Aaron does it, a Red Bull clutch for Exit.
Moose did so much, Doug. He did so much to hold down the floor, hold down the site, but the fact that Aaron, with barely any HP to his name, is able to kind of spam through the box, jiggle, make the Spectre do a little bit of work, but look at this, 1v2, and he's able to convert with just 16 HP.
What a freak.
Let's go, Jordan, indeed.
God, what are you doing?
Yes, the age-old question. What are you doing? And that's a momentum-breaking play.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, for Luminosity, you can tell they're still in a bit of a mixed buy. You've got a Spectre and a Sheriff. You've got light armor on a couple of folks as well. Certainly not what you want to be bringing into this round. For Exet, they've got momentum. They also have a Bulldog, of all things. We'll see if Moose is able to do anything with the Hunter's Fury. It's going to be traded back by BCJs. Moose good for 1, but BCJ, can he have the same success? No, I don't think he will.
The dog, that's a friend right there. Your boy Drake coming through to break the dog. Tig, this drone might get tricky. No one's going to be able to break it, but look at this. The drone doesn't clear wine. Tig.
Flash, excellent flash, right? Like, Tig's position's been given up. Somehow gets away, and it's your boy Dre again.
Down A. Coming through round after round. Zekin, he's got 70 HP, and I'm not sure. Yeah, he's out of birds. He's only got the heal to his name. We do have some orbs on the back of Astra, but man, 3v5 with no flashes, no dash on Jet. This is a tough ask, and Tig has
30
been
seconds
so
left.
monumental in all of his holds.
But Xset's had their number, man. They've had success in situations that you wouldn't normally expect for them to be able to make something happen. But Potter, I'm really worried here. It looks like they're rotating off. You only have 15 seconds left. I don't know that you have time to do anything. Yeah, it looks like they're just punting this round.
Yeah, just accepting their fate into this one. You know, Xset, they've got quite the lead. They're feeling pretty comfortable. They don't want to force the issue here.
Yeah.
I definitely get it.
You keep a couple of rifles, right? You're carrying 3 into the next round. Fortunately, Def also still has full armor, so he can buy some for his friends. Good guy. Def, we'll see if the light armor, I believe that was on Pure, but it's escaping me at the moment. He had light armor. We'll see if he goes all the way up to full armor or carries it through. Yeah, it was Pure. For BCJ here, also Marshall. So you see now the implications of why they saved. They kind of had to.
They did have to. Oh, man. You know, the money is so funky. Let's look at Zekins. He's got 200 credits. Aaron, he's got $0 to his name.
This is a nice spot.
This essentially means
No more
Xset,
charges.
if they aren't able to make a miracle happen with some beautiful shots, they're probably going to have to save maybe twice.
Yep. Luminosity, I like the setup. Defensively out from a proto, all of that util. You see the tripwires, you see the camera as well, as you saw him highlighted at the beginning of the round. The thing is, Xset have been able to get into mid with, I mean, for free, really, relative ease. Well, Catwalk, not so much.
Not so much. Not so much free 99 in that part of the map. But your boy Dre finds a clean pick for himself, and look at Pure. Sniffing around towards this market. And BCJ is just kind of keeping him busy towards this A.
He's going to farm that ult orb. You just saw the Trailblazer coming out through tree, top cat, make sure there's nothing there. I like this, right? Like, you've got Def in mid. You mentioned Pure, who's worked his way into market, though they have plenty of real estate.
They do, but look at LG. They're not biting at all. I think Xset, they're going to have to probably... they need Pure to make a move here.
But this is all off of the info that they've taken, right? The space that they've taken is going to force them to really call a bluff, right? Drop the lockdown towards A, drop the spike back. Def gets another one across the middle of the map. There's no place that's safe for Luminosity right now, right? You've got market presence, you have mid presence. Oh, no! BCJ good for it, but Dre up top. The thing is, did they waste too much time? Are they going to be able to get the spike down? Dre has to go aggressive. Nice shots out from Def to buy some space, to buy some time to get the spike down to 2v2. Def has the Cosmic Divide to work with as well. Dazzle creeping his way forward. Down from mid-heaven. He's been spotted. Lands the shots onto Def. It doesn't seem to matter. It's just down to Pure. Pure needed to be the spark, but can he do it again? 2 members right above him. No. Dazzle drops the hammer from up top, cleans him up, and gets the defuse.
Damn, the camera coming through clutch right in the nick of time. And, you know, I liked what Xset did, right? They had full map control, they poked, we saw Pure towards that market, but the issue, the problem, the indecisiveness. You saw that the spike on the back of Sova left A main, maybe wanted to do a B split, but as the communication's coming through, as Def is saying, hey, look, I got the cutoff, I got the rotations, just hit A, but little did they know, LG, they were stacked at A. Most of the defenders towards that area, and they make this retake look good.
Potter, you frickin' nailed it. The indecisiveness and the fact that it just took too dang long.
Yeah.
Right? There was almost a situation where they couldn't get the spike down because they ran out of time.
Oh, so much damage.
Second, down to 6 armor. Pure got tagged up as well. The Cosmic Divide is coming out. Pure with the Blade Storm looking to go up top. Looks like he's going to pick up a weapon, Moose. Moose dancing around. They're just giving him a little bit of duck dive and dodge, and Aaron's the one who's able to land it. A dueling Cosmic Divide comes out as the Seekers. Dre following them up. He's able to get 2. Pure backside. He's got a weapon, but he doesn't have any health as Dre gets 4.
The pre-take coming through from LG here. They didn't even allow Xset to get that spike down. No utility coming through. Just getting in there and getting involved. Moose, even though he didn't get much kills, he bought so much time. The spam of the Odin, that is scary stuff. That allows your boy Dre to beeline it back over and get this pre-take going. And LG, they got 8 rounds now. We're only 3 rounds away from tying this up.
You talk about scary stuff. Moose with the Odin, yeah. But Dre with the blades? Crispy, baby, crispy. Now he's got an op in hand as well. You mentioned Luminosity back to 8. It doesn't look like they're willing to fold, at least easily, as they want to try to put Exit away. BCJ one step closer to having that Hunter's Fury online. This time, it's pretty clear. They want to lean towards A. They have long control. They're looking to work tree, but what can Dazzle do? He's been spotted. Good flash to buy some time.
Oh, he's so blind.
Oh, no! Hey, forget about being blind. You've got a Marshall bullet in your face. You ain't going to see anything in a situation like that. Dazzle looking to clean up Pure, though, and does just that. Aaron's still playing around down in hell. The spike is still not gone down yet. And through all of this chaos, they still have Heaven control. You still see Dre up top with the op. BCJ managing to get the spike down. They have the Hunter's Fury, but he's in such a brutal spot. You can't really play with it off of that. But there it is. I'm going to eat my words. As BCJ says, yes, I can. Invest it. Buy some time, Aaron. There, but Def on the flank! Def on the flank! No, but it's Aaron! Aaron who gets 3! Dazzles up, not able to land the shot. BCJ's Marshall does. A thrifty round win for Xset as they get to map point.
Man, oh man, Xset barely had anything hitting that site, but the fact that Def was just biding his time on the lurk, it allowed his site players to feel a little bit of confidence. Look, we've got a player that's about to pinch. Let's push door together. Aaron, he gathers that contact, allows Def to get that flank off, and they make this thrifty work.
Yep. Woo, baby, Xset. As we mentioned, to 12 for Luminosity. They've won 3 rounds in a row. You talk about stopping bleeding, that's so big, and now look at Luminosity's buy. They've got a Marshal, they have a Sheriff. Now, mind you, they're pretty freaking good with the Sheriff, right?
All right.
But that's just not, I mean, it ain't rifles.
Definitely not a fair fight coming through, but your boy Dre is probably gonna, I mean, he wants to find a pick. You can see he's peeking through Cat there, and if BCJ is not careful, he's only on 100 HP. That's a one-shot, one kill, and this drone, oh, Moose. He does have the help of a Proto, though.
He does. You see the alarm bot? It's literally Def is standing on it right now. So it seems like they do want to go back towards B. The alarm bot was recalled. Moose good for 1. Moose not able to land a second. Pure continues to push forward. The Vandal singing true there as he's able to get 2. But Xset, I mean, to do that, look at Pure's kind of left in shambles.
Yeah, 3v3. Tig, he's made his way. Sorry, it's Def right now. The Astra Diff, it's getting me. I'm a little bit confused, but Def has made his way towards Cat, and look at Aaron. He's just deceiving. It's fake.
It's deceit. But Dazzle now knows, all right, forget everything that's going over there. We feel this presence. We feel the spike. Def's able to get the shots onto Dazzle. Now we see your boy Dre starting to rotate over, but is there going to be enough time? Right? The spike creeping its way forward. Dre might get the timing. Potter, Dre might get the timing. Oh, he spots Def. Look at him. Pure is going to drop as well. Dre going to grip him. Dre from up top. 49 HP on Aaron. Dre's going to stick it. My gosh. Dre looks like he gets it to half. The Cloud Burst to tap. Forcing Aaron's hand as Aaron swings through. Aaron comes out from the side, cleans up Dre, and gets the shots. Oh, baby, we're going to map 3.
Holy moly, I can't believe Aaron's done it. He was on that slow flank. I was so clenched there. The fact that he has to walk in that moment, he makes it work, though. It's so challenging when Jet drops the smokes, get half, makes that sound cue, and you just kind of, you have to go clear it.
You have to.
You have to. You have no other choice. He drops down, his aim gets messed up, but he still is able to convert that, Doug.
And for him to swing out of the Cloudburst, right?
Yeah.
Like, to fully expose, to take that fight, to challenge that takes some cojones.
Whew. Cojones indeed.
Unbelievable, and I think we talked about it, right? Statistically, this should not have happened.
Yeah.
This is a Luminosity's map. 8-0, if I'm not mistaken. 8-0, and Xset come in. I said, nah, baby, we ain't done yet.
Yeah, man, it's the heroes stepping up right at the right perfect time, right? Pure, we kept talking about him. BCJ, the amount of clutches, the oppression coming through with that Odin spam. This is the Xset that we kind of expected in map 1, so it's great to see them wake up here right in the nick of time.
Now, statistics obviously don't seem to matter, right? Forget it. Numbers, we don't know anything.
What are those?
We clearly don't know anything. The numbers don't tell the whole story. But it is worth mentioning, we are going to split. right? And you and I had a conversation off camera. We're like, well, it's interesting that XSET wanted split map 3, given how good that map is for them. So we thought, well, maybe, you know, interesting decision, but now they can go into split. Now they can go to the map that they're very good at to potentially close out the series.
Yeah, I think I hate split for the third map. I'm gonna be honest with you, but you know, it's the perfect opportunity for them to secure it.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do it or if Luminosity are able to bounce back. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, the desk will break down map 2. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for the ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the gym all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all part. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro in this E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the gym all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all part, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
I've been going hard in the paint. I've been in the gym every day. Whole lot of wins on the way. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose. Pulling up and don't hesitate. Gotta make a move, make a play. We don't fall off, levitate. Bossed up, feeling like I can't lose.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCQ where XSET fired back on Descent. And now we have a tie series 1-1 right here on the analyst desk. We're going to break it all down, make it easy for you. I'm your host, Veli, breaking things down with Upmind and Mimi, the smartest ones on the desk. But first things first. Aaron popped off Upmind. I mean, he was a win condition on so many late rounds. He kept things going for XSET.
And I think that's all you really need to say about that, right? Aaron was a massive proponent to this game. Outside of just the clutches, too, his setups over on the defensive side, especially over towards B, super overwhelming. The nano swarms always being a little bit of a pest.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, the guy barely finished with like 2 assists. Everyone on the team, 8 assists, 10 assists on VCJ, for example. But hey, these are the intangibles that you bring to a LAN like this. Aaron going up in a 1v2, 81 HP. He notices that one piece of utility. All he has to do is play out a little bit of time. He needs to bait out a bit of contact. Hey, that just sucks though. Good spray onto him, but 16 HP. You can't teach that, baby. You just can't. And then he goes on and he does it again. At the very end of the game, you know the situation. Your boy Dre going up. The biggest situation in the game thus far. LG feeling the momentum. Your boy Dre, massive play. And Aaron, how does he want to approach this? He's been playing around utility literally this entire game, playing alongside Def. And now in this play, he sees a smoke, he sees blood, baby, and he goes right on through, easy peasy. 13-8, the end scoreline for XSET, and for good reason. Aaron, not the spark plug that we expected, but the one they needed.
Can we agree that Aaron was the MVP of Ascent?
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
It was crazy. Now,
hands down. Pure was nuts on frags.
He was crazy.
But he won the rounds they needed.
Aaron was making calls. We heard it here on the desk, especially with the lockdown. But Mimi, you like the specific Hunter's Fury that happened with this team.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the individuals, you got to give the credit to Aaron, to Pure, but I feel like when we talked about the consistency, the synergy, that second half is where we saw it. The protocols that Def has brought to the squad and their decision-making in the mid-round is huge, and I think the round 21 really exemplifies it. That was when it was getting crucial, right, where the momentum was starting to slip away from XSET, where LG was really starting to bring it back under control. It looked like they might be able to steamroll their way through the entire map, but in this round, it's an eco for XSET, and BCJ late into the post plant pops a Hunter's Fury. Remember, LG always had Heaven control. It pushes them out in towards the tree room where a pinch is ready from Def back on Catwalk and from Aaron in the site, and they just slam dunk on him. It was beautiful.